Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Folks, as we promised, we delivered it. The most anticipated journalism event of the year is now a reality. Good morning, Africa, and this is the NNC. Not the BBC, but the National Newsroom Contest, where more than 10 universities compete in a bid to win the championship. Now, my name is Joshua Mwesigwa, and I didn't come alone.
I am Divine Masinalwanga. Welcome to the National Newsroom Contest 2025. Now, this is a journey that started way back. It has been 14 years of media talent initiatives searching, discovering, training, and celebrating young journalists who are shaping the future of journalism. Now, in these years, Media Talent Initiative has made sure that the journalists are equipped, tested, and they can see what these journalists can do. Now, this journey started in 2010. Joshua, what were you doing in 2010?
I am not certain, but one thing I'm sure for a fact is I might have been in a classroom somewhere trying to figure out where to find X.
And they're all still finding X. So in 2010, that idea was born. But it was executed in 2011. In 2011, they had an internal contest. These were UMCAT students trying to see what they can do testing themselves. And when it was successful, they decided to take it out of UMCAT. So they moved to different universities, trying to sell to them the idea. The idea was that these universities can take turns in hosting the contest, but then they didn't buy the idea. That didn't stop them. They still decided that it was time for them to invest money in it. So they took the contest from UMCAT and they took it to Sharing Hall, just here in Zambia.
Interesting.
Next to us. I remember going to Zambia for the shows, the games. Do you remember those days?
I think it was dance that once took me there.
Oh yes, and also the plays.
Uh-huh.
So that's where they took it to. At that point, it was the Pioneer Contest, and it had 6 institutions that had joined. Some of the institutions were Makerere University, we had Ndeje University. Of course, UMCAT was part of them. And when they were contesting, the contest was successful and they got winners. They had 2 categories. And I am going to ask you to guess one of the universities that won.
I have two shots here.
Okay.
I'm thinking Makerere University or UMCAT, or maybe UCU. I'm anticipating.
Oh my God, it's so surprising that you last talked about UCU, because UCU was one of the universities that won one category.
Wow.
Yes, the English category.
That was news anchoring or radio?
Both, because they just decided to put them under categories but different languages.
Oh, right.
And for Uganda, it was UMCAT. Some of the judges that we had in this Pioneer Contest, we are so blessed to have one of them still judging the contests. And that is Nalongo Rosemary Bukira. Shout out to her. Some of the other judges that we had the person who the first contest was named after. Now the first called the Bafranak was just a short form of the Bale Francis News Anchoring Contest.
Really?
Yes, and that was in the year 2013. So they decided to, and they took it to the statistics house. I think they were taking turns saying which place can accommodate all these journalism students. They took it to the statistics house. That was in 2013. After that, they went to the office of the president. That was from 2014, 2015, 2016. In all these times, they were changing the name. The name also went to the Inter-University Media Contest. They also took it to the Inter-Institutional Media Contest. And in 2017, they took it to Macnon Suits. It went from 2017, 18, up to 19. Now in 2020, something big happened. The contest was brought here at the Media Hub in Kabalagala, Tirupati, Mazima Mall, where we're sitting up to now. So it has been running in this same space for all those years up to date.
Divine, thank you so much for that well-detailed history. For the last 14 years, MCI has hosted the biggest newsroom auditions in Africa. Let's take a look back at this journey.
You can hardly see me, and that is because I'm heading to Market Plaza in downtown Kampala, where chaos is usually part of the business. Now, away from the hustle and bustle of Kampala city, it is the calmness that you find right here where I'm standing. It is incredible because that is what any learner would need to grasp exactly what they're being taught. Now, if you don't already know, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Victoria University, which makes us very grateful to partner with Victoria University. And together, we believe that your success is our success. Now let's get this audition started.
My name is Aguirre Monica. I'm a student of Victoria University, currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in journalism and media studies. A South Sudanese student, born in Kenya and raised in Uganda. I want to create a very big difference in the media sector in my country, because you know my country has been through a lot, civil wars and all that, and I believe that I will be a valuable addition. I'm doing this specifically for my mom. She has always been there for me. She has supported this journey throughout. She has always encouraged me. She has been my motivation, and I hope I make her proud.
What brings Monica before the panel of judges today?
I'm here to gain more experience. I feel this is where my journey of journalism starts. I feel it's going to build my confidence. It's going to add something to my story. By the time I go back home, at least I'll tell them I was once at MCI.
So what should we expect from you?
The best.
The best. If we should expect the best,
Yes.
then you are going to hear a news bumper, and the moment it ends, then you have a chance to do your best, and then our work is to score you. Wish you the best.
The Inter-University Media Challenge launched at Victoria University. Talent, fun and emotions captured in auditions. Good afternoon and welcome to VU TV. I am Monica with the news in detail. 13 journalism schools in Uganda are set to compete in this year's Inter-University Media Challenge organized by the Media Challenge Initiative. The theme for this year's contest is Reporting on Public Service Delivery in Uganda, aiming to shed light on issues common concern to citizens and encourage public debate. Antonio Chisembo, the head of research, learning and developing at the Media Challenge Initiative, explains what they want to highlight: the challenges and opportunities of public service delivery in Uganda, and encourage young journalists to report on issues in healthcare, education, and infrastructure, among other public services, in a constructive and impactful way. The Inter-University Media Challenge is a national competition that brings together journalism schools to showcase their news reporting skills. The news reporting editions are underway at Victoria University to select the team that will represent the university at the National Newsroom Competition. Our tongue twister for the day: a tutor who tooted the flute tried to teach two young tutors to toot. Said the two to the tutor, "Is it hard to toot or to toot two tutors to toot?" Thank you for watching the Inter-Media Challenge on VU TV. Follow us on Facebook, Media Challenge Initiative. On Twitter, we are YMCA Challenge Uganda, and on Instagram, we are the Media Challenge Initiative. Thank you. Till next time, goodbye.
What a good presentation. How do you feel about it?
It was fair.
Fair?
Yeah.
Why fair?
I was nervous.
Nervous?
Yeah.
Nervous? And then?
A bit scared because it's my first time doing this, but I believe in myself.
All right. I want to give you confidence that you are still able to fight with the nerves. And on our side, we noticed confidence as well. Even when we could tell that, yeah, you were a little bit nervous, but at least you are able to deal with that. So, Monica, smartness for a news anchor, especially a TV news anchor, who should be watched and listened to at the same time, is very key. And I congratulate you that you've highly invested in yourself. I don't know how you can clap for yourself. So, smartness, you have a tick. Confidence is also something that is very important for a news anchor, and you have a tick. Camera interaction, as much as you still need to improve, but at least you've achieved that as well. And your voice is also good. Now, having talked about the voice, then I need to emphasize
the point of having some energy. Your vocal needs to have some energy, and we need to really tell that this is a confident person. So the nerves have had a great impact and a negative one on your voice quality, you know? So kindly work on that. Monica, when you start the news anchoring, we need to tell Monica who? Monica, this is Monica. Monica who? Do you remember that? You didn't tell us your second name. And as a news anchor, you are a brand that is identified by your name, to names. And lastly, you need to tell a story. Make it conversational. Ideally, you are reading, but it should be conversational. But that comes with practice, and I want to give you confidence still that if you practice, then reading will be conversational and you will let more with the script. Therefore, Monica, you have what it takes to make a great news anchor. You continue with the good practices and you will be a celebrated one someday. I wish you well in your journey. Say hey to Mommy. Eh?
I will.
All right.
I feel
My name is Barley Francis. I've been with you for years.
People like Abbas Mpinde, a journalist from Uganda who founded the Media Challenge Initiative to help other young people get the training they need to tell the stories that the world needs to know.
Media Challenge Initiative is a youth-driven non-profit building the next generation of young journalists in Africa through mentorship, training, and experiential peer-to-peer learning.
We believe that good journalism can make the world a better place.
We believe that the next generation of journalists is very essential in defining the future world through the stories they tell and how they tell them.
Auma says coloring during therapy creates a safe space for her to express painful feelings from her past, which also engages part of her brain to process the trauma in a better way. Olivia Komgisha, Bidibidi, Yumbe District.
I met the people behind the Media Challenge in, they say 9 years ago. I can't even remember the year. It was quite some time back. But there were, I think, 3 or 4 young gentlemen who came to me with a lady, and they came with the idea. And I believed in them at that time, and I know they did not even have the money. But what gave me the impetus to go ahead was the hope in their faces, and the fact that they looked at me with so much promise. And I believed at that point that this was it. This is what Uganda needed.
And these young men were very interesting, and they were trying to, identify people within universities that had a skill that was employable, or that different media houses would be interested in. But secondly, they were trying to change the way journalism was in this country, because a lot of our journalism is theoretical, and so you don't have a lot of practical work done at the universities, which the field demands. And so for me, this was a fantastic idea. And at that time, we may not have had the resources at my previous employment to support the initiative, which is one thing they also needed. But we provided an opportunity for them to use the resources we had, the physical resources like equipment, to be able to participate in the challenge.
The 25th of October 2014, and thanks for watching Uncut Television. I'm Felicity Mandela.
And I'm Michael Ojula.
As we bring you fresh stories and so much more. But first, the headlines.
When Media Challenge started, it was amorphous. it was not shaped. Even we, the judges, did not quite understand where it was heading.
Personally, I worked with the Media Challenge Initiative in two capacities. One as a program manager at the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, where I basically contributed towards shaping their programming and making sure that we get the best out of the programs that they run, most specifically the Next Gen Fellowship Program, but also having an engagement with university students who are getting trained in various aspects of media, both digital and conventional. So seeing them and watching young journalists pass through their MCI's programs and reach the apex of professional journalism practice gives me joy. It gladdens my heart. But also, I've worked with Media Challenge Initiative as the co-founder of Rise Up, a program that I co-founded and ran with urban refugees.
So the first time that I actually heard about Abbas and MCI was in 2017 through an article in the Huffington Post, which introduced the work of MCI, and we got really curious. I remember that I was talking to my colleague in Germany and we really liked what we read about MCI, so we decided that we would like to get to know Abbas and the team. And then Abbas and I met in our office and he introduced us to the whole cycle of the Inter-University Media Challenge and also the fellowship program. And we really felt we have a lot in common when it comes to goals and vision and also the way how we implement. Maybe a bit of background on DW Academy so that you know where we come from. We are part of DW, the international broadcaster, Deutsche Welle, and we are the center of international media development, of journalism education, and also of knowledge transfer for DW, basically.
So the way this came up, really, it was just how we were stuck in terms of getting internship in the media, but also getting jobs in the media is one of those hardest things for any Ugandan aspiring journalism student.
It started at school where we sat. We said we do mass communication and the jobs are very hard to get, especially in our field, journalism. So we decided to start a competition within our institution.
But the whole idea is to try to help students penetrate the media. Not only penetrating the media, but giving them skills that they need to work in the media.
By then we called it Barley Francis Media Challenge.
My name is Barley Francis. I've been with you for years on end.
In 2012, there came a child called Bafranak or Barley Francis News Anchoring Competition, and I managed to participate in. The difference with the current competition is then you report live from the scene, and the event was at MCI Initiatives Hall.
I first heard about the Media Challenge Initiative in 2012. At that time there was a competition organized among our institutions of learning. Unfortunately, we were not able to participate. We got the information late. So we followed up, and then in 2013, we participated our very first time.
I'm just thinking, if I were eligible to compete again, I would even come and take part, as I just like the Media Challenge competition.
It was a very tasky moment because we did not jump to the final scene at the president's office, but it started way back at school. There was always a culture gap.
Welcome back from that short break. It has been an amazing 50 years of the Media Challenge Initiative hosting the National Newsroom Contest. This journey has been crowned by trainings in various fields, from youth participation to mobile journalism. But that is not all. Today, I want to speak to one of the people who have been leading and championing the National Newsroom Contest from media trainings, going into universities and equipping young journalists with various skills that can help them be better and professional journalists. Mr. Kakembo, welcome to the show. For starters, what should we expect today?
Oh, it's a good question, Joshua, and happy to be here. My name is Ali Kakembo, and I work with the Media Challenge Initiative and the Department of Research, Learning and Development. And when it comes to the National Newsroom Contest, the activities directly under this department. So this year we are running under a theme, Young Journalists as Defenders of Information, Integrity and Democracy. And indeed, we are going to see fire in this space because we have what you can call a students' media market day, where young talents are going to exhibit what they are capable of doing in line with media, but also to show what they have been studying in the media schools. So over 10 universities across Uganda are here at the MCI Media Hub. And on top of that, we have universities that are coming from Fort Portal, Mbale, and other upcountry areas. So having talked about the Media Market Day, we are going to have the radio contest happen concurrently with the TV contest. We have judges of the radio contest in one space, and we have judges of the TV contest in the other space. Everything happening at the same time. And I think the interesting part of this is that we are going to have a seamless kind of stream where a viewer out there is able to watch whatever is happening in the different spaces. And I think you'll have a long day, the two of you, to have a clear, to paint a clear picture for the viewer that will be watching today. So more than 10 universities, one space, 2 contests at the same time happening today. Imagine what will be in this space.
Well, that is interesting. I do not know what led us to having the the competitions on one day. However, we are in a space where Africa's future in journalism is going to commence. I just have one last question for you. Is there power in young journalists?
Oh, it's a good question. It's a well thought about question. From the community where I come from, we say emite mito jejigumiza echibira. The moment you fail to prepare the young generation, then you are preparing a failed generation in the future. The moment we fail to empower the young storytellers that we are to have in the future, we are failing to prepare for the future, and we are failing the future at the same time. So it is a 360 kind of move. If we don't prepare the young journalists, because this is now it will be the foundation of the media, and the content that we shall be consuming will be produced by the people that we shall have failed to prepare. So indeed, there is a great contribution for the young journalists in the future of journalism and media, and indeed the industry will rely, and it still relies on the young generation. So preparing them in advance is very key, and preparing them for responsible journalism is at a front line for Media Challenge Initiative. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kakembo. That leaves us with a question of which you will give us your thoughts in the comment section. What would we do without platform? such as this? It could be journalism, it could be whatever field, but what would we do without journalism? I want to take us to the main space. I don't know if El Shaddai can hear me from the other side. I don't know if you could give us a feel of what it looks like in the main auditorium, the various universities that have reported. Mr. Kakembo talked about over 15 universities that are showing up today. How many are here and how many are going to participate? Who is going to emerge as a winner? Yes, I've just been told this is KIU. KIU has just come in. I'm also told various universities like Victoria is in the building. Uganda Christian University is also in the building. And they are just getting ready to present themselves. And we're having El Shaddai, I think, give us what is actually happening in the main space. Yes. Jeremiah.
Got all my people in red clothes. Down on my metaphors when I formulate my flows. If you don't know, you're messing with lyrical player pros. Like that. Wanna party with me? Let me see just what you got for me. Put all your hands with my eyes to see. Stay buck rockin' in the place to be. If you really wanna party with me, let me see just what you got for me. Put all your hands with my eyes to see. Stay buck rockin' in the place to be. If you really wanna party with me, ain't gonna be trust. Yo, it's a month that you heard of us, that we murder us. A lot of people is wondering and they're curious. Thinking my unit deal with this so mysterious. Furious, all of my people is serious. Just others are walking around fearing us.
St. Paul's University, we are taking this home tonight. People are so hopeful. You can definitely tell from the comment section here. And also drop something in there so that we feedback. This one, East Africa Pentecostal University. I think that's what they tried to mean. Nathan says Victoria University on it. Afandi Joe, Mr. Ugly, YMCA Jew. Thank you so much. You can put in any comment, any reaction as you wish. It's going to definitely be. Mr. Producer, you could definitely maybe help me with a microphone. I need to find out from this audience here, and of course check their temperatures. Are they already mounting? Is the pressure increasing or decreasing? We need to find out so that we know what kind of people we are dealing with. As the microphone is coming through, of course, the official hashtag is going to be the NCC, that is the National Newsroom Contest 2025. And of course, you can tag the Media Challenge Initiative. You can tag, the Single Family Foundation. You can tag all media houses. They will be able to understand. Of course, by show of hands, maybe you will help me, Brazil, move around, find a few reactions from the students in the audience here. So that I know. Maybe let's find out from which team is this year? Victoria University. Let's start from Victoria University here. You tell us your name and what do you expect today? Can I have this mic on, please? As it's getting sorted, we are so much privileged to have each and every single person here. Amidst us, we have media house practitioners, we have media house organizers, managers, newsroom editors, quite a number of people that are here to spot talent. They are here to actually look at the next generation of journalists because the future unfolds from right here. Quite a number of people that have walked this path with us ever since the Media Challenge Initiative began, most especially this competition in 2012. Of course, admission limited to people like Paul Kayonga, who was once in this particular competition members like Walter Mwesige, who was once here as well, the likes of Myra at Galaxy FM right here as well. Talk about Dan Ayebale from Next Media right here, Edgar Matthew Kalhanga. Talk about Ronette Atwine, Tracy Kansime, and quite a number of others that I will be, of course, spotlighting on later on as the day goes by. But that is just by the way. The real action is about to begin in a few minutes. Just like I said, Victoria University should be getting ready. YMCA should be getting ready. Uganda Matters University and St. Lawrence University, that is in the TV category for the Uganda News Bulletin. Anytime from now, we shall be unfolding this, and on the other side of the radio category, we shall be having Uganda Christian University taking it on, Kampala International University, talk about Victoria University, and Uganda Pentecostal University in that order. Let's get the reaction from the audience. Your name and what you expect that is going to happen today.
This contest has been going through so many transitions. It started from us having to participate to the point where we had to go to competitions. MCI used to have these different schools in those days. Sure. The media plan, how we had questions, the way it was prepared. About the nerves.
Very interesting. Now, you've actually reminded me of when NNC came to my university. I remember I was in my final year, and I actually promised myself that, you know what, I haven't participated in this, but from this side, let me just give it a shot. Let me try. Is it AKA 47, AKA what? I think I was in my final year. It was the very first time I participated. I was in my first year. Good feedback, but I wasn't given the room to proceed.
Let's see how this is going to unfold.
But
let's left a mark close to the back. Yes, let's see how some hands there.
That last session, Mr. Kakembo, who was just previously here, made me sing a song. Because, he asked me to actually sing because I think he wanted to see how far I could project my voice. And just those few days of moving around.
Let the message win. Thank you so much. Any other reactions before we leave this site? We have a gentleman right behind you.
From space, make it to the fellowship.
Because it is a continuous cycle that doesn't end here.
So now, I'm just, for the person who's watching us out there, I just want to encourage you. If you're young and you're participating, don't take this for granted.
I'm a student of Kampala International University.
Are you a scientist? No.
That have come out of the NNC on big platforms like CNN, like the BBC, like NBS.
Okay, let's leave
you feel treated. The
Now
I'm curious, what would you tell your younger self right now if you were participating in this competition?
And probably, let's start from this amazing lady right here.
I should talk to the Divine of 2022. That was the first time I stepped foot in this building, in the Media Hub. What I would tell her is that it gets better.
You've walked a long way to this place. I'm glad you made it on time. Even more than, better than something.
Now, I'm imagining where you are right now. I don't know if you have a moment. Could you just briefly talk about Switch?
Oh my
goodness. Any reactions?
Now, if I'm to talk about Switch, I can talk about it referring to what I talked about.
That's Livingstone International University.
This is a continuous cycle. It doesn't end here. We talked about the auditions, but after the auditions, there are contests. after the contests, you win the awards night. You know, we walked away with awards, and after the awards, we joined the fellowship because we had to apply.
Yeah.
It was intense. It was very tight. But then after getting into the fellowship, it's another different set of skills that you're building. You're connecting with people, you're networking, you're becoming a better person and a better journalist, to be specific. So after the fellowship, then we came to Switch. By the way, Switch started in this month.
Actually, to make it a point, I think Switch is making 1 year.
Yeah, Switch is making 1 year. It was around this time last year when we started this.
True.
All right, I heard the word journalist. The rest I didn't understand, but I wish we start well.
It speaks to capacity building. It speaks to, you know, becoming more confident and confident with
You also speak in French?
understanding the
No
people you
way,
work
we can't.
with. I believe for all of us, the switchers in this bunch, it is our first experience with real work. Because we moved straight from university and then we came to the fellowship and here we are in Switch Africa.
Interesting.
But it's so amazing how you build an organization, different departments, newsrooms, and so much creativity going on.
Yeah. Now, I just want to, for you who has just joined us right now, this is the National Newsroom Contest 2025. It is not like any other. This time round, it is very different. Away from the old mechanism, or should I call it the millennial type of way, or this is, I don't know if this is a new Gen Z kind of thing. But yeah, but we have the radio contest going on, and we have the national news, that is the new TV contest going on at the same time, but in the same space. Now, if your university is participating, leave a like, leave a comment, leave a shout out. We want to also recognize our partners, that is Now, I do not know if we have access to radio, but I would love to know what is going on in the radio side, what is the energy in the room. We're still gearing up, we're still trying to piece things together to see that that we attain ground. By the time this day starts, trust me, we will be in high expectations. Now, Divine, I want to talk about something that has just crossed my mind. Where do you think Gen Zs are going in journalism?
Gen Zs, where are Gen Zs going in journalism? So we cannot talk about the future without looking at the past. Looking at how media has been transitioning, coming from print, radio, then we went to TV. We have electronic media, like a lot is happening. I feel like the Gen Zs are people who have grown up with the internet. They have devices, they have gadgets, all these they can put to use and come up with different stories. So this generation has skill and
zeal.
Yes, you know, they're so used to the equipment that they have that they can operate it very easily. I feel like they have a lot of power, and that power lies in these gadgets and social media. Because, you know, media is transitioning, and I feel like in the near future, it could get to social media. Because we are seeing so many citizen journalists putting things out there, you know, trying to put the stories out there. But then we need to see the journalists who have studied these things, like their profession with it. They know exactly what they're doing. We would like to see them taking over social media. They should be the credible sources of information for anyone out there who is trying to know what is going on.
Amazing, amazing. Now, we are going to cross over to the main space to see what is actually happening. I do not know whether El Shaddai can hear us or
it's also one of his objectives today. Please make sure you mix. Yeah?
Okay, we are going to cross over to the main space to see what is actually happening, to get the feel of the room and see whether people are ready and in high expectations to start the day.
Good morning. Okay. Well done. Thank you so much. Juma Kalim Hajat, we wish you all the best. I think we have definitely exhausted some of the reactions in there.
So ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that some of the feedback that is still coming on from our YouTube link, of course, Winnie Milembe says, Livingstone International University, YMCA, MCI ain't ready for what's about to unfold. People are throwing in threats here. I'm Leonard Satya. Thanks MCI and Single Family Foundation. We really appreciate. Above all, we are winning. Queen Birunji, KIUJU, of course, Musotambale says here following. This is, I think, they are watching live from Mbale. Livingstone International University, thank you so much. Joash Mugwele, Livingstone TV, live in the room and expecting a debut win for Livingstone in all categories. Egodo says, tell the IU guys that we are with them. IU guys, you have some fans right here. They are following and they have so much hope in you. I hope you do not disappoint them. The winners of the day shall be filtered from small concepts that majority haven't. There's a lot of English here from Katunji Ronald. Teddy Tejo says, I couldn't wait to watch this. Wululu. Jawash says, Livingstone International University at heart. Livingstone International University. You definitely must have mobilized quite a number of online viewers here. Thank you so much and job well done. Team YMCA, we are low-key tonight, but the world should watch the space. Makerere Institute for Social Development here. May the best team win. Then tell Victoria University that we are taking it home. This is Kemirembe Fiona. And then Josephat says, KIU represented, we are winning. Quite a number of feedback that is coming through. And of course, may you keep sharing that YouTube link to each and every single person so that we are able to garner some online traffic. And of course, the hashtag to be used on X is, it is National Newsroom Contest 2025. This competition, just like I mentioned earlier on, started in the year 2012 with quite a number of universities participating, and of course it has grown over time, and quite a number of universities have been joining this competition from 4 competitions to now 13 universities that are participating across the entire country. Of course, the competition goes as far as the newsroom is concerned, producing a live news bulletin that is categorized of quite a number of newsworthy elements, speak about, news bites, talk about the anchors themselves, talk about broadcast, and quite a number of others. This year, the gist is changing a little bit because initially we used to have the radio contest happen on a different day with the newsroom contest. But this time around, it is all combined. We want to know and see how that feels and how it can be executed. So we are definitely going to be having a radio studio this side that will enable us have the radio contest go on at the same time as well. So I expect a lot of action to actually happen as we see each and every single thing coming to play in this particular space. Ladies and gentlemen, our contest is definitely going to be starting off in just a few minutes from now. And without wasting a lot of time, I just want us to put together our hands and welcome our amazing judges, because we cannot begin this competition without a panel of judges that is going to oversee all the action. These are experienced human beings that have definitely walked the journey of the fourth estate to make sure that we definitely get what we are supposed to get. And for the TV category, that is the Uganda category that we are talking about. Allow me introduce this amazing lady. She brings nearly 30 years of experience in public and public media, and now serves as the senior news editor at Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, that is UBC. Her expertise spans editing, long-form script writing, video editing, story pitching, and mentoring junior journalists. Since 2006, she has planned daily news activities, edited reports, scripts to mention but a few. She highlights advanced training in digital security for journalists, and also her career reflects extensive media leadership a steadfast commitment to journalistic integrity and focus on community development and social justice. Of course, I'm talking about Nalogo Rose Bukira. Let's clap for her as she makes her way to the seat. Let's keep clapping for Nalogo. She's one of those judges that started with the Media Challenge Initiative in the year 2012, and we are glad to have her back as one of the judges this year 2025. You are most welcome, Nalogo Rose Bukira, and you are definitely appreciated for the good endeavors that you, of course, install in journalists. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, this particular person is a distinguished news anchor, renowned for his unwavering commitment to delivering accurate and insightful information to his audience on the waves of 88.8 CBS FM. With an extensive background in broadcast journalism, he has cemented himself as a trusted voice in the media landscape here in Uganda. And of course, he brings a fresh perspective to television news as a news anchor at BBS at Telefina. His engaging presence creates a connection to viewers, establishing him as a favorite among audiences. His leadership extends beyond the studio, as he has served as the president of the Uganda Adventist Journalists Association, further showcasing his dedication to the field of journalism. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Joshua Musasizi Nsubuga. A very huge round of applause for Joshua Musasizi Nsubuga, all the way from CBS FM and BBS Telefina. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. He also comes back, I don't know if it's the second or third time, but we were with him last year as well. Thank you so much for coming through. Lastly but not least, ladies and gentlemen, she is a journalist currently working with NTV under the National Media Group as a news reporter, anchor for NTV Akawungezi Bulletin. She has worked there for close to 5 years. Before joining NTV, she worked with UBC and Star TV in the same capacity. She also read news on Magic 100 FM. Her career began with UBC Radio as a reporter. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Sandra Nachiwala. You're most welcome. A very big hand of applause for Sandra Nachiwala once again until she makes her way to her seat. Thank you so much for coming and honoring our invitation all the way from National Media Group, ladies and gentlemen. She also returns, I don't know how many times, but she is here with us this year as well. You're most welcome, our judges, and of course the audience is ready to hear from you. The audience is also anticipating quite a number of things. They've had a couple of reactions concerning how this is going to be handled. And amongst the questions that have been raised the most is the question of transparency and fairness. So, before we actually get into the gist of the matter, I want to hear from our judges. First with Judge Joshua, to let us know about how this is going to be executed, and probably maybe giving us an insight in what we expect from the students this year round.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Esebo.
Ekituleese wano kuyiga. Ate mu mawulire tetukoma kuyiga, buli lunaku tuyiga. N'abagaluddemu emyaka egisukka mu 50 batalina kye bayiga. Tuzze wano kugabana magezi ku bye tulabyeko, ate nammwe tulabe kye bwe mutuuse bwe tuyinza okuyambaganira ekisaawe ky'amawulire kyongere okukula mu Uganda ne mu nsanyuse nnyo okubeera nammwe olwaleero.
All right, let's clap for Judge Joshua Musasizi. Those are his opening remarks. And we also want to hear from Judge Sandra. Please, a word before we actually start off, probably what you expect to see from these firing participants today.
Good morning, everyone.
bayigamu buli omu ayiga ku munne okuyiga tekukoma naye kyensuubira nti mukoze bulungi era mweteeseteese bulungi ne woba okoze ensobi toggwaamu maanyi olugendo lw'okuyiga lutandika butandisi naffe tukyayiga so beera n'okukkiriza beera n'essuubi nti kyonna ky'okoze okoze n'omutima gwo gwonna neesunza okubalabako nga mutulaga kyemuyize nze Sandra Nakiwala.
All right, thank you so much Judge Sandra Nakiwala, webale nnyo webalire ddala essaawa ya lulimi Luganda muzikirize nange njogere ku lulimi Oluganda lutegeera bulungi nnyo akatuwulire okuva Judge Rose Bukirwa biki bye tusuubira mu bayizi olunaku olwaleero yennyabo.
Good morning my people. Are you well? Okay, thank you for being around. Thank you for choosing journalism. Tusanyuse nti tukomyewo abamu mwaliko wano abamu mutandika butandisi naye ebintu bino si byakufa na kuwona. There is tomorrow. So don't panic. Kyekyo kakinjaga kubanga bw'opanikinga n'akatono kobadde olina kabula. So we shall be fair. We don't discuss as we are awarding marks buli omu akola kikye. So temututya tuli bantu nga mmwe naffe eyo gye twava olunaku kalutandike mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala.
Kale bajaji baffe tubakubireko mu ngalo bannange. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, nga bwe twabagambye nti the radio category nayo egenda mu maaso side eri era nga bajaji baffe aba radio nabo batuuse dda mu studios. Just allow me introduce them as well. They are in the radio studio, so they will be waving to us so that we know who are that side. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular lady is an award-winning Uganda media personality, radio host, and of course, she definitely endows the creative space and of course celebrated for her vibrant energy, authenticity, and passion for impact. She is a presenter on KFM, where her engaging voice and relatable charm captivates the listeners, and the host of the Sweet Treats on NTV Uganda. Beyond media and food, she is passionate about advocacy for social justice and equality, using her platforms to amplify voices, promote positive change, and inspire young people to lead with purpose. Through her digital brand, as she continues to emerge creativity, advocacy, and storytelling, championing Ugandan talent and empowering her audience to live authentically and fearlessly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Judge Faiza Fabs, all the way from KFM in the radio studio, and she will be taking on lead that side. But also, we have an amazing lady, a Ugandan media personality, radio presenter from Sanyu FM to RX Radio. That's Judge Faiza over there. And of course, she's a YouTuber, MC and moderator, a producer and content creator. She definitely shares quite a number of them, an advocate for rights of women and children. She is a goodwill ambassador with Uganda Red Cross Society and ambassador for the Internet Watch Foundation, fighting against child sexual abuse online. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Judge Crystal Newman over that side. Thank you so much, Judge Crystal. They already look amazing from those amazing seats. And the gentleman you see right there is a passionate audio producer with extensive experience in creating innovative concepts. He also leads production teams at Rika Brand House and currently head of NRG Radio, regional lead producer in charge of imaging and programming. Timothy is known for his rapid concept development and hands-on approach towards fostering an environment of innovation. He has previously worked at Open Gate FM in Mbale. He has also been at Kingdom FM and Galaxy FM in Kampala. He's dedicated to staying up to date on industry trends and technologies to enhance production quality over that side. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Judge Timothy Jumba that we are talking about. Over that side, I also have an amazing host, Rina Zandela. She will be giving us what is happening that side later on as we try to transition from what's happening here to what's happening over that side. There is the command center that is being hosted by Divine Mercy and Joshua Mwesigwa, that side as well. So it's going to be a mix of quite a number of things. So expect a lot of things to happen at the same time. Are we ready to begin off? Are we ready to begin off? That energy is a little bit low. Are we ready to begin off? Are we ready, backbenchers? Are we ready? Perfectly. So before we begin off, I am not in the right position to start this off. Allow me invite the CEO of the Media Challenge Initiative, Mr. Basim Pindi, to actually throw in his words, and then later on he will be able to flag us off, and the action will be starting off in a bit. Good morning.
Blessings to all of you. We want to thank the universities that continue to trust us for the last almost 12 years of the Inter-University Media Challenge, and now becoming the National Newsroom Challenge. Please clap for our universities. I want to thank the judges because this is a mentorship program. So the judges are very critical, not only to give us feedback, but to share with us experiences that you are hefty of experience, really. Many years you've been working and you decide to come and spend this whole day with us. So thank you so much. The judges who are here in the main room, but also in the in radio now. We are play the. So if you see and feel that, especially people who are on the stream, if you feel and we are losing sound, please bear with us, be patient with us. Before the close of the day, I think the team would have figured out how to get everything, be on top of the game. Why are we here? Which is the most important thing. Every year, since 2012, we've committed ourselves to building the next generation of journalists. That hasn't changed. It's in different themes. It's in ensuring that you as young journalists not only have an opportunity to come here and showcase your talent in this contest, but you have the opportunity to also come and interact with the other students. So I always say that you're not here anymore as a university. The pride is there, you're competing. But the real work is how you're going to network with other students, but also how you're going to receive the feedback. Now, feedback is key because some of the feedback is going to be critical for your next level. Not even some of it, but all of it, because at the end of the day, you come here, you showcase your talent, you receive feedback. The trajectory from here to how you go back to your university and put that feedback into action is what matters the most. So you've prepared, you'll hit the stage, showcase your talent. Once you receive the feedback, be as humble as possible, be as, like, open to that feedback. as you can, so that, and then even ask one of your colleagues to take down notes as you're receiving the feedback, because you'll be engrossed in receiving, someone can write down for you. So that when you go back to the institution, you're able to sit down and debrief. This is one thing that I would love you to do this year. Have someone who is taking notes. When you go back to the university, don't, of course, the winners and those, you know, you'll have moments of either celebration and, but the most important thing is to debrief and learn from the feedback you've received. After that, the next step is being able to put into practice that feedback. That's the most important thing you can do in this competition. And finally, I want to thank my team. If you see the team that runs this contest, especially this year, I want to invite Brenda and Ali. Brenda, if you're very close, please come. Brenda, please come. Please clap for Brenda. Brenda here and Ali have been at the forefront of convening this event this year. For Brenda. Yeah, it's been, you know, us in the background everywhere, but this year Brenda has amazing. Thank you so much. Please go back to your action. You will see a lot of other students, former students, who have been with you that are now here in either participating, like the host of the day, El Shaddai, all superstar now, you know, like you can't even recognize that, you know, he was part of this challenge at a certain point in time, but he's been here and he should be able to also share his story as well. Then I want to thank our partners who really without them this work becomes super complicated. So DW Academy, I see Pauline here, at the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Sigo Family Foundation, and each and every partner that has been part of this journey ever since we started. And with those few remarks, please allow me to officially welcome you here at the MCI Media Hub. Enjoy. Each and every time a team is on stage, clap for them. I always say that, and I repeat it because I know what it takes for a young person to come and stand here and face all of you and present. Clap for them not because they are, you know, your tight competition, but rather because your support for that young person will make them much better, right? If there's any feedback you can give them after, please do. Whether they are on your side or not, doesn't matter. The space is for growth. That's all I'm asking, and have fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abasi, for those amazing, opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start off our competition and hope the first universities are ready. That will be Victoria.
The biggest newsroom contest in Africa. Now, as the CEO has just talked about some of the people who have been through this program, the people who have gone from the first stage to the final stage and are now in the media industry on different TV stations, different radio stations. Some of them have even gone ahead to be in international media houses. With me in studio, with us in studio today, we have the privilege to host one of these people. The person who has also gone through this program. He has been at the beginning of it from the auditions. This person was able to win an award on the awards night. He also managed to get out of this space and take his work outside, beyond MCI. Welcome, Patrick Sentongo.
Thank you so much, my sister Divine and my brother, for hosting me. I'm really glad to be here. It's always a good feeling being right here at the MCI. I usually tell my friends MCI is home.
Yeah. Yes, indeed MCI is home. Now, Patrick, I understand that you are one of the people who have been able to go through this program, right from the auditions to the contest, got an award, and after the award, you were able to spread your wings and fly from the training that you got from the fellowship. I mean, it was a really amazing program. So I would like to know, and to any viewer out there, especially the ones who are live streaming right now, how has your time in MCI contributed to the journalist you are right now?
Oh, well, that's a roller coaster, pretty roller coaster. My journey with MCI, I will say currently is about, this relationship has been around eight years. I'm one of the few people that were privileged to have known about MCI even before I started, participating in its, projects. So fast forward, I got to know about MCI 2 years before I joined journalism school. I was privileged that I joined media quite early in my high school. So for the past 2016 and 2017, the Media Challenge Awards, back in time, they used to happen at the Kampala Arena. So I went and attended, and I loved the entire concept. I felt like I needed to
host a radio program on Salt FM from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and also at the gang.
So when I joined journalism school after my high school in 2018 is when I first interacted with MCI, the National Newsroom Contest, but then also the visits on ground at school. So 2018, in my first year, they came to my school and they did everything like most of the people go through that entire process. So at the time, I was so much in entertainment and lifestyle because growing up, that was the thing I wanted to do in media. So when they came, automatically I took part in, the 1 minute of fame, which was more of an entertainment thing. And I also spread my wings and did something to do with writing, as my other colleagues did news writing, reporting, everything formal. I chose to do the 1 minute of fame, and I also did writing. So I was blessed that I won an award at the time. I was one of the people that represented my school, and things, went on well for me. However, along the way, during my journalism school and starting to do a few things with the Media Challenge, I realized that I wanted to rebrand myself. And for me, this is where I credit the MCI most. That back in the day, as I did entertainment, I was known as MC Pato. I was so much into lifestyle. I was so much into entertainment. The time I did television at Urban TV, I used to do a youth show, a teens show. I used to do a lot of tours in high school and communities. So I was so much into entertainment. And when I came into MCI, what MCI gave me was a deeper helicopter view of what journalism is. I started to appreciate other elements of journalism. I started appreciating things like fact-checking, things like beat reporting. I realized that I can report around education, around health, around very many other things. So that versatility is where my credit goes most, because it is with MCI that I managed to rebrand myself to become the journalist I am today. With the Daily Monitor, yes, I still do entertainment, arts and culture reporting as my major area of reporting, but I've done a few stories outside that bit as well. I've actually done 2 lead stories, cover stories, and both of them have been around health. I am one of the people that highlighted the, drug element in the communities, the opioid usage. Opioids are pain relief drugs. That I did 2 stories, one that was, reporting about, its effect and its outbreak in the society, it becoming a main deal, and another was about the doctors that were actually using it and how it was affecting them, because, doctors are well known to be the ones to be giving us the drugs, but it became a problem when they were the ones abusing this drug. These were lead stories, and so it is MCI that gave me that versatility that you can do your entertainment, you can do your health, but along the way also for me to know that I have to specialize, that this is my bit and I have to do much around this kind of reporting. So for me with MCI, that's been much around the career growth and what I was impacted into, but above all also I managed to apply and join the media fellowship program. That was in 2021, midway. It was during COVID, and I learned a lot. Now it is the fellowship that actually impacted the other aspects like production, script writing, and all these other aspects of journalism. The fellowship also brought close people that were already big names in the media industry, one-on-one, a chance that I believe people who are just in journalism school never get. There is usually a big gap, distance and a disconnect between the people that are making it. It was the fellowship that brought people like Solomon Selawanja close to us, Carol Beyanga, Herbert Benonoluka, who was my mentor at the time. So that gap was bridged by MCI, in that by the time I crossed to now join the Monitor as a writer, these were people I could get directly on phone. Carol Beyanga became my mentor in the newsroom,
it's going to be a
these are
big
people I had met
speedy,
because Media
but
Challenge
just tighten your
space.
seatbelts. Let's give it up for Victoria University.
Community. To them, some of the people I call my friends, people I met here at the MCI, in the fellowship, all in the alumni community. You talked of Dana Yebale before we came on air. These are people who became friends, and they are also big names in the industry. Now they are working with big brands. Sulaiman Sebugwa was my person in, in the fellowship and back in school. Roneta Twine, all these are people that I got to know and associated and worked with because of MCI. So the space has also birthed some good, really pretty good friendships. Yeah, that's all I could really say.
The thing about the fellowship training program is that it gives you a 360 view of everything. And when you get this 360 view, you don't just get the view, you also get the skills. By the time you get out of the fellowship, you can write, you can anchor, you can present on radio. Like everything that is thrown to you, you are ready. By the time you get out, actually we have a saying, every time they ask us, for everyone that has been through the fellowship, when they ask you, are you ready? You just say,
to the National Newsroom Contest.
Actually, on ground during the fellowship program, they used to tell us that we are training a one-man army journalist, like one man, one army. You can do it all. If you have that camera, you can go to field, you can file a story, you can come back, edit, you can voice, you can do it all. That is what the fellowship actually gives. Yeah.
So looking at the fellowship, I would like to take you back to this contest specifically. This contest is such a nice platform. It is a platform that builds young journalists into the journalists that we see on the screens. We have people like Peace Diane. She has been into this fellowship. She has been in the contest, but she's out there right now. So looking at such platforms, how do you think they contribute to the journalists that we have out there? Like, what would we be if we didn't have these fellowships?
All right, for me, I think the platform, first of all, what the platform really does is offering a platform and bridging that gap I talked about. Most of the young people in schools, when you join journalism school, you don't know, you're so green about everything. There is a disconnect between the Canary Mugume you watch on NBS and yourself, and you keep wondering, will I one time be the Canary I watch on TV? Will I be probably the Patrick I see with a byline in the Monitor? That disconnect, platforms like the National Newsroom Contest, bridges that, because even just coming to the MCI Media Hub, this space, anytime, any day you come here, you'll at least find someone who is mainstream, who is practicing, a big name. So that close association speaks something to your head as a young journalist. It speaks, things are possible. The moment you get to speak to these people, the more you realize you can be like them. And better off even when you get to the fellowship or when you come to contests like these, and the people that are judging, they are big names. I see now Longo Rose Bukirwa, a very big name at UBC, even in the media industry. She's trained and overseen very many reporters. We have the Walter Mwesjes, we have Faiza from the entertainment side. All these people, the moment you're on that stage at the National Newsroom Contest, and they are the people judging you, MCI has helped you already bridge that space, because, you're breathing the same air like them, and it's a lot of possibilities just in one space. So for me, I believe the platform, now like the National Newsroom Contest or the fellowship, they help bridge that gap between you, an aspiring young journalist, and where you want to be, because the moment you start breathing the same air with these people, you get to discuss with them, you get their phone numbers. It's one thing that keeps leading to another, because you learn from the best. You get to tackle and understand and share networks and, deals and projects with them. So why not? Everything is possible just with that aspect of a platform. Yeah.
We have a Tari Center right over there.
My pleasure.
Information coming in says that judges have already taken their seats, and the different teams have also taken their seats to show what they have. So let's get to the radio studio to see what the situation in there is, how are the students contesting, and what is really going on.
In Kampala, you must get fly. Good vibes only. This is the Morning Aura.
The vibe that fuels your day. Only on 101.0 Aura FM.
I don't know. Okay, ale. I know go there for my God, they have some final say. When it's time to handle.
Oh.
All right, Mixie, that's right. We have such a great show planned for you guys. I'm excited. It's a Friday. You guys should be excited because, you know, like we always say, fuel your day. But before we get into that, Mixie, have you noticed how I came in here shivering?
You're dripping. If the only they could see
I
you
was
dripping
shivering, Mixie, but it's not because I'm nervous, by the way. I was shivering because it rained on me.
How?
I came on a judge. Rained on me. I came here cold. It's funny, but next week, recently you got a new car, so you come in your new car, you're warm, but you come late.
Well, it's a valid reason, and everybody in office.
Mixes.
should
Since
get
we're
that.
still on that topic, actually, let's get to the traffic and weather updates.
All right, for the traffic this morning, everybody trying to get into the city from the eastern side, that's areas of Mukono, Seta, and Namave and surrounding areas, you'd opt to use the bypass and enter the city through Bwaise. And everybody trying to enter the city from the western side, that's Kajansi, Seguku, and surrounding areas, you'd opt to use the express highway, though you will have to pay a toll fee of 5,000 Ugandan shillings.
And for the weather, there are clear skies this morning in areas of Busega, Chengera, and Nansana, but people should expect some light rains later in the evening. While in Chisasi, Chira, and Mukono, the weather is currently cold and damp, but the sun should come out later on. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break, and we'll be back with a press review.
Craving something crunchy, tasty, and full of fun? Grab a pack of some snacks, the perfect bite for any moment. Whether you're chilling with friends, catching a movie, or just need a quick munch, Sam's has got you covered. Snacks are my go-to snack. I literally can't get enough. Yum! From potato crisps to coated peanuts, trust some snacks and taste the fun. Available at shops and supermarkets near you.
We make money. You are listening to 101.0. Stories making noise. This is Headlines 101.
For the stories making noise this morning, coming in from the Standard, Uganda Christian University's leading paper says Uganda Christian University certifies 1,524 graduates. As Uganda Christian University holds the first part of the 26th graduation, we look at the number of males and females graduating, the best performing students, and some of the experienced graduates.
In other news, Uganda Christian University has increased Hall of Residence fees. While some students understand the rise in fees, other economics read more, just grab yourself a copy of the stand. You know, 550. What do you think they're going to use the money for?
They're going to add for them SCs,
Wi-Fi inside. Vending machine event.
We interrupt this program with the breaking news on 101.0 Aura.
Thank you. In Mokono, where hundreds of supporters of Uganda Museveni rally, one of the ruling NRM ahead 2026. Nakasolo and Bruce Nankabirwa as residents loyal to the NRM, promising new development, improved infrastructure in the district that we are yet to see. Reporting for Aura FM, I'm Kim Chero, back in this area.
Thank you for updates on all.
Thank you so much.
We urge you to seek information directly with our candidates to understand the policies.
You are just tuning in. We are your hosts, Mixie. Political, electoral process and period right now in Kampala. What's your take on it?
Well, all I know is I'm waiting for voting day. I line up, wake up in the morning, line up, and go and vote.
Where are you voting for?
That's Gurukwa.
Can I come with you?
Do you know what Charles Gurukwa is?
I don't know. We're not the only ones with opinions, and we managed to send one of our very own reporters, Gadi, to the streets to tell us what the people's opinions are on that. Because after that, we still have a guest in the studio, but here to look inside, so stay tuned.
Voice, Aura. We might have the moment.
Bochabayagala kimu afa kimu kyo abantu bamuwagidde weewa twandibadde nga tusuubira nti essaawa eno etuuse abantu abanabyo byafuzi balabe nti ensonga y'obutonde bagisoosowaze kikuyamba ki okulaba nti Yesu ofuna obuwagizi kyokka nga ate obutonde bunaona obwononyi bulomwonaona.
Ebipande n'ebidongo tebiri mu kikubo wokka, birina emulago ku ddwaliro nawo nga wajjudde ebipande. Ebyeno biri wakati nguudo ku miti gy'amasannyalaze ne mu bimuli by'oku nguudo. Ebipande bino ebinene bwaguuga bireeseewo omugotteko ku nguudo za Kampala, akalipo k'ebidduka ekireeseewo akavuyo. Omwogezi wa KCCA Daniel Nuwabine naye agamba nti bagezezzaako okwogera n'abeesimbyewo okukoma okukuba emisumaali mu miti n'obutajjaawo kasasiro wa bipande nga buteerere. Ono agambye nti kati batunuulidde kwekubira nduulu mu bannamateeka babayambeko ku nsonga eno.
Tulina amateeka ag'enjawulo agatukkiriza okulungamya awamu n'okuteeka mu mbuga z'amateeka oyo yenna abasobezza okukola ekintu ekirambulukufu oba ekiri mu mateeka.
Engeri gy'ebbeeyi yange ey'okuyimba obuyimbi kaluubirizibwa okuba nga kasoma alina kusembera kumpi nnyo okuwulira kyentunda okusinga nga tebiriiko.
Nga Uganda yeetegekera okulonda kwa Bonooka 2026 nga kuno okulonda we kujjidde waliwo enkyukakyuka y'obudde esazeeko ensi yonna ng'esibuka ku kwonoona obutonde bw'ensi mu lufuutifuuti climate change. Wabula mu kalulu kano abeesimbyewo ensonga y'okukuma obutonde bw'ensi bagisudde mu gguluka tebajoogerako so nga ate n'ebipande byabwe emisumaali bakuba wakati mu miti abakugu kye bagamba nti kya ttabbu ddala. Harriet Roda Namusisi yakusakidde eggulire lino ku lwa VUTV wano mu Kampala. Ate mu kweyongerayo n'amalala ge tulina si buli kyolaba ku mutimbagano nti kiba kituufu. Ennaku zino waliwo ebyobulimba bingi nnyo naddala mu kaseera kano ak'ebyokulonda. Eyo y'ensonga lwaki ffe wano ku Masunsule twasazeewo okukuleetera akanyomero akapyatuku ke twayise mazima ddala mwe tunoonyereza n'okukakasa oba by'owulira ku mutimbagano bya butuufu oba bya bulimba. Olwaleero omusasi waffe Fiona Kemirembe anoonyereza ku kifaananyi ekyasaasaanye nga kiraga omukulembeze ow'ekibiina kya NUP Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert abangi gwe bamanyi nga Bobi Wine ng'anywegera omukazi ku kitebe kya NUP wali mu Kampala. Katulabe ebikira ku ebyo.
Mwebale nnyo abatulaba. Ekifaananyi kino twasoose kukiraba ku mutimbagano gwa X oba guyite Twitter nga kiraga pulezidenti w'ekibiina ki National Unity Platform NUP era nga yakwatidde n'ebendera mu kalulu k'obwa pulezidenti Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Robert ng'anywegera omukyalo omu. Kyagulanyi kimanyikiddwa nti musajja mufumbo era nga mukyala we ye Babi Kyagulanyi. So nga omukyalo ono eyalabikidde mu kifaananyi kino si ye Babi. Nga bwe tukimanyi nti tekinologiya ajingirira ebifaananyi bingi ennaku zino, naffe twasitukiddemu ne tunoonyereza ku kifaananyi kino okuzuula oba kituufu. Twasoose kukebera bikikwatako nga tukozesa metadata2go.com. Ebifaananyi ebya ddala kabibe bya simu oba bya kamera bibaako ebiwandiiko ebibikwatako nga eyakuba ekifaananyi, ekifo we baakikubira, obudde n'olunaku lwe baakikubiramu n'ebirala. Kino ekifaananyi kyo tekyabaddeko bikyogerako, ekyatulaze nti kiyinza okuba ekimu ku ebyo ebijingirire oba biyite ebya AI. Tetwakomye okwo ne tukiyisa ne mu Google nga tunoonya oba waliwo ekifaananyi ekirala ekikyefaananyirizaako. Wano we twagwiridde ku kifaananyi ekituufu nga kiraga Kyagulanyi n'omukyalo ono gwe twakizudde nti ye Namazi Olive. Ekifaananyi ekituufu kyabadde kyawukanira ddala ne kino ekyabadde ku mitimbagano. Eno ku Google twasanzeeyo n'akatambi k'omukolo gwe baaliko era nga twakizudde nti kaali kabaga akaniriza Olive mu kibiina kya NUP. Akatambi twakalabye konna okuva gye kaatandikira paka gye kaakoma nga naye tetulaba bano ababiri nga beenywegera. N'obujulizi buno tukakasa nti ekifaananyi kino kijingirire era si kituufu. Nze Fiona Kemirembe okuva mu ofiisi yaffe enoonyereza ku mawulire agataliiko mitwe na magulu ku mitimbagano. Bw'olaba amawulire bwe gati tuweereze obubaka ku Facebook yaffe VU News Hour. Tujja kunoonyereza era tuzuule oba bituufu oba wolokoso. Katuddeyo ewa Roda Namusisi atongereyo n'amasunsule.
Webale nnyo Fiona Kemirembe nga tukyanoonyereza ensonga ya kalebule n'amawulire agamankwetu ku mitimbagano ku mikutu gye mugatta bantu. Omusasi waffe Andrew Smith ye olunaku lwonna abadde mu kibuga Kampala ng'abuuza bannakibuga ku ki kye balowooza ku muzigo gw'okusaasaanya amawulire agataliiko mutwe n'amagulu agasaasaanyizibwa ensangi zino naddala mu byobufuzi. Katulabe Andrew Smith byatujjiddeyo.
Tuli nakasero era nga tuzze kwebuuza ku bantu ku mawulire agasaasaanyizibwa ku mikutu gimugatta bantu agatali ga mazima kw'ossa TikTok, X emanyikiddwa nga Twitter n'ebirala. Amawulire amakyamu agasaasaanyizibwa ku mikutu gimutimbagano egy'enjawulo osobola otya okugisengejja n'omanya nti gano ge mazima oba buno bwe bufu?
Nze kyemmanyi n'ekyendaba ti oli waleeta amawulire aba asinziira ku abo ababiraba ku bwongo obwo n'ekyonaatwala. Kati deni gwe kyolabye kisinziira okituta otya lwa nsonga n'oli asobola okikola maybe nga yakozeseza app endala nga olaba AI.
Gavumenti ogisabye otya mu kuyamba mu kusunsula amawulire ne gatutuukako eno nga masunsula?
Nze kyembadde ngamba kuba kati ng'ezo app zajja kati kyembadde ngamba nti abantu ababiraba kigenda sinziira ku ndowooza zo maybe n'ekyoyagala lwa nsonga ezo app weeziri ate tezigenda kuvaawo. Kati
bw'obeera ku mutimbagano n'ofuna amawulire okakasibwa otya gwe nga gweyo gy'ogasasudde n'omanya nti no gano mawulire nsobola okugeesiga oba obutageesiga? Kansooke naawe.
Ati kati obuzibu buliwo oba ekyalina lisookeddeko ddala okunyumya aliwo ge weekwatirako nga gwe n'ogamba kangaweereza ekyali wange alabeko. Kati so yayinza okakasa nti kituufu banze ne mukakasa nti kituufu kuba talina bukakafu kuba teyabaddewo nakikiriza.
Osobola okubeera ng'oli ku TikTok ne babika omuyimbi nti yafudde ate nga teyafudde, n'ogendako ku Facebook n'osanga nga tebabitadde ate nga biri ku Facebook nga biri ku TikTok okka, n'ogenda ku YouTube nga tebiriiyo.
Gavumenti ogiwa bubaka ki obusobola okuleetawo obuyambi nti nno osobozebwa ofuna amawulire amatuufu n'otalimbibwalimbibwa?
Kati emikutu mingi gavumenti nayo yo nga yo yandibadde ejjawo egyo emitimbagano emingi nerekawo like kati kuba Facebook yadda ne gundi ne YouTube yadda gundi TikTok ezenga ndaba okiwulira nawe kennyini gwe nga gwe naawe ezenga olaba.
Kale tweyanziza awo weewaawo ogafunye eri abantu aba bulijjo. Beera nange ku VU TV, Andrew Smith, Kampala.
Webale kusigala nga weekumidde ku mawulire amasunsule wano ku VU TV. Nazino obulungi atera nava mu ddiiro. Omukama Katonda abankuumire, Ssaabasajja Kabaka wangaale, nze Harriet Roda Namusisi.
All right, let's clap for Victoria University one more time. Yeah, they deserve better, more than that. They have given us a very beautiful start off, isn't it? Please, let's give them another hand of applause. So at this point, I'm going to request the entire crew to come and join her, please, right here, so that we can be able to hear from the judges. And because of time, we'll take one comment from each judge. From one judge at a time, so that we know. This is the entire crew. Bold, very smart, And yeah, they should be happy for and proud for themselves, because yeah, that is this the only team? No producers? No extra persons? All right. Wow. Victoria University. Isn't it? Are you the defending champions? The defending champions, 2024. All right, they have given us a very wonderful start. Judge Joshua Musasizi Subuga, Sebotata, olulimi oluganda oluwulidde bulungi era nga tusaba abakulu bano obawe ekyokuddamu okuva gy'oli.
Ekimu ku bintu ebitutawaanya ku mawulire byebibaawo ng'amawulire gatandika. Ebyuma ne bimala byekyanga ng'ogenda okutandika amawulire. N'omala eddakiika nga 2 oba ne wabawo ekigwawo kyonna ng'otandika amawulire. Jjukira oba otandika oba n'omuliro ogulina ebbugu mu lirimba oli olina ky'oleeta. Kakati setaani n'alinnya mu byuma. Ekibeera awo kisobola okukwonoonera olunaku lwonna ne buletini yonna n'efa. Era obwedda niidiridde ndabe Namusisi agenda kutandika atya. Ebyuma nga byekyanze, ayimiridde mu maaso tewali kigenda mu maaso. Emirundi egisinga weebonoonera amawulire. Namusisi abadde composed bulungi. Era kino kakyogerera eddala nti we tulaga era gye mugenda ebyo tebijja kubulamu. Olulala ojja kwogenda ku mpewo omuzindaalo gufe. Oliba ogenda ku mpewo kamera egwe. Oliba ogenda ku mpewo wa make-up alwewo okutuuka okukolako. Kakati bw'ova ebweru ng'onyiize naffe abali abakulaba tuyinza okunyiigira kubanga oba munyiivu ng'otulaga ng'otuwa amawulire g'olwaleero. N'olwekyo kirungi nnyo okubeera compost eyibaddewo byonna n'obyerabira n'otuwa ekifaananyi ekituufu. Ensonga endala gye njagadde okuwabula ku mwannyinaze Namusisi, bwe twatandika amawulire emirundi egisinga ku mawulire bwe tutegeerera obudde. Kubanga tutegeera bulungi. Ku mawulire bwe tutegeerera obudde. Era bakadde baffe bwe bawuliranga amawulire ng'atuusa ng'abeera kumpi n'essaawa yalabuka ddala essaawa y'ekyabala mituufu. N'olwekyo oba otandika amawulire kirungi nnyo n'oyogera essaawa nti essaawa ziri bwe ziti, kuba bw'otozoogera tusobola okukyusaamuko ku buleti nebadde essaawa emuleta ku ssaawa 2 olw'ensonga eziteereeka. Kakati bw'otompa ssaawa nze nnyinza okusigala nga nnyinza okulowooza essaawa yange y'enfu naye ng'ate obuzibu bwafuddeko ange yerabedde okumbuulira essaawa. Sourcing ensanyusiza nnyo nti mukozesezza abantu abatuufu mukubye okunoonya abantu abatuufu okwogera ku stories ez'enjawulo. Weewaawo waliwo story ebadde ekwata ku butonde bw'ensi. Ensanyusizza nti bagiruka ebadde nange simanyi nti emisumaali gikose emiti ate emiti nga gyetubadde twetaaga mu kibuga. Naye yerabidde okugyayo akantu kamu nti bw'oleeta story ng'eyo ng'ekomerera bannabyabufuzi olw'okuttattana obutonde, weerabidde okutugiremu ku bannabyabufuzi bo boogera ki, emiti gye batuwamu misumaali bafaaki n'emiti gyaffe. Awo weerabidde okukateekawo naye ng'ebisigadde mukoze bulungi n'abaagaliza bwamusi.
Tweyanziza nnyo, tweyanzege Judge Joshua Nsubuga. Judge Sandra, mu ddakiika emu yokka bubaka ki bw'oyinza okuzza eri abakulu bano abatukoze obulungi? Tweyanziza nnyo. Judge Sandra, ladies and gentlemen, let's of course clap for them as they go back to take their seats. That is Victoria University for you. And coming up next, we are going to be having YMCA coming up next right after this. But before we actually begin, I just want to know what's happening in the radio studio. If Mr. Producer could splash for us so that we can be able to follow the action that is happening in the radio studio that side. Of course, I think by this time it is Uganda Christian University going on. So yeah, it is a lot of activities going on at the same time. I'm buying time for YMCA to get ready and also sort out a few things so that we know what could definitely come up. But just a simple announcement to each and every university producers, most especially the judges, need your scripts. Please go to Anzo right there. Please put up your hand. He's right there. Hand in your scripts. If you need them to be printed, he will also assist you so that the judges can get a copy of your scripts. The universities that have not done that, please respond accordingly so that we can have a smooth running of things in that particular case. The radio contest is still going on. The producer will actually feed us through later on. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for YMCA.
Essaawa ziweze 5 ez'enkya ya leero mawulire ga budde buno ku YTV ng'okugakusomera nze Esther Nabakooza. Bannamawulire naddala abato ensangi zino bettanidde nnyo okuuma demokrasiya. Nga bwe lwagalwa bajjajjaffe nti emiti emito gye gigumiza ekibira, naffe tuzze okutuusaako amawulire ameekenneenye. Nze Esther Nabakooza wamu ne munnange
Bannansi ba Kenya abajja okunoonyeza ku Kyagulanyi akalulu tebamanyiddwako mayitire. Poliisi yaganya okuwambibwa kwabwe. Ebyamawulire byakongerwamu amaanyi so nga n'ekitongole kya firimu kiraze ebizibu bye kisanga mu mulimo guno.
Ministry ya Teknologiya n'okuwabula kw'eggwanga eraze obunafu obubadde bulabikira mu mateeka amakadde mu kugoberera empeereza y'ebyamawulire mu Uganda. Dr. Chris Balyomusi akakasizza nti olukiiko luyisizza etteeka eppya lino okuyimusa omutindo gw'obuweereza bw'amawulire obw'obuvunaanyizibwa.
In Uganda, the government believes in the free media,
free press, freedom of expression. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't regulate that media space. You can imagine if you said, okay, let the media be and be the way it wants. You can imagine the kind of chaos that we would have in Uganda.
Enkyukakyuka zino zisuubira okulambulula engabi y'olukusa mu by'empeereza ya rediyo n'okusiima bannamawulire okukakasa empisa mu kusaka amawulire mu kaseera kano ak'okulonda.
So many of the journalists or media practitioners are grossly underpaid. And when there is this underpayment, sometimes no payment, then that also undermines issues of integrity, professionalism, and ethics in the practice. To the extent that you can buy a story.
The ministry expects a free but responsible media in Uganda. Please ensure that the media is balanced. Broadcast facts and builds our country, Uganda.
Uganda Media Council eweereddwa obuvunaanyizibwa bw'okukuuma omutindo gw'ebifulumizibwa ku mpewo n'empisa mu mulimo gw'amawulire.
Sometimes individuals publish offensive recordings and videos and plays. So you have a key role working with UCC and other agencies.
Mu mulembe obubaka bw'obulimba bwe butambulira okusinga amazima, emboozi nga zino zigezesa obuvunaanyizibwa bwaffe nga bannamawulire. Omulimo gwaffe tegukoma mu kusaka busasi biki ebiriko, wabula okukakasa ebibuuzo wamu n'okutambulira amazima. Ku lwa YTV, nze Sandra Wanyana okubajjukiza nti obwerufu kisigala nga kyakulwanyisa ky'amaanyi eri bannamawulire mu kulwanirira demokrasiya.
Ebyo nga tubitadde ku mabbali mu kanyomero kaffe akazuula amazima, leero tukuleetedde emboozi. Musonyiwemu katono. Ebyo nga tubitadde ku mabbali mu kanyomero kaffe akazuula amazima, leero tukuleetedde emboozi ebitongole by'ebyokwerinda we byegaanye okuba n'omukono mu kubuzibwawo kw'abalwanirizi b'eddembe babiri okuva mu ggwanga lya Kenya. Bano bagambibwa okubulawo ng'ennaku z'omwezi lumu omwezi ogw'ekkumi omwaka 2025. Abalwanirizi b'ebyobufuzi bangi balumiriza nti bano bakwatibwa bitongole byakwerinda. Katubirabe.
Abalwanirizi b'eddembe ly'obuntu babiri okuva mu Kenya bagambibwa okubuzibwawo abantu abalina ebyokulwanyisa bwe baali beetabye mu kunoonyezaako akaluluvuganya ku ntebe y'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu Bobi Wine, Bobby Njaji ne Nicholas oyo kigambibwa nti baggyibwa ku ssundiro ly'amafuta ne batwalibwa mu kifo ekitamanyiddwa. Obunkenke buno bwasaasaanira nnyo ku mitimbagano n'emikutu emigatta abantu okuli X emanyiddwa nga Twitter, Facebook ne YouTube mu Uganda ne Kenya nga bisambazibwa nti ebitongole by'ebyokwerinda mu Uganda kwe kwali ekyali kiwambye bannakenya bano.
There is urgent need for the people of Kenya to take drastic action to compel both the government of Uganda and the government of Kenya to produce Nicholas Oyo and Bob Njagi, who were kidnapped and are being detained by the government of Uganda.
I am not briefed by police that they have them in our custody. So at the moment, I don't have any information to the effect that they are in police custody.
Nga 21 omwezi ogw'ekkumi omwaka 2025, Kkooti enkulu mu Kampala yalagidde gavumenti ya Uganda okuleeta bannansi ba Kenya bano abateeberezebwa okuba nga baasibibwa mu bumenyi bw'amateeka mu nkambi y'amagye ey'Embuya nga ebasaba okulabikako mu kkooti olw'okusatu ku ssaawa 2 ez'okumakya nga 22 omwezi ogw'ekkumi omwaka 2025. Nga baanukula ekiragiro kya kkooti ekyokuleeta abasibe mu ssaawa 24, Kano Cyrus Kamanda omukulu mu kitongole ekikulembera amateeka mu ggye lya UPDF ategeezezza nti bo ng'ab'amagye tebeenyigirako mu kukwatibwa kw'abantu bano.
Some two Kenyans have gone missing. They have been moving with the presidential candidate of NUP and they went missing. Some two activists. I was saying, who are they? They are Kenyan activists. Were they accredited by anybody here? We don't know. So, but now if people just came, still walked and joined the rally, why do you put pressure on me that I produce them? These are private individuals whom the state doesn't know how they came.
Nga Uganda yeteekerateekera okulonda kwa bonna, ekitongole ekirungamya emirimu gy'abannamawulire mu ggwanga kisanga obuzibu mu kwenkanyankanya eddembe ly'abamawulire n'okwagala okuli mu kusanyaawo obubaka obw'obulimba kyakugezesebwa eri abalamuzi ne bannamawulire mu kumanyisa obubaka abantu ab'enjawulo. Ku YTV, nze Letitia Nakiwala. Tweyanziza nnyo Letitia Nakiwala. Walda, nsuubira leero we bunaazibira tujja bategedde ani anywedde akendo mu banne ku mitendera gyombiriri okuli ogwa radio ne TV. Naye bwe tweyongerayo n'emboozi endala, ekibiina ekitaba abazannyi ba firimu mu Uganda kifunye enkulaakulana ey'omugundu eyeesigamiziddwa ku mikutu gy'amawulire egisasuza obulungi abo aboolesa ebitone mu kuzannya firimu awamu n'obwagazi bw'okumanya obweyolekedde mu balabi. Omusasi waffe katuwa ebisingawo. Nga ekibiina ekitaba abazannyi ba firimu mu Uganda kyeyongera okutoba okulaba nga kizuulawo bwe kigwa mu bya firimu ku mutendera gw'ensi yonna, abazannyi ba firimu mu Uganda bagamba nti enzigi z'ekibiina nzigule eri bannabitone abaagala okulaga ekyenjawulo mu kwolesa emboozi ezikwata ku Uganda nga bayita mu kuzannya firimu. Mu myaka egiyise, ekibiina kifubye okugaziya omuwendo gw'emizannyo ebiraga empisa n'ennono z'abantu ab'enjawulo. Ng'oggyeko ebirungi ekibiina bye kifunye, kikyalina n'okusoomoozebwa kungi okuli ebbula ly'akatale ka firimu, emisolo emingi n'ebirala ebigwa mu kkowe eryo. Nga beeyongera okusaka akatale k'ensi yonna, abazannyi ba firimu n'abazifulumya bongera okusaba gavumenti okwekennenya amateeka n'emisolo okwongera okuteekawo embeera ewagira enkulaakulana ya firimu mu Uganda. Ku YTV, nze Letitia Nakiwala. Esther Nabakoza, nkwagaliza kyonjagaliza, atakumira mpeera kunkumire,
Ssaabasajja Kabaka awangaale.
Hello. Let's clap for YMCA one more time. Tubongere ngalo badnagi. Yeah. Let's have the YMCA team here. Let's clap for them as they make their way here. Please, please, mwongere mbakubire mu ngalo bannaffe. Wow, this is the team. Musembere wali babalabe bulungi. Musembere wali. Okay. Well done. Thank you so much. This is the team that has been behind the entire bulletin. But before we get to the judges' reaction, I want to hear from you, the audience. What do you think about their presentation? And Natalie, please just go through around, like maybe you've seen the action here unfolding, isn't it? Yeah, 3 or 2. I like that, of course. Okay, let's hear from other people what they have to say before we actually get in their judges' reactions. Bugema University. Is it? Wow, let's clap for Bugema University. They're also debutants. Okay. We are definitely yet to find out because the pressure in this room, I'm certain, is just mounting. Judge Rose Bukirwa, let's start from you. Tuwe kundowooza yo na biki abakulu bano bagenze maaso olw'okubanga batuweereza. Kituufu obakulisaayo.
Welcome back from that magnificent break. 15 universities are here to compete and see who takes the title home. We just saw Victoria University put up a Uganda News Bulletin that was spectacular. Uganda Christian University on the radio side was putting up an exceptional performance. We want to just recap from where we're from. Divine previously had a conversation with one of our guests, and we're talking about the impact of such platforms to journalists. And we have in studio the CEO and founder of Media Challenge Initiative. Media Challenge Initiative has been at the forefront of pushing young journalists to the world and equipping them with skills that make them the one-man army journalists. Now, Mr. Mpindi, you're most welcome.
Thank you.
Now, what has been the impact of this competition over the years?
I mean, the impact is right here where we are. Look at you all suited up. I think that the biggest impact that we never talk about is on a personal level, how people transition through these competitions. You see a young journalist student who is beginning to like be on stage, conquer their fear, you know, just express themselves. And then within just, you know, that experience, they're able to get feedback from the judges, put that feedback into practice, and just give them 1 year. And you'll see them thrive either on air, radio, TV, writers, photographers, whatever careers they want to pursue. But also what this platform does is, for some people, they're able to know what they can and what they can't do, right? Which is a good career, you know, sort of like opportunity for you to make a choice. Yes.
Impressive. Now, I want to draw your attention to the last 72 hours, where press freedom...
72 hours, okay.
Yeah, where press freedom has been a very hot conversation, yes. Especially after National Media Group journalists were banned from covering government events. Yes. How do we bring press freedom to life?
Yeah, first and foremost, again, it's not, let's not talk about 72 hours. Let's talk about the lifetime of sort of like media suppression, not just in Uganda, but in the region and globally. It's important to really, really understand that journalism has been under attack for a very long time. And that's not just through what you see, like stop covering Parliament and the presidency, but it's things like stop, you know, funding advertisement. So if the media depends on advertisement to thrive, to keep the lights in the newsroom, if you cut that, then it means you have suppressed freedom, and then, you know, injuring journalists, beating them. So we're not talking about just 72 hours. We're talking about a very long time that we have seen, witnessed. But I think where we have hope is the resilience of journalism to stay intact and to keep giving people factual and accurate information that they need. And Joshua, you know, we need each other. The state, the government needs the media. The media also needs the government. For a matter of fact, I think the government and the state, they need the media more, because it's the media that is able to give you all sides of stories. And if you give the media environment to do that, then you will see how society can thrive. And I've seen, you know, people saying democracy dies in the darkness. Other people saying, you know, democracy is dying in light. And I'm saying, I think that, you know, democracy is not dying because journalists have sort of like night vision. Even in darkness, they are seeing and they are covering. So that's where the hope is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there, do you envision a country or a continent where journalists are free to express their thoughts, or we should not be so quick to give our opinions, but rather do stories that are of the public interest?
I think, first of all, there's need to have like a dialogue, because at the end of the day, we all are in this same continent, same country. There needs to be dialogue on what's going wrong and what needs to be put into proper context so that we can move forward. Two, you can't stop journalism. You can't even say kill journalism. The reason is now every person out there is a journalist, right? So citizens have cameras on their phones. They are capturing this footage. They're putting it online. No editorial, you know, standard included there. And that's where we need media the most, because the information now we're receiving is, you know, unchecked. And so you don't want to create a world where there's unchecked information, which is polluting the environment, which is coming with disinformation. The only, again, opportunity we have is to ensure that journalists are in full duty mode and they are working. And that's not just a role of the government, but a role of each and every citizen. And for me, I put this into citizens. I think Daniel Kalinak just published an article yesterday where he was like, was referring to like, you will get the media you pay for at the end of the day. You get the media you pay for, that's what you deserve. If you want free media, you will get free media, which is like unchecked information that's all over online. But if you want editorialized media that's to the standard of like has gone through fact checking and gatekeeping measures, then you have to pay for that journalism, and now it has to go to the people to pay for it, because journalism is also a business. So it's people, and we'd like to emphasize that people become more media literate and they are participating in ensuring that journalists are thriving, like in other countries where media is part of is a public good and paid for by citizens.
Okay.
Yeah. We should buy more newspapers every day. We should subscribe to legitimate channels. We should follow journalists. We should probably send them mobile money. Yes, especially that.
Don't anger the journalists.
No, don't. Keep them smiling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, before we go back to the main auditorium where all of this is happening, we understand that the future of African journalism is at MCI. As we conclude.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
It didn't come from me.
As we conclude, what few remarks would you want to make towards the next, about the next gen, or the next gen journalist project?
Yeah, so quick one. We've just this year, I think at the beginning of last year, I would say, we launched Switch Africa, which is for us a space for young journalists to practice actual journalism, focusing on young people. And we've seen the interaction between a journalist and a creator, so sort of creating a creative journalist. We are investing more into that to say you have a big advantage over any other creator because you understand the ethics involved in this. You're not just throwing information there, you're researching, you're editing, it's going through another layer of editorial. And you are targeting to really, not to just grow your brand, you're also targeting to empower and ensure that there is change in community that's coming from your information. So for us, the next generation of journalists have to understand that don't be scared, don't be demotivated by the violence that you see, don't be demotivated by this idea of low pay. Journalism is still and will continue to be one of the biggest platforms any young person can pursue.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Because it opens a lot of doors for you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Those are quite beautiful insight. Now we're going to cross back to the main auditorium where we are having, I don't know whether it's Uganda Matters presenting, but we just want to remind you that this is the 2025 National Newsroom Contest, where we are having the radio contest on one end and then the TV or newsroom contest on the other end. We want to send special shout outs to our partners, that is CAS Uganda, Seagull Foundation, Advantage Pal Media, Recap Brand House, SAMS, and DW Academy. I think we can now cross over to the main auditorium. Thank you.
Thank you.
simanyi bayinza okuba abalina okuzifuna oba alina oba talina.
Bwe tuvuddeeyo tunoonyezza ku bavunaanyizibwa ku kugaba ssente zino era twogeddeko ne Mwami Lutalo Michael, Town Clerk wa Kayabwe Town Council, era bino byatuzzeemu.
Naye n'omuntu omu okujja okutuula obutuuzi mu kiraasi okusoma kisanga nga buzibu. Bo batwala kimu gavumenti yatuwa ssente era tugende tuzifune. Naye tusobola kuzigaba tutyo tuteekawo kriteria gwe tuwona asaanidde. Ddala agenda kulima wagenda okulima weewali ye abantu babumanyi. Kakati osanga oli yajja kuno yajja oba kukola ki musomesa ali muzigo buli gwomuteeka mu chaplaincy group tebamukkiriza tetumumanyi tetumuwesiga kakati otajja kufuna.
Okuva enteekateeka eno bwe yatandikibwa mwaka gwa 2022 abantu 127 be baakagiganyulwamu mu luka gw'e Kayabwe. Abatannafuna ku nsimbi zino beemulugunya olw'engeri gye zigabiddwamu nga bangi ku bo bagamba nti ziweereddwa banganda bakona ba mikwano so nga abo abazifunyeeko beebaza gavumenti olw'enteekateeka eno ebayambye okweggya mu bwavu. Wabula nga we twogeddeko n'abo abavunaanyizibwa kuzigaba bakubiriza abatannafuna mu nteekateeka eno okwongera okugoberera emitendera olwo nabo balyoke baganyulwe mu nsimbi za gavumenti. Bukirwa Margaret, Umu TV, Amasunsule.
Webale nnyo Bukirwa Margaret. Kakati ku ntandika y'omwaka guno abatuuze mu Town Council y'e Kayabwe mu disitulikiti y'empigi eyo basulanga ku tebuukye olw'ettemu eryakazibwako ery'obwayi. abamu bagamba nti ebikolwa bino byali bikolwa bya kalogo kalenzi ate nga abandi bagamba nti byali bikolwa nga byeyongerekeddemu obubbi bw'ettaka. Wabula ab'ebyokwerinda bagamba nti ne gye buli eno bakyanoonyereza ku nsonga eno. Jimmy Kuteesa agoberedde emboozi eno, katugirabe.
Ku ntandikwa y'omwaka guno abatuuze b'omu Kayabwe Town Council mu disitulikiti y'Empigi baasulanga ku Tebuuke olw'ekitta abantu ekyakazibwako eky'obwayi ekyakyaka ennyo mu bitundu bino. Byatandika nga bya lusaago era nga biwulirwa mu ŋŋambo nti waliwo abantu abattibwa ne basibwamu obwayi, wabula byanyiinyiitira ekyaleetawo okutya n'obunkenke mu batuuze olw'omuwendo gw'abattibwa okweyongera, nga bakira buli gwe batta bamusibamu akaayi mu bulago nga ne feesi ye bagisogonnyola yonna, ekyazibuuliranga abatuuze okutegeera omuntu abeera attiddwa. Kawuki Isto, omwami wa Kabaka atwala eggombolola ya Ssaabawaali Nkozi era nga mutuuze mu Kayabwe Town Council. Ebyo n'ebirala byatubuulidde mu mboozi ey'akafubo gye tubaddemu naye ng'atubuulira ku bikwata ku ttemu lino.
Akaayi naffe kennyini kyatusobera naye tusuubira ndowooza kandi baakabonero k'omutemu, kubanga buli muntu eyattibwanga baamuteekangamu akaayi nga katonotono kaba kamusibye. Kakati abatuuze ne bakikaza nti abasibi b'akaayi. Omuntu yattibwanga tiyabangako bulambe bw'amaanyi bulala okuggyako okumukuba ne bamwonoona feesi, bamutta n'osiŋŋaana abamu nga ne feesi twalwangawo n'abantu okumanyika.
Sulaiman Sebuliba, omukulembeze w'abavubuka mu kitundu kino, agamba nti ensonga y'ettemu ekika kino buli we bagijjukira tebalema kwoza ku mmunye.
Ensonga eyo ey'obwayi iwe tugijjukirako ddala wano mu kitundu kyaffe ekya Kayabwe Town Council etuleetera ennaku ey'amaanyi n'amaziga olw'abantu baffe abatuuze baffe bannakinku betuwangadde nabo betukuze tulaba okubeera nga bangi baatuva ku maaso.
Olw'embeera eno abatuuze baatandika okuteebereza nti abaali emabega w'ettemu lino baali beeraguze abanoonya obugagga obw'amangu, ate abalala olwo ne baalusonga mu basuubuzi ba ttaka. Era wano waliwo n'abaakwatibwa okubuuzibwa 45 ku by'ettemu lino, kyokka oluvannyuma ne bateebwa nga mpaawo kikyuseeko.
Babasiba lwakuba nti babetereeza okuba nti bali mu bwayo olw'ebyobugagga. Neolwagira tetuwulira nga babejeereza.
Mugero Antonio avunaanyizibwa ku by'amawulire mu Soweto nga kino kiri mu Kayabwe Town Council y'omu ku balojja ettemu ery'engeri eno omwafiirwa mutabani we Ssekitoleko Edward, wabula nga naye olukongola lusiba ku abo abaagala obugagga obw'amangu wamu ne poliisi etakoze kimala kulaba ng'emalawo ettemu lino.
Sina omwana mulamba omutanga Ssekitoleko Edward Ssekitoleko.
Ate bo abantu ba bulijjo basoose kugaana kubaako kye boogera ku nsonga eno olw'okutya ku kye kiyinza okuddirira, nga neyewaddeyo okwogera naffe yatusabye obutalaga bwenyi bwe.
Naye olw'ensonga y'ebyokwerinda byaffe bye tulina mu Kayabwe tutya okubyogerako olw'ensonga naffe bayinza okututta mu nsita y'emu gye battamu abantu abo.
Atwala poliisi y'Enkozi ASP Mugisha George aliko byannyonnyodde ku nsonga eno.
Waliwo abantu abaakwatibwa eyo e Kayabwe ndowooza nsonga yeeyo ne batwalibwa naye baakwatibwa ku suspicion.
Ne gye buli eno poliisi ekyakola okunoonyereza okuzuula ekituufu ekiri emabega w'ettemu ery'ekika kino okulaba nga balirinnya ku nfeete. Wadde nga guli gutyo abatuuze mu Kayabwe Town Council bakyawangaalira mu kutya kubanga ekintu kino kijira akaseera ne kikomawo kabisibisi. Jimmy Kuteesa, MTV Amasunsule.
Weebale nnyo Jimmy Kuteesa, katusabe ate ab'ebyokwerinda basobole okulinnya ku nfeete ettemu bwe lityo. Kakati bo abayizi abasoma essomo ery'amawulire mu zissettendekero ez'enjawulo bakuŋŋaanidde e Kabalagala ku Tripati Mazima Mall okubeera nga babbinsanya mu kusaka amawulire okugasoma kwoteeka n'okugasunsula. Omusasi waffe Esther Namugwe yatuuseeyo dda
Hearing fake news from mosquitoes. The ants voted for the insecticides and they all died, including the sassafras that did not vote. It's your boy MC Oscar Miles, the usual suspect from the beautiful sceneries of Moko.
And of course, Shifra, the shy baby. You might really think I'm shy, but I'm not shy. And I'm the only girl with beautiful eyes within Uganda.
Definitely. But anyway, we still move on. We have plenty on the menu today. In a world full of propaganda and misinformation, an expert guest joins us later on in the show to make sense of it all. And my brother Job MC will be joining us with a big KIU Straight Talk.
And of course, the sports lovers, Conqueror has got us covered. Not forgetting all slayers out there, hot topics are already on the table. And for more information, follow us on our social media platforms at KIU Radio.
Stakan Saganat at number Moja. This is the biggest campus radio station in town. KIU Radio. The home of the biggest seats.
Definitely the home of the baddest seats and the biggest seats. Suspect.
Man.
62 days left to the end of the year.
Leave that one alone. You people, you hear about dead air. But man, yesterday I was in a lecture. A beautiful girl gave us dead air. Mama. But anyway, about the year ending, I was planning to buy a car, but unfortunately I can't buy it. So I added pet. I bought a carpet.
You're really mad. You're really mad and you're really bad.
I can't feel.
But when you guys say about this, I was there on social media, came up on the story of the National Media Group that consists of the NTV and the Spark TV, whereby later this week on Tuesday they were not given they were banned to access the parliament. So this leaves us journalists. Why does this really leave us? According to the article of 29 and 41, that we have freedom to the express of speech and always getting information from where we have to.
So you're making yourself a lawyer.
Definitely, there might be a lawyer who is a journalist.
But anyway, today is the National Newsroom Contest. History is being made today. For the first time ever. The radio and TV contest are on the same day. Isn't that amazing?
What? Really so they are trying to kill 2 stones with 1 bird.
Exactly. But anyway, I wish my friend Esther Orimpa the best, nothing but the best.
Right.
Stakan Saganat at number Moja. This is the biggest campus radio station in town. KIU Radio. The home of the biggest seats.
On the night, hot tunes, hot talks, KIU is live.
Dust Walkers lighting up the evening airwaves.
Definitely, you still tuned in at KIU Radio with me, Shifra, Conqueror, and the only man from Kaba. But the Conqueror, it's here to be made that the 2025 Ipsos survey. Do you really know about that?
Yeah, Ipsos.
So Ipsos survey comes up with 64 to 89% of being fake news in Uganda. We are really having fake news, and more of it, of 49% of the New Guard report is really misrepresented content that's going on social media. Lately this month, many videos have been going around and many stories have been passing around that are AI generated. I was really not interested in anything.
No,
But you know, Shifra, in 2024, the Cyber Security Organization, that team of CyberSec, it reported that in 2024, over 72.1 billion Ugandan shillings was lost due to cybersecurity and digital fraud.
Go Dubai.
But what does this leave us? So they were reporting that if experts are not vigilant enough, these guys, with the aid of artificial intelligence, they can destroy the nation down. Because imagine losing 72. That's 19 US dollars.
That will only buy me a car.
That's 19 million US dollars. So this brings me to the Shifra. Who should be blamed for the widespread of misinformation? Should it be AI or the user itself?
Right there, right there. I don't know why Ugandans, when you bite a stone when eating rice, why do you have to see the cook? Don't blame him.
The cook did do the rice. But really, when you go on our social media platforms, Baba's Saida says, I'm not going to leave the app of AI because I really have to get content.
We have KIU right now in studio. We have someone from the Media Challenge Initiative team, someone coming from the Research, Learning and Development Department. Welcome, Antonio.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here and see you divine mercy.
All right, so Antonio, I understand that you are one of the founders of this great institution that is building the next generation of journalists. Now, I would like the viewer out there to first understand, before you came up with such an idea and before you got to the point of executing it, which gap did you recognize in the maybe the curriculum or the way the education system is, especially for people studying journalism?
I think at the initial stages of our inception, we are looking at how do we help our students to have an interaction with the media for possible job placement or employment. The idea was, how can students showcase what they are doing in classrooms? So which birthed this idea of the inter-university media challenge. Initially it was called the Barley Francis News Anchoring Competition, because we felt starting a competition we needed a name that would brand the entire competition so that it is sellable. But in the course of running, we realized that we needed to have an all-inclusive name that would bring all institutions. That's how we were able to brand a bit and have the inter-university media competition. But the sole aim of starting was just to create a platform for media students to showcase what they learn in schools.
Okay, and I understand that before it became the Barley Francis News Anchoring Competition, it was the Media Gala when it was still an internal competition.
Yeah, so maybe taking you back at school, we organized an internal competition for students to just come practice.
Just don't
the way he's talking about it, I will
also part of it showcase culture. And at the core of it, we're looking at the journalism principles and practices by the students. So we felt that there was need to just showcase that internally at that school. So from there was this understanding, what if we took this outside this institution? And that's how we started. We were able to run to different institutions like Uganda Christian University, Mukono, Umukat, went to Makerere, Ndeje, to see how we would convince them to be part of something that we were starting then. It was not easy because, remember, we were students and we were just starting. So there was that convincing. You know, you're a student, you go to convince a VC or head of department of a journalism institution. So it took time, but we thank God that over the years we have earned trust, and that's why even this competition has continued to do what it was set.
Okay, looking at the curriculum at that time, I'm sure it hasn't changed a lot. And right now we see a gap, especially for universities. They lie to the side of the theory part and they leave out the practical part. Okay, they cater for it with the internships and trying to put in a few practicals in there, but they are largely theoretical. So how do such activities like the National Newsroom Contest or the work you're doing at MCI, how does it add value to that curriculum?
Yeah, to start with, I want to thank all media and journalism training institutions for allowing us to work with them for all this time, and also appreciate the work they are doing in making sure that we get the journalists we have in this country, because they are doing a lot. And when you look at the setup, most institutions at least have tried to find ways of incorporating practical lessons in their training, and that's why you see like Makerere University students study for 4 years, and this Livingstone University, they're also doing 4 years, and the idea of the 4th year is to enable students to have more practice. So when you get to the Inter-University Media Challenge, and specifically us as an organization, we come in to fill that gap that may be existing, because at the universities, at media training institutions, there are a lot of things that are happening, and you may have the time to practice as a student, but most times it's self-drive. Even with our competition, it's sometimes self-drive, but because it's tagged university competition, so you find all journalism students at least willing to be part of this contest. So that gives them an opportunity to showcase what they have been learning. Because you know at the Inter-University Media Challenge, you are required to put into practice what you learn in classroom. That's number one. And if you cannot do that, you cannot compete, because you'll be outcompeted by other institutions. So you have time to prepare your team from just basics of understanding what is news, how do we package the news, how do we put the news together, to going into other aspects like photography, and other aspects that are not primarily taught at these institutions. Whereas the institutions find ways of making sure that students learn specific things. There are those that the industry requires, and which we come in to be able to fill that gap by actually working with students and be able to exercise and practice through this platform at the national level. So if you have like 15 institutions coming together to compete, it's not only a competition, but one, they are networking, but they're also able to share what another institution, like for example, this year we have an institution coming from Mbale, you're able to see what other training institutions in Kampala or in the central region are doing. You'll be able to learn from peers. So that helps you to share knowledge, skills, but also build a network that will be very instrumental in this industry.
Okay, so before we let you go, I would like us to talk about professionalism.
I didn't want to go, but if you want me to go, I will definitely go. But yes, you are talking about professionalism.
We have the time.
Yeah.
Professionalism in journalism. We have so many journalists practicing, but then there is a need for them to be professional journalists. So what is the importance of any journalist out there practicing to be professional in their work?
First is the journalism craft is a profession, like any other profession that requires agreed principles of practice. Like if you're a doctor, there are things that you are required to do. If you're a lawyer, there are things you are required to do. And professional journalists in this country are required to register so that you become a professional journalist, so that you are known out there. But the registration alone may not mean practice. So having the right skills, the right attitude, and the knowledge for you to be able to practice in this industry. So it's very important that you need, as a journalist, very, very key, to know that I have gone through the formal training, and I've been given an opportunity to go through the classroom. I've had the internship opportunities. I've had to practice. I know what the trade requires. That is important, but you also need to think about your conduct as a journalist, your character, because what you speak, people believe it. You have heard on so many occasions what journalists say, and people in our communities will tell you that I heard it from this radio station. So if you don't guard the profession with providing right information, checking for accuracy, making sure that you follow the agreed principles in the practice, then you'll not be doing a service in this industry. And that's why some people end up blaming, saying that what you're doing as a journalist is not professional. Yet, because there is a standard at which you are being looked at. So how do you keep that in check? By retooling sometimes, refresher courses being done by the media houses, just to create that awareness again for our journalists to understand that this is a craft, these are the standards, this is what we should be doing. I think that would really help us to have a leveled ground for anyone who is interested in practicing journalism. Remember, journalism per se is just a channel. So if we want to use journalism and to teach people, you can use it. If you want to use journalism to create awareness on specific things, you can do it. So what we all have is the media. So how are we using the media platform in a professional way? So any person can use the media, but as a platform of journalism, we should be well articulated that these are the standards that govern what we do. And that's why you have to go through a training. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're
That
welcome.
was Antonio Chisembo. Right now, we are going to get to the radio studio to see the team that is currently contesting and the work that they're doing in there.
Flows in their village.
Information is
always true and it helps us in the community. Still, the system faces hurdles from dying batteries to power outages, but Mugera isn't giving up.
We put in our money, make sure that our people get their services as provided.
Through the simple power of sound, Kansanger's leaders are building a more informed, connected, and resilient community, one announcement at a time. Innocent Michi Agenorot, KIU Radio News.
Thank you, Innocent Michi. And in our international news, Hurricane Melissa has torn a path of total devastation across parts of the Caribbean. Dozens have been killed, including at least 5 people in Jamaica and a further 20 in Haiti. And there has been a considerable damage in Cuba, the PM says. In Jamaica, officials say more casualties are expected as the country grapples with the power outages. That is the latest KIU Radio News. With me, Shiba Ankunda. Catch me up on the next news bulletin at 10 p.m. The Dusk Walkers continue.
For more of these stories, follow us on our social media platforms at KIU Radio on Facebook, KIU Radio on Instagram, and at KIUversity.radio on X.
All the night, hot tunes, hot talks. KIU is live.
Dusk Walkers, lighting up the evening airwaves.
Definitely still plugged into Uganda's number moja university radio station in the land. My name is Konkara, the undisputed microphone specialist, suspect in the building, the beautiful Shifra. What a one after here.
The only thing I can tell you, the witch that is bewitching our songs today is really not good. But all in all, it is a Friday only vibes. If you're there, we're going to the bar, then I remain Shifra, the shy baby.
Right,
but sometimes I thought you're Muslim.
Anyway, from here, I'm going to look for 9 people who are broke so that we become 10.
Definitely.
Yeah. So, by the way, big ups to my people who have been listening. My sweetheart in the room.
She missed her song, the love song.
The only here in the ocean.
But definitely, thank you for your company. I've been the undisputed microphone specialist, Conqueror on Facebook, Instagram. We're so sorry about the music, technical issues on Askia. My name is Conqueror. May God bless you. Keep it locked. And of course, my brother Job is going to be coming on with a big KIU countdown. Don't you go anywhere. Blessings from the greatest of all time, the Almighty God.
KIU Radio.
This is KIU Radio, home of the biggest hits.
KIU Radio.
Amazing performances coming in from the radio studio, and this has been Kampala International University. Now, in the interest of time, I'll go straight to our judges. We'll start from Mr. Timothy.
KIU. First of all, thank you for standing up there when everything goes wrong. That's what radio is about. We don't need to know about what happens as long as you keep moving. So you kept the tempo even when you didn't have the music, which is very nice. I like the energy. So the producer worked on the energy levels from the reporters to the people on air. The comedian, you're very brilliant. You know, comedians have to be very smart people. Most people think they are stupid, but they're very smart people. So thank you very much. To the producer, also thank you very much for the jingles, the imaging. It's really nice. Actually, I wanted to go back and I deduct some marks from the previous people. I said, okay, so I did better. So you did a very good job. However, I don't know what happened, whether it is technical on our side, MCI, or it's on you. I wonder why the jingles are playing and then the music is not playing. They deleted the songs.
Did you submit them yesterday? You tested? Yes.
Okay.
You submitted the songs to Mr. Segan today?
So the producer, first of all, as a producer, when you are producing the show, you need to be stronger than anyone on the team. It's very important. Even when things go wrong, you need to stay afloat. Yeah, we had to intervene. Crystal had to come in and say, okay, you move. So you need to understand that us who are listening to the radio, we are waiting for you. Even when things go wrong, you need to keep up. So whatever happened, because we missed a few things there, some big plays, so it's okay. According to what we see here, you missed a few of the segments, which is also okay. But overall, I want to say that you did a great job. Even when things went bad, you did a great job. For starters, for promos, music promos, very nice. It actually showed that you had your tempo in there. The songs were trendy, and the comedian I've already spoken about you. There's a time when you got lost in there, and yet you were the show lead on the mic, and your team got lost in there. The interview, I think I also got lost because there was a lot of disruption from the first interview. And then you did 2 interviews doing the same thing. I don't know why. So, well, it looks like you're wasting our time. You would have listened to something else because you had your time. You try to keep time, 1 minute, more into the time you were given. So I'll let my other colleagues to say something. But overall, thank you so much for the good production and being strong and brave in delivering when things went wrong.
Hello. Hi guys, how are you doing? I know it can be rough when things don't work out perfectly. And that sometimes happens in live radio. Sometimes I've had moments where the entire system just goes off and it's just a microphone. So you become a crazy person. For some of us who started radio way before we had computers, you used to run to a wall that had CDs, and then you had your CD that had your ads, and you were just like a mad person talking while trying to do all these other things. So you have to be resilient and you have to respond fast, which is why I was like, you have to move. Reaction time is incredibly important when you're in the media, especially when you're alive in any situation. So I know it was challenging. So I tried to just say, okay, fine, the music is not working, and I went from there. I knew you had challenges starting out. But then a few things during the show were a bit confusing for me. I'll be honest, I was a little confused by some of the segments, because I'm like, wait, did this happen? Did that not happen? I didn't hear the press review. I'm like, what happened to that? There was a mention of like the 2 interviews as well. I'm very passionate about interviews, and it hurt me when the guest was cut off. So even in terms of introducing the guest, immediately the question was asked even before the guest could say thank you for having me or hello. So those are some of the things. If you introduce a guest, allow them to respond, then you ask the question. I know you were thinking about time, but there was a moment where it almost felt like you ganged up on the lady talking about her father and the video of Museveni. I was like, ooh, okay. It was like, you're all like, please, quiet, move on, move on. So there was a bit of that which took away from how it started. For the presenters, I liked in the beginning, you had good chemistry, comedian, did a good job, you were listening to each other.
From that amazing short break, we've just had 2 different speakers. Is from MCI, we had from Abbas Mpindi, the CEO and co-founder of the MCI Media Hub, together with Antonio Kisembo, who heads research, learning and development. Now, they have hinted on quite a number of things, from press freedom to facts, to professionalism in journalism, and to the curriculum and what needs to change here and there. Later on, we shall be introducing, later on we shall be speaking to one of the contestants who did something amazing with fact-checking, especially for those who have been following live with us. Now, Divine, I have a question, and this has constantly perturbed me, especially when it comes to framing facts as propaganda and framing propaganda as facts. In general, how can someone term misinformation in line with these 2 themes, framing facts as propaganda and framing propaganda as facts? And why I'm actually asking this is because you have interacted with one of the new startups at, that is Fact Lens.
Yes.
Yes. How can we, like, where do we strike a balance, especially if someone is saying, my propaganda is a fact, or my propaganda is, or my facts are propaganda? Like, how do we strike a balance?
Okay, so looking at propaganda itself, sometimes the propaganda can be a fact.
Really?
But the thing about propaganda is to divert you. Right now, it is such a critical moment for us to be keen, especially that we are on the journey to the 2026 elections.
Okay.
Now, the work that we are doing with Fact Lens is that we are curbing all the misinformation, the false information in general that is out there on the internet. Most of it is in line with the elections. You know, right now different politicians are fighting each other. Their supporters are also coming into the fight to try to put this one down and promote the other person, but then most of the information they're putting out there is not true. So propaganda is like this. Something is already happening, but then they want to divert your attention from what is happening to something that is less important. Like, your attention can be to the right thing, yes, but then they divert it the other side. So now, going back to the wonderful story that a student from Victoria University worked on, the fact-checking story, I actually liked that. It stood out for me so much because she talked about a photo that made rounds on the internet, and there are so many people that believed it. So many people who have smartphones just get to their phones and scroll and believe whatever they are seeing. So who is there to track it for them and tell them that, you know what, this is false, this is right? No one is there to do that. But then I am happy that many startups are stepping up. However, they still need people to push their work. So if you see any information out there that is being debunked and they're telling you this is false, please push that content as much as you can, because the more we push these facts, the more people are going to get informed and know exactly what is happening, what is the truth, to separate it from the fiction, to separate it from the propaganda, so that they can have their attention laid straight to the facts.
Interesting. Now, you've sort of like triggered my mind onto something that the previous speaker also hinted on, in line with curriculum. Do you think, as a graduate, because you have graduated,
certified journalist,
yes, you have gone through the system. Now, I do not know, do you think there is need for change in the curriculum, especially as universities cash out different journalists annually? Do you think in the curriculum they could include something in line with fact-checking as a course? Because I feel like also quite the journalists struggle with identifying what is right and wrong, because there is need to push for the story first. I want to jump onto this story. I want to be the first one to break it. Do you think the curriculum should change in line with pushing truthful content and promoting healthy media?
Actually, now that you're talking about that, there is really a gap in line with fact-checking, because what we are taught at school, they teach us that you're supposed to tell the truth. But then how do you know that this is the truth? Because information can be out there and you can interact with people just to, you know, the source can also be lying. And if the source is lying, for us, we are journalists, we tell the story. You look at both sides, so whatever they are telling you, you go with that. Yes, you will do some research, but what if even the research you're doing is leading you to false information? So yes, there is need for them to incorporate some fact-checking in there. But I am happy that many institutions are working with startups and initiatives now, like Debunk. Many institutions are working with them, that they will come to a school and then teach them how to debunk all this false information. So if the universities can add that into their curriculum, the Ministry of Education, please.
Interesting. Now, we are going to switch back to the main auditorium. I'm not certain of what universities are performing, but as we come back, we want to speak to one of the girls who did a fact check in the competition, and we just want to, you know, have dialogue, find out what's going on, how best can we improve fact checking, and how to embed it strongly into journalism. I just want to quote something someone once said, and maybe we shall talk about it when we are back, Divine. When someone says that, how will you know that food is going to be put on the table when journalism is underfunded? And I remember the CEO talked about it. Journalism is underfunded and someone is being paid to push a wrong story. You don't have food at home, rent is due, you don't have fuel. How are we going to strike the balance? More and that will be coming in our next session. But for now, I would like to transfer you to El Shaddai and what is happening in the main auditorium.
Mu bufu bwe bumu omwaka guno ng'ennaku z'omwezi 28 mu mwezi ogw'omunaana, promota abayimbi Jeff Chiwa yatwala omwami Frank Ntambi omu ku bakozesa emikutu gimugattabantu mu kkooti ng'amulanga okumwogerako ebitakwatagana ng'empale z'aba7 ssaako n'okuttattana erinnya lye. Mu kwogerako ne Isaac Daniel Katende, ono nga yeeyita Kasuku, omu ku basinga okufulumya amawulire agagwa mu kisaawe ky'okuyimba ne Katemba, agamba nti emikutu gisekanyumiza bagikozesa okufunamu ekigulira amagala eddiba.
Basinga ndowooza desire views yesinza oleeta obuzibu, abantu baagala views, abalala they don't verify the news before it happens, so they are just quick to release the news.
Wabula ono akalaatidde banne obutakozesa mukisa guno okutyoboola kisaawe ky'ebyamawulire.
Abantu boogera ebintu nga babirinako obujulizi. Ennaku zino obujulizi bwe twogerako walina okubeerawo audio e backing up ky'oyogera oba video. Ekyo kye kisooka. Ekyokubiri, basabe sources zaabwe okuverifyinga amawulire ge baba bawadde.
Dr. Sam Kazibwe, munnamawulire ate nga mukugu mu kisaawe kino, akuutidde bonna abafulumya ebiyita ku mpewo okwekkennenyanga n'okunoonyereza nga tebannaba kubifulumya.
Akakodyo mw'osobola okutegeerera amawulire ag'obulimba buli kaseera kwe kunoonya authority ku subject, kubanga tusobola kutunuulira butunuulizi fake news n'ogiraba nti fake news.
Ono agasseeko nti abantu balina okufaayo nnyo ku kyekirabikidde ku mikutu gisekanyumiza saako n'okwekenneenya obubaka bwonna nga tebannaba kubukakasa.
Omuntu yenna okumala gaweereza gye bakuweereza kimanyi osobola okuvunaanibwa emisango mingi, osobola okuvunaanibwa defamation, ate osobola n'okuvunaanibwa cyber harassment, emisango mingi gye bayinza okukuvunaana.
Ebiseera ebisinga bannamawulire abasaka amawulire g'ebyokwewummuzaamu batera nnyo okufulumya amawulire nga tebannekkaanya butuufu bwago, ekiviiriddeko okukosa abantu abo ababa boogeddwako. Nga kino bwe kiba tekikyusiddwa kyandiyongera okuteekawo muwaatwa mu nsaka y'amawulire ag'ekika kino saako n'okubuusabuusa emikutu kwe gaba gafulumiziddwa. Ku Radio TV Nabagala Shakira.
Weewaawo mwami Kawuma, twesiimye nate okubanga ate oli wamu naffe olunaku olwaleero. Omulabi waffe omulungi wa Radio TV katusubire leero nate omuleetedde ettu ery'enjawulo ate okuvaako eruyi eyo.
Nange ndi musiimu nnyo Fred ate ne Dokasi kulaba nga mbasanze nga mukyali balamu ate nga muli bulungi okuva olunaku olw'ejjo bwe twasembye okwerabako. Omulabi waffe omulungi owa Radio TV twongera okwaniriza n'okwebaza okutwekuumirako okuva gye twatandikidde ate okutuuka essaawa ya leero nga tuli bulungi. Olunaku luno olwaleero mu kanyomero kaffe tuzze n'akatambi akateebwa obwakabaka bwa Buganda gye buvuddeko emabega kaawo mu mwaka gwa 2024. Katambi kano kateeka nnyo ku bunkenke obwakabaka bwa Buganda era n'abaganda okutwaliza wamu nga bagamba nti katuufu si katuufu oba oli awo ka AI nga bulala babyogera. Era bannamukutu bangi nnyo bakozesa emikutu egyo bava ne boogera ebintu ebikyamu oba ebyenjawulo ku katambi ako nga bagamba nti ka AI oba biki n'ebirala ebiringa ebyo. Olunaku lwabyo tuzze okulaba nga tutereeza tujjewo ekyo kiri matuga bannayuganda oba n'abaganda kulaba nga tutereeza tumanye akatambi kaali katuufu Ssaabasajja Kabaka yayogera oba nedda. Kansuubire nti nno producer wange akatambi amaze okukateekateeka tugenda kuba tukalaba ate n'oluvannyuma tulabe ebyaddirira ku katambi ako.
Siza abantu baffe mwenna nze okuwummulako n'okujjanjabibwa nga tugendera ku magezi g'abasawo nga bwe gaatuweebwa. Tubadde tumaze akabanga nga tetubawulizaako nga tugoberera ebiragiro by'abasawo ebyatujja ku mirimu egisinga obungi. Embeera y'obulamu bwaffe egenda etereera era tusuubira okudda ku butaka mu biseera ebitali byawala nnyo.
Kyensuubira nti akatambi ako abalabi baffe abalungi mwena mwakafunako ku mikutu gyammwe abalina amasimu agaseereza. So n'olw'ensonga eyo abakozesa emikutu gino eno muli TikTok, Twitter n'emirala ne bavayo ne boogera ebigambo ebyenjawulo ku katambi ako. Abakozesa emikutu gino muli Fred Lumbuye ffenna gwe tumanyi obulungi asinga nnyo okukozesa omukutu gwa TikTok. N'avaayo n'agamba nti akatambi ako yoti yali Ssaabasajja Kabaka yali AI yakozesa ebyo era ng'agamba nti Obuganda nga buyita mu Katikkiro bulina kye bwagala okuyisaawo emabega Ssaabasajja Kabaka oba oli awo bamuwambye n'ebirala. Katusooke tulaba akatambi ka Lumbuye ng'addamu
olaba nga waliwo movement eza reflection eziraga nti green screen erwana ne kamera bano babadde ba editors bafu. Ssaabasajja Kabaka bwe babaga nti omuntu adatudde mu ntebe tabalasinga mu ntebe atuddeko side embwati ene side eri empty. Okitegedde kati bwe mugenda okuteka soko nga mpozi kifaananyi kino tunuulira ango z'emikono gino egya Ssaabasajja Kabaka gino otunule ango z'entebe zonna nga bwe ziri otunenda wano wonna tewafaananika. Okitegedde mu bo bennyini mulimu ayogedde ebigambo ng'abyogerera mu pullo simanyi tuna nasigaza omulimu. Ze zino studio za CBS mulimu ayogedde ebigambo ng'abyogerera mu pullo.
Bwatyo Lumbuye bwe yaddamu ku katambi ako ffenna tumulabye ffenna twabifuna ng'addamu akatambi ako. Kati ekyo kyalekawo ebibuuzo bingi nnyo matu g'abantu. Katuufu si katuufu obwakabaka bwa Buganda bwena kyebwagala okuyisaawo ffe nga Slow TV tetwatudde ne tugamba nti okugyawo ekintu kino eno mu matu ga bannayuganda n'abaganda katunoonye omukugu mu bya tekinologiya era ne tugenda ne tusinkana omukugu Shafik omukugu mu bya tekinologiya era nga yono akulira ebyomutindo ku BBS Telefina n'atunnyonnyola obukugu n'atwawulira amawulire amakyamu agatambulira ku social media n'amawulire amatuufu n'atulaga butya bwe tuyinza okugeewala era butya bwe tuyinza okuwabula nti gano matuufu tugatambuze oba gano makyamu tugaleke katumulabe naye ng'atunnyonnyola ku ekyo.
Either AI or not AI, it is all about the source. Where did you find this video? You get what was the source of this video? After then, you can declare it to be true or false. I remember when the video was out, like a year ago, I received it personally, and I had to do some cleaning and then posted. Our social media team posted it and we distributed it to another TV
in the TV studio.
But ask yourself why
Joshua, right now I am stuck in between thinking that for us during our time of contesting, it wasn't like this. These guys are setting the bar really high.
Too high. I think it was Victoria University that performed and it got the whole auditorium in ululation. It was such, I think, from video quality. Of course, there are some things that still need some work, like audio, one is up, one is down. But I feel like year in, year out, there is growth. You can easily tell. And I don't know if it's because of the judge's criticisms, but every time a judge criticizes something, and the same university comes back in another competition, they're going to sort of like level up. They're going to sort of like do something different. So I don't know if it's the judges that are really playing a role in this, or maybe it's just, I mean, the dynamics changing here and there.
Now, when I look at that, I just see the work that MCI is doing, because even during the contest, before your team gets to that stage to perform, you're paying attention to the criticism they're giving the other teams. So when you see that they have talked about something like this, you go and tell your team, you know what, let us fix this here and here. So by the time you come on stage, you have used the judgment for other teams to correct yours.
Surely, surely. And I think it's also important that the performers that haven't yet, let me say, represented, need to take in the judge's criticism really, really, really serious, because it plays a key role in how you present. If the judge has told you, you people need to work on your sound, and the next team is going to present, ensure that your sound is good. Even when it comes to radio, when they say maybe you are speaking in a low tone, lift your tone up, those are score points for you. It might come in as an advantage. Now, speaking of voices and tonations, we are crossing over to the radio side, and I'm told it is Victoria University?
Yes, Victoria University.
Victoria University presented first, second in the Uganda news anchoring competitions, and right now they're in radio doing their thing. So we shall just cross over there and see what they're doing. Yes, we wish each and every team the best as always.
Gusebo wako joli tutuseeko ebigenda mu maaso
weewaawo Namuga era nga wootegeezezza okupita abaffe obunkenke bwa kika kya waggulu wano wakati kibuga eky'omuloodi Kampala njagala okusiigira ekifaananyi eri abatuwuliriza embeera yakanayo kyani era nga ekisinga okubeera ekyettabbu nti poliisi eyungudde abawanvu n'abampi okulaba nga ebikumbula abo abali mu kulaba nga bateekawo entata. Njagala okusigira ekifaananyi kilomita nga 5 okuva wano ku Ssemaduuka amanyikiddwa nga owa Shoprite, entata eno weesinga okubeera, embereerezi weesinga okubeera. Njagala okutegeeza nti obumotoka obumanyikiddwa nga buli wendi nkusiba ssaako ne patro ennawunyi beetooloola ekibuga Kampala nga nno n'amawulire tebabataliza. Onansonyiwa Namuga obunkenke bwa kika kya n'omukka ogubalagala ogwa tiyagaasi bwebulunguludde obwensa. Okusinziira wano bannamawulire bo tekibalobedde kubeera nga abavubuka bakwata kamera zaabwe ssaako n'obutabo okulaba nga batuusa ku abo abeetaaga amawulire okugamanya, okugategeera. Wano wendi wenengeredde mwana muwala kika kya Mukama Bineti ng'ono nno mu mwaka ogwa 2023 okuyita mu ttendekero lya Media Challenge Initiative yawangula engule wa Zindaba 2 wendabidde ne mwana muwala otaga Ellen nonnono asakira ekitongole ekya National Media nga naye abagalidde kamera. Olwa kino kyendabye wadde emiggo n'obunkenke n'entata bigenda mu maaso kiragira ddala nti ebiseera by'amawulire nga biri mu mikono gy'abavubuka bitangaavu. Amawulire tujja gatutuusaako nga we geeyongera okujja nfe omulangira Okotone mu kibuga ky'Omulodi Kampala.
Tweyanziza nnyo Wakko Omulangira nga tuvuddeyo eyo nga Uganda esoomozebwa okusaasaana kw'amawulire ag'obulimba. Bannamawulire avubuka beesowoddeyo okukwata omumuli mu kukendeeza amawulire gano agasaasaana nga nabbambula w'omuliro. Kino kikoleddwa okuyita mu tekinologiya muzuula mazima amanyikiddwa nga fact checker era eggwanga lyolekedde okwesiima olw'enkola eno ennambulukufu. Mu kanyomero kaffe manya olulimi lw'onkuleetedde kamusiba nnimi akagamba nti akawala akawakaawa. Nkwebaza nnyo gwe atambudde naffe okuva gye twatandikidde amawulire gaffe. Akaseera kano nzikiriza nkwerekereze nkuddize Malayika akwongereyo ne program Afternoon Fix. Nsigadde nze Namugga Christine Ntiika akuume atakuumira mpeera.
VU Radio. Feel the hit.
Hungry for flavor? Crave no more. It's Sam's time. Bold, crunchy, irresistible, packed with mouth-watering flavors that are guaranteed to excite your taste buds. Quick to grab, impossible to forget. Sam's.
VU Radio. Feel the hit.
This is the Afternoon Fix.
Brought to you by Airtel, the smartphone network.
VU Radio. Feel the hit.
Game start. It is the time. Your dose of vibes, talk, and good energy. This is the Afternoon Fix, keeping you fresh, loud, and in the moment. Only here on the Afternoon Fix.
Brought to you by Airtel, the smartphone network.
The Big Topic brought to you by Victoria University, the University of You. Find us at Victoria Towers, lot 1 to 13.
At Victoria University, they don't just teach, they inspire and challenge you to lead in the changing world with world-class lectures, modern facilities, and programs designed for tomorrow's careers. Join a community of innovators, leaders, and change makers at www.vu.ac.ug. You're still listening to VU Radio, Feel the Hit, and the name of the show is Afternoon Fix. We are always on Monday to Friday, time is always 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. And Malaika is my beautiful name, still taking you through the first hour of the show. Well, as I told you, today is Less Vibes. We want to dive into the world of politics. We want to know how young journalists, ambassadors of information integrity, and also defenders of democracy. In studio, I've been joined by our journalism student from Victoria University, Miss Jingo Aisha. You're welcome to the studios and good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too. Thank you very much,
Yes,
Malaika.
Miss Jingo Aisha, how are you an ambassador of truth and also a champion of democracy?
Well, as a young journalist, I see myself at the front line of the truth, serving as that essential bridge between the fact and the public. Well, journalism is not all about reporting, but journalism is about defending democracy one fact at a time.
Well, thank you so much. Quoting from what Miss Aisha has said, journalism is not only about reporting, but also defending democracy one fact at a time. That is a powerful statement. Leaving you with a song at the break from Mr. Chisemakula Emire Mengalo, because UG is soon deciding 2026 who the next presidential candidate is. We are coming back with opinions. Stay tuned.
The Big Topic brought to you by Victoria University, the University of You. Find us at Victoria Towers, lot 1 to 13.
VU Radio. Feel the hit. VU Radio. Feel the hit.
The Opinion brought to you by NCBA Bank. Go for it.
NCBA Bank Uganda aims to inspire greatness and support economic growth by providing innovative financial solutions to individuals and businesses. For more information, you can reach out to NCBA Bank on 0800 222 123. You're still listening to VU Radio Feel the Heat, and the name of the show is Afternoon Fix. We are always on Monday to Friday. Time is always 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. And Malaika is my beautiful name, still taking you through the first hour of the show. Well, as the country Uganda approaches the 2026 general elections, the role of young journalists has become more crucial than ever. They have been tasked with reporting on crucial issues, sensitive ones such as electoral integrity, human rights abuses, and also government corruption. However, their work is often hindered with various challenges. Our reporter Jocelyn Talema went down and gathered some of these challenges, and this is the story.
VU Radio. Feel the hit.
The messenger become the enemy of the state. That is what is happening in Uganda right now. Journalists are being targeted by members of the military. I'm not.
Please. I'm sorry.
Across Uganda's political seasons, one sound has never faded: the click of a camera, the scratch of a pen, the trembling voice of a journalist daring to speak when silence feels safer.
Towards the press, UPDF officers, both in uniform and plain clothes, turned their focus away from safeguarding the electoral process and instead unleashed violence on harmless journalists.
From the tense rallies of 2011 to the raids and major shutdowns of 2016 to the bruised faces and broken lenses of 2021, journalists have walked into danger armed with nothing but words. They have run from bullets, hidden from soldiers, and yet every time the dust settles, they come out.
If I understand very well, the lot of the journalists and the lot of police, the two are supposed actually to work together. There is no way you can secure order in the society without information flow. So you need a journalist as a policeman, and also a journalist needs maybe a policeman for the security of his gadgets and all that stuff. So there is no reason why one should turn against the other.
When the internet was switched off in 2021, their stories did not stop. They found new roads, files sent through memory cards, whispers turned into headlines, truth stitched together in the shadows.
That is Victoria University in the radio studio. For you who are just joining us, this is the National Newsroom Contest 2025. We want to also recognize some of our partners who have ensured that we have an amazing day, a day that is explicit. Partners of MCI, that is CAS Uganda and South Sudan. We have Seagull Foundation, the DW Academy, Recap Brand House, then Advantage Pal Media. We want to just say thank you for, and SAMS, oh, I had actually forgotten SAMS. You have been a part of this journey. Today's theme is young journalists as ambassadors of information, integrity, and defenders of democracy. Now, Divine, I do not know what it would look like if the Gen Z generation championed integrity and defense of democracy. I remember in an interview I think I had with Janice Nkaja, she talked about how young people should show up at polling stations and defend what they have voted. Be there when you're counting votes. And I think it was yesterday when I saw a clip of a polling officer being slapped by someone because he was miscounting the votes. Is that what it means to defend a democracy? Should defending democracy come at the cost of peace?
Well, defending democracy in itself, different people have different ways of understanding it. But for me, I don't think it should be physical violence, you know, because by the time you get to a point, okay, I understand things can get heated up and we all react differently to pressure and everything that is going on. But getting to a point where you slap someone,
That's why the line is drawn.
Yes, but when we talk about Gen Zs, and I'll take you back to what I said, Gen Zs have a different understanding of social media and the gadgets they have, you know. If they can't fight physically, which they should not even be doing, I do not encourage that, but they can say, you know what, let me use my social media platforms. Gen Zs are influencers. Gen Zs are being ambassadors of different brands. In this period, you can decide to be an ambassador of what is going on in the elections. Get your phone, record for us. Please go and vote, guys. Let us go and vote, because at the end of the day, our power lies in our votes. You know, the moment you cast that vote, you have played your part. The rest, you just leave it to the Electoral Commission, and also add in a few prayers here and there, because, you know, if you're supporting someone, then you need more people to support that person so that your person goes through. So we can use our phones as this generation. We can, you know, we can find a different way to fight that is not the same for the people that came before us.
You've talked about something very interesting. Are we ambassadors of fake news or good
or
news or facts? Yeah, true. Maybe, I don't know what university is performing now.
So right now on the TV stage, news coming in says that it is Bugema University. I think they have already taken the stage, and they should be taking us through their news broadcast so that we can see them putting on their A game. Let's get to the TV studio.
So kyensaba buli omu akola omulimu gwe mu okusomoozebwa bannamawulire kwe bafuna ensangi zino kubanga yeeraliikirira munne ago gabadde mawulire mitwe mikulu mu mawulire amasake olunaku olwaleero ku BUTV gano ge mawulire mu bujjuvu okusomoozebwa bannamawulire kwe bafuna mu mulimu gw'okukuŋŋaanya n'okusaka amawulire gufudde omulimu gw'okusaka amawulire okuba omuzibu ddala. Tuwogeddeko n'abamu ku bannamawulire be tusanze ku kitebe ekikulu ekikwasaganya ebyokulonda mu Uganda, era ne batugamba bino wammanga omusasi waffe kakuwa ebisingawo ku ggulire lino. Akalulu k'omwaka 2021 kaleka bannamawulire abawerako n'ebisago abalala bakasuulamu obulamu. Kino kiremeseza bannamawulire bangi ku mulundi guno okwetaba mu kusaka amawulire. Twogeddeko ne bannamawulire betusanze ku kitebe ekikulu ekikwasaganya ebyokulonda, era Hudson atugambye nti nga munnamawulire tosaanye kulaga kibiina kya bufuzi mwogwa, wabula era asabye gavumenti erwanirire eddembe lya bannamawulire.
So nno nti nze nga nze munnamawulire nnyinza okugamba bannange abakola omulimu gwe gumu nange nti buli wobeera n'ekibiina ky'owagira kya makulu nnyo okikuumira munda mu ggwe. Beera n'ekibiina kyo, wagira ekyo, wonatuuka okulonda londa mu mirembe gyo, kubanga okuwagira omuntu kikyo ku bubwo. Kanako ebyokulonda tusaba bakuumaddembe bamanye nti naffe tuli bantu abakola omulimu gwaffe gwe twagala ate gwe twasomerera, baleme okutuyisa obulala nga batukuba, wabula nti naffe tulina amatu, bw'oyogera ekintu tuwulira.
Twogeddeko n'omukyala omulala ng'era naye munnamawulire Aida, era atugambye nti abantu tebasaanye kutya bannamawulire, era n'asaba buli muntu akole ky'alina okukola mu butuufu bwakyo. Weesanga nti nno batya kubanga baba bamanyi amaloboozi gagenda tuuka wala nnyo, so batya ne weesanga nti batutulugunya. So kyensaba buli omu akola omulimu gwe mu butuufu bwagwo. Awo tetujja kuba na mivuyo bingi, tewali ajja kuba nga yeeraliikirira munne, olw'ensonga nti buli omu kyakola akikola mu butuufu bwakyo era akikola mu mateeka. Nga tetunagenda kuggulire liddako, katusooke twogereko ne Joshua Kalibala abe nga atusigira ekifaananyi ku kiki ekiri ku Media Challenge Initiative Hub. Kalibala, omulabi wa BUTV, musigire ku kifaananyi ku kiki ekigenda mu maaso ssaawa eno ku Media Challenge Initiative Hub.
Weewaawo neyanziza nnyo Najjuko. Essaawa zino ndi ku Tirupati mazima ku maliro ogwokuna e Kabalagala, ng'era waliwo empaka ez'enjawulo era nga amatendekero ag'enjawulo geetabye mu mpaka zino. Nga amatendekero ago mulimu Uganda Christian University, mulimu Bugema University, mulimu Uganda Matters University, mulimu ne universities endala nyingi. Naye wano wammanga waliwo abayizi ab'enjawulo era abeetabye mu mpaka ezo. Ngera kumpi nange nina omuyizi gwe ngenda okwogera wamu naye tusobole okumanya ki kyalowooza ku mpaka zino era alubirira ki okufuna mu zino empaka. Sebo yimira ku katono. Gye baliko Sebo? Amannya go?
Amanya nze Davis.
Ova mu university ki?
Mba ku Livingstone International University.
Kiki ky'osuubira mu mpaka zino?
Mu mpaka zino tusobola okuyiga n'okutwala obuwanguzi.
Osuubira okuwangula?
Sebo.
Weewaawo yoyo Davis ayogedde naffe. Naye akaseera kano nga sinaba kudda gy'oli njagala nkutegeeze nti Bugema University gwe mulundi ogusoose okwenyigira mu mpaka zino ng'era empaka zino zaatandika mu mwaka gwa 2012 era nga kati nga zikoonodde emyaka 13 bukyanga zibeerawo. Komyewo gy'olina Juuko.
Joshua nga tonnagenda badde nsaba oyongere okutusigira ekifaananyi ku Media Challenge Initiative Hub. Bugema University gwe mulundi gwayo ogusoose mu mpaka zino. Naye ku kye baakakola gwe olaba ki? Olowooza bagenda n'ekirabo okukitwala ku university yaabwe? Tusigire ku kifaananyi ku nsonga.
Aneeyanziza Najjuuko. Akaseera kano kennyini Bugema University bali mu kusoma mawulire era okusinziira ku ntandikwa simbi tulaba nti abayinza ekikopo okukitwala. Wabula oluvannyuma ng'olunaku luwedde tujja kumanya asinze newankubadde ffenna tuli bawanguzi naye mu bawanguzi mubeeramu omusukkulumu. Komyewo gy'olina Juuko.
Tweyanziza nnyo omusasi waffe Joshua Kalibala. Katweyongereyo n'amawulire gaffe amasake ku BUTV. Ate bo abavubuka bejjumbidde akalulu k'omwaka 2026 era nga twogeddeko n'abamu ku bavubuka omuli Sentamu Chachi ng'ono omukulembeze wa ssettendekero ly'e Makerere era n'abaako ensonga zaatugambye omusasi waffe katuwa ebisinga ku ggulire lino.
Ng'oggyeko akalulu k'omulundi oguwedde aka 2021 ko ak'omulundi guno abavubuka bakettanidde n'amaanyi mangi nga muno mwe muli n'omukulembeze w'ettendekero ly'e Makerere Churchill Sentamu. Wabadde alambika ensonga ze ezimuleese agambye tagenda kwekubira ludda wabula ye azze kolera abantu.
Nsisikiriza nnyo okusinziira ku political party so tumesobodde okwesimawo member of parliament ndi kuba namugenda kubanga ndowooza nti sigenda kutuyamba associating n'abantu abenjawulo tube n'obuweereza obuteekumira sayidi.
Nawanya Gloria asunsuddwa okukiikirira abavubuka mu kitundu ekya Buganda agamba nti agenda kulaba nti agonjoola ebizibu by'emirimu abavubuka bye balina ensangi zino.
Ddala abavubuka naddala okubeera nti tetulina mirimu ng'abavubuka. Uganda erina abavubuka bangi era ffe abamu abasinga okubeera nti tulina population eziri young naye abavubuka tetulina mirimu ate nga tusomye so njagala kulaba nti abavubuka tufuna emirimu.
Ekyomusolo Gloria akitaddeko essira nti wakukikwasa maanyi era tewali muvubuka agenda kuggyibwako musolo olw'ensonga nti abavubuka bo bennyini tebalina mirimu.
Nno tusobola okukola bizinesi zaffe ne zikula ne zibeera nga zikulaakulana. Twagala okulaba nti abavubuka era kyengenda okukushingako ennyo kulaba nti abavubuka bizinesi zaffe tebaziggyako musolo. Kama kwogera nalinako bizinesi naye nali nakagigula wiiki emu kasisi enejja nekola ki nenzigala nga ssente zensaba sizirina mu kaseera ako.
Ennaku z'omwezi nga 22 wamu na 23 omwezi ogw'ekkumi z'ennaku ezaateekebwawo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ng'ennaku ez'okusunsulamu abaneesimba ku bubaka bwa paalamenti.
Ate ye Wandukwa Simon asunsuddwa okukiikirira abavubuka b'ebuvanjuba bwa Uganda ategeeza nti bazze balonda abakiise baabwe ab'enjawulo naye abasinga batula butuuzi mu paalamenti tebalina mulimu gwonna gwe bakola.
Fenga abava mu Eastern Uganda tulina ebizibu bingi, tulina challenges nyingi naye buli tulonda abakulembeze baffe okujja tukiikirira kibeeranga just kyakujjuza offices ezo ne bajja ne batula mu parliament just kulaga nti waliyo inclusion y'abavubuka mu politics w'eggwanga naye nga tulina ensonga ezituluma nyingi ate nga tezikoleddwako.
Gertrude Grace Mukyala Kalibala Joshua, Amasake.
Nga tweyongeddeyo mu mawulire amasake ku BUTV mu kunoonyereza amazima tukuleetedde ekiwandiiko ekiyitinganye ku mitimbagano egy'enjawulo nga muno mwe muli ne WhatsApp nga kino kibadde kiranga emirimu ku kitebe ekikulu ekikwasaganya ebyokulonda n'abakiibi ayina emboozi eno.
Waliwo ekiwandiiko ekiri okutambulatambula ku mikutu gy'empuliziganya egy'enjawulo naddala omukutu gwa WhatsApp nga kigamba nti ekitongole ky'ebyokulonda kya Uganda kigaba emirimu eri abantu mu bifo eby'enjawulo okuyamba mu kalulu akabindabinda. Eno gye tulimu yakwetegekera okulonda era ekiwandiiko kino kiyinza okuba ekituufu oba ekikyamu era katukebere tumanye amazima. Mukutu gwa intaneti ogw'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda tegulina kalango akakafuluma konna akalaga emirimu okuggyako akamu ak'abakugu ba tekinologiya akalina nsalessale w'okusaba emirimu eyayitako era nga yali wa nnaku z'omwezi 25 omwezi ogw'omwenda omwaka 2025. Mukutu gw'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda omutongole gwa X teri kiwandiiko kyonna kiranga mirimu era nga waliyo ebiwandiiko bingi ebiwera amawulire ag'obulimba agakwata ku birango by'emirimu ebibadde bisaasaana emabegako. Omuntu ayinza okwebuuza ensibuko y'ekiwandiiko kino n'obutuufu bwakyo. Ekiwandiiko ekitambulatambula kiri ku muko ogusooka ku miko 3 era katunoonye ekiwandiiko ekyasooka. Kwa intaneti omutongole akalango kano kafulumizibwa mu mwaka 2020 era nga kiraga nti nsalessale w'okusaba emirimu gino yaliwo nga 4 omwezi ogwa Musenene omwaka 2020 ku muko ogwokusatu. Olw'obwangu obuli mu nsaasaanya y'amawulire mu ggwanga waliwo akabi k'amaanyi ak'abantu okufuna amawulire agatali matuufu era agatali malungi. Kya nsonga nnyo buli muntu okufaayo okukakasa obutuufu bwa byonna by'alaba era n'ebyo by'asoma. Deborah Mukyala Gertrude Grace, Amasake.
Wabula ate babaseno bali mu nnaku olwa ttiimu yaabwe gye babadde basuubira okugenda n'ekikopo ewaka nga enekuta ekifo kya 7. Obadde mulabi mulungi ow'amawulire amasake ku BUTV Zamunajjuuko nze mbadde omusomi wo akuuma mpeera Kabaka awangaale mubeere bulungi.
That is Bugema University, ladies and gentlemen. Tubongere engalo ez'amaanyi bannaffe aba Bugema. Nja kusaba ttiimu yonna nga bwebadde egyetwegatteko wano ali tusobole okuwulira okuva eri bajjaji baffe abalungi. Bumongere engalo nga bwe bajja ballangi temukoowa kuzikuba. It is an incredible team and they have definitely given us a run for our time. Tusembere kwali kumpimpi. Temwekweka. Ndaba Judge Sandra alinga alina kyayagala okusooka okuyisaawo. Judge Sandra, waliwo kyonna ky'oyagala oyisaawo nga tesinaba kubaako kyennyongerako? Sogeeyogereko. Tusooke tubakubire mu ngalo bannange. Judge Rose, team ye Bugema ogirabye bulungi nnyo. Maybe 1 or 2 insights into their presentation.
Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala okubewaayo. Mwebale okusakira amawulire mukoze bulungi naddala okuba nti guno gwe mulundi gwammwe ogusooka bano bonna be mulaba eyo gye muli gye baava. Waliwo gye mukoze obulungi naddala bwe tutunuulira ani yatusakidde bali abadde kulira eki yabadde neddoboozi eddene erigumivu yabadde ani emwami Kalibala munnange webale yongeramu amaanyi oyinza n'okukwano nga mwami Musaasi zoona simanyi oba babeereyo ne babatendeka ne bagamba nti omanyi jangu ogende mu radio jangu eno lake. Most of the people who do presentations in radio have those voices, so you can make use of that radio. Eriyo obuntu obumu bwe nnokoddeyo bwe tulina okutereezaamu tusobole okutuuka wa bwe twagala. My beautiful uncle, ndabye nga obadde osoma ebyokusoma obirina naye ng'oluusi ebigambo onoonya binoonye. Buli lw'onoonya ekigambo ng'osoma amawulire eri public ebyagamba nti ono tamanyi byatugamba, baba balowooza nti teweekakasa ki kyotugamba. When you're presenting yourself to the public, you need to be very, very confident. Ekisooka script ziyitemu otegeere story nti ekigambo ne bwe kiba kikubuze osobola okuteekawo gwe ekigambo kyokola ki kyomanyi ekigenderawo. So ekyo tukinotinge. N'ekirala owedda nkulaba ng'olimu kano entebe ewoomye. Ebintu ebyo ebimu bwe tuba tubiraba. Omuntu bw'akulaba ng'oli ku ntebe bw'osoma amawulire naye nga weesuuba agamba bebi. Bebi tannatuuka, tuwuliriza tutya bebi? Tonnatuuka kusoma mawulire. So ebintu ebyo ebimu obyegendereza n'otakola bisobyeyo. Kakati mukulu live bw'oba ogenda okukola live story in the field sooka otegere topic gwenga gwe tugenda kwogera ku ki ku National Newsroom Contest. What is it about? N'ekirala abantu bogenda okuinterviewinga babriefing emu nti omanyi ndeeta kamera tugenda kwogera na kino kino nakino 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 naye abeere ng'akola ki ng'akitegeera nga yeetegeka. Ebintu ebyo bw'obigatta ojja kulaba nga live yo evaayo bulungi. You build confidence. So ebintu ebyo yegendereza. Then ebyo obuntu obwedda bwendaba nga blacks. Your video editor, any video editor was? Any other video editor? I don't know. Hey, you can turn on your book, you can just remove them. A minute. Buba with them. No bowling pictures. Who was our camera person? Hey, every father in the vineyard, we try to use Nyanya Wexty, very solid quality. So, twegendereze obuntu obwo tutereeze. Bw'oba ogenda mu field ng'olina camera, either you have a stand or master the art of okukwata camera with a free hand. Bwe munaabitereeza ebyo, the sky is the limit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Judge Rose. I don't know if Judge Joshua has anything to add on that before we let Bugema University leave the stage.
Mwebale aba Bugema University bwe muludwa mu okusoosa okujja wano tusanyusa okubalaba wano tubeerawo tuba tuwangana bagezi n'okuyiga ffenna. Ebirala mukyala Rose abyogedde naye katono nnyo ke ntyagadde okujjayo kye bayita accuracy kye nayogeddeko mu kusooka. Mu mawulire ezimu ku principles enkulu kye bayita accuracy. Buli okola ensobi mu accuracy osobola okumuzika ng'obalya ekitiibwa kitalina kugenda. Churchill sentamu mukulembeze w'abayizi Makerere. Mu story yammwe omusomi gy'asomye wamu ne reporter gy'anaretize agambye nti Churchill omukulembeze w'e Makerere kakati mu mbeera yaba afuuse vice chancellor sinakindi chancellor. Mukitegedde kye ngamba kati tusaana okwetegereza titles ng'egye tuzikozesa mu mawulire kintu ekimu ku bintu ebisinga okuba ebizibu nti okyusaamu akantu katono bwe kati katta story yonna oba ne kakyusa amakulu ga story yonna nolwekyo ogenderera ng'okozesa titles ez'abantu ab'enjawulo naye for the first time mukoze bulungi tubaagaliza okuba
kale tweyanziza nnyo bannaffe aba Bugema University. Sorry, yes, Judge Sandra. Thank you so much, Bugema University. They've been debutants for this year's National Newsroom Contest. Let's give them a hand of applause. I think they've definitely worked so hard to pull this off. Thank you, Bugema University. Of course, we are still going on, and in the radio studio, there is Uganda.
After receiving feedback from the judges, now we are seeing Judge Joshua Musasizi giving them all the feedback. Now the thing about feedback is that there is some type of feedback you can get and it really sticks with you. Joshua, do you have any feedback that you got from the time you were contesting that is still moving with you up to now?
I remember one of the judges, actually, I think he's on the Uganda team, told me something. I'll never forget it.
Yeah.
When I was anchoring news, that was 2023, he told me that, oh my, you young man, you have so much potential. I love how you engage with the camera. I love your confidence.
Yes.
I love how you articulate with your words. I think I remember the good side of it. I think maybe one judge tried to bully me, but when I picked my award, she told me, I was trying to tease you, but I wanted you to get conversant with what you're doing. You're very good and you're very talented, but I need you to sort of like get that thick skin that receives feedback. And I think that is the most important part about feedback is that when they're giving you feedback, take it in constructively. Do not take it in that this person doesn't like me, they have a problem with me. Take it in and see how best it can
Help
make you a better person. And I think that's the bottom line. Just like the judges have said that this team should do this team should do this. I also think it is very important for us to put into consideration that the teams that haven't yet performed, when a judge says something to a certain team, use it to your advantage and use it profitably because it will give you a leverage over the other. And it's not even just about competition, but how do we learn better? Yeah. So I think that's the bottom line of everything. I don't know what university is going to perform now, but as soon as we come back from this short break, we are going to be speaking to one of the ladies. I think she's from Victoria University. She did a fact check. And we just want to find out how it feels like as a Gen Z young journalist. How does it feel to check news and what message could she be having for the people out there? Yes, I think we shall cross over to the radio studio now.
Kadde kamawulira masukulumu ngo gakutuusaako nze Swablan Namugerwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the building.
weewaawo mugetutandise nago olunaku olwaleero abavubuka bangi ensangi zino bongedde okwesambayo ebyobufuzi nga kino kibiriddeko n'okunafuya enkulaakulana y'eggwanga. Omusasi waffe Melanika ebirungi kaabituwe.
Ensonga nnyingi eziviiriddeko abavubuka okweswirayo ogwannaggamba bwe bituuka ku nsonga z'ebyobufuzi ate nga batwala ebitundu 7.5 ku buli 100 eri abantu abawangalira mu ggwanga Uganda. Nabwe butyo bwe buli olwayo tukuleetedde ensonga ezibaviiriddeko okwesamba ebyobufuzi.
Okusinziira ku kitongole ekitwala ebyokulonda ki Uganda Electoral Commission kiraga nti abalonzi abeewandiisa mu kulonda kw'omwaka 2021 baakola ebitundu 57 ku buli 100 wabula ate omuwendo gw'abo abalonda gwakka mpaka ku bitundu 35 ku buli 100 nga ku bano omuwendo gw'abavubuka gwali ebitundu 12 ku buli 100 ekyalaga nti abavubuka abeetaba mu byokulonda batono ddala. Mu kwogerako ne Mande Fred ono yakulira abavubuka mu muluka gw'essalaama atutegeezezza nti abavubuka tebafunye kusomesebwa kumala ku nsonga ezeekuusa ku byobufuzi.
Abavubuka baffe tebafunye kusomesebwa kumala naddala mu mbeera ebyobufuzi.
Ate bo abatuuze batutegeezezza nti abo ababa balondeddwa abantu ate si be balangirirwa.
Nsonga ne bwe tunaalonda tumaze ebiseera byaffe bingi nga tulonda. Nate ne bwe tulonda tuba tumala kibiseera. Ojja kulonda gw'olonze era ne bwanaakalya nga basobola okukabuzaabuza ne bakaba.
Mu kwogerako n'omu ku bakozi abakolera ekitongole ekitwala ebyokulonda mu ggwanga ng'omugalagadde mwatuukiriza mannya atutegeezezza nti abavubuka abamu babuzaabuzibwa bannabyabufuzi naddala abo abali ku ludda oluvuganya gavumenti.
Abavubuka beetaagisa abamu babeera misled by oppositions. Abakulembeze abamu abataagaliza ggwanga lyabwe.
Mu kaweefube w'okulaba nga abavubuka bettanira ebyobufuzi twogeddeko n'abakugu ne batutegeeza ebyo ebirina okukolebwa na biki bye bakoze okulaba nga ensonga eno egonjoolwa.
Mutusonyiwemuuko olw'embeera eyisiteemu tekinologiya.
Sookera ddala abavubuka luli baali tebannafuna nnyo.
Mutusonyiwemuuko olwa tekinologiya oyo. Bwe tweyongerayo tutunuulidde ebintu eby'enjawulo omuntu by'ayinza okukozesa okwawula amawulire amatuufu ku makyamu. Katufune emboozi eno.
Omuwendo gw'amawulire amakyamu gweyongedde okusaasaana mu ggwanga Uganda ne mu nsi yonna okutwaliza wamu. Olunaku olwaleero tukuleetedde eggulire eryawandiikibwa ennaku z'omwezi nga 6 omwezi ogw'Ekumi 2025 nga lino lyali lyogera ku kufa kweyali omumyuka wakulira poliisi Charles Katalatambi. Lino lyakyusibwa ne liddizibwa mu ggulire era liraga nti akulira ekibiina kya National Newsroom Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu alina enteekateeka ey'okulemerera okuwangula okulonda okwa 2026. Simon Masaba ng'ono omusasi w'amawulire ga New Vision era nga yasaka eggulire eryabulankanyizibwa ku lukomo lw'essimu ategeezezza nga omuwendo gw'amawulire ag'obulimba bwe gweyongedde.
Kyenyinza okugamba nti omuwendo gw'amawulire ag'obulimba gweyongedde era kino tekikosezza New Vision yokka.
Yasinzidde wano n'akubiriza abantu obutasoma busomi mawulire wabula banoonyereze nti geego agasaanidde.
Kyensobola okukubiriza abantu babeere beegendereza ku mawulire gano eno era bafeeyo nnyo okulaba nga we bajja amawulire we wawatuufu awasaanidde.
Professor Rogers Baligayo Mengudo mu kugumbya obufuzi n'okunoonyereza akubiriza abantu okunoonyereza ku mikutu egy'enjawulo nga tebannasaasaanya amawulire gonna era wano n'asaba wabeewo obumanyirivu mu kuwandiika amawulire.
Potigeza online oluusi zibeeramu ebikyamu kati bw'okisomako noonyereza ku mikutu emirala naddala egikirizigiddwa ojja kufuna ekituufu mu ekyo.
Nga obulemyezi ebiri bannayuganda balonde abaana bakulembera mu kisanja ekiddako basaanye okwegendereza amawulire agayitingana ku mikutu migatta abantu omu nokakasa amawulire agaba gasaasaanyiziddwa omuli amafuna amatuufu. Kati nga gwe omulonzi mukutu ki gwe weesize okuwa amawulire amatuufu? Abdurahman Kiboneka, KIUTV Ekansanga.
Webale nnyo abuddwa kumanyi kiboneka olw'eggulire eryo.
Ate bwe tuvako eruyi eyo tutunulidde enkozesa y'ebizindaalo mu nsasanya y'amawulire mu bitundu eby'enjawulo. Omusasi waffe Elvis Mutumba yalina ebisingawo ku mboozi eno.
Kabalungi twebaza gye mutuusizzaako engalo olunaku luno olwaleero.
Empuliziganya y'ebitundu oba ziyite community radios y'emu ku mikutu egya bulijjo egyateekebwawo mu ggwanga lyattu Uganda okutambuza amawulire agakwata ku bantu wamu n'ebyobufuzi. Ebizindaalo bino byatandikibwawo okusobola okutambuza eddoboozi ly'abatuuze saako n'okulaba nti amawulire gabatuukako bulungi era nga ga mazima mu nnimi zaabwe saako ne mu bitundu byabwe.
Balanga nnyo oluusi abantu nga waliwo yafudde yeetaaga abantu bakuŋŋaane bategere okubika oba waliwo abaana batera okubula balangako nnyo abaana abakuze era kibayambako abaana okulabika.
Olw'okuba nti abakola ku bizindaalo bino emirundi egisinga babeera tebaabangulwa mu mulimu guno ogw'amawulire, wandirowooza nti okusaasaanya amawulire ag'obulimba kwegiriisa ng'ekigotta entula, wabula guno si bwe guli ng'omukulembeze w'ekyalo saako n'addukanya ekizindaalo kino bw'annyonnyola.
Ebiseera ebisinga obungi abakwadde amawulire ago y'abakwatibwako ensonga eyo yennyini, kubanga amawulire g'abaakwa gaba tegaliimu nti anoonya ssente. Singa oli ajja n'agamba nti omwana abuze kiba kitegeeza abuze kuba oyo yamuzaala. Oli wajja n'agamba nti nfiiriddwa omwana oba nfiiriddwa taata kiba kitegeeza talimba aba afudde. Tugajja ku bantu kwennyini amawulire.
Tugenda mu nkiiko ba VHT baffe batugamba oluusi bajja ne batugamba nti tulange ebirwadde ebikola ki ebigwa tebiraze. Bafunamu obuzibu obulwadde bwa COVID naye nga tulina obbabuulira bagoberera amateeka baleme gwa mu buzibu.
Wabula ng'omulimu omulala gwonna guno nagwo gufumbikiddemu ebisoomooza.
Abantu bafamu basula bweru mu bbaalo kati saaza okwebaka ffe ate ne tuteekako ekizindaalo kibayisa bubi oluusi era ne bajja ne bakola ki ne bakomplayininga ew'omukulu naye tufuna engeri gye tukola ki ne tubatereezaamu obulamu ne butambula ne tugenda mu maaso. Oluusi abamu nga babiteekamu ebyobufuzi nti gavumenti eyo eba ereese ekintu oli waba wa kibiina kiri aba tayagala kujja kufuna ki kukigoberera kiba kizzemu ku ground.
Ebizindaalo bino biwadde abatuuze eddoboozi n'obusobozi okwetaba mu kutambuza amawulire agakwata ku bulamu bwabwe, naye okubikuumira mu mazima muvunaanyizibwa n'obwenkanya kimu ku ebyo ebirina okusinga okutunuulirwa. Golowooza nti ebizindaalo bino byandigiddwawo okusinziira ku tteeka eryateekebwawo gavumenti mu mwaka gwa 2021. Elvis Ronald Mutumba, KIU TV Amasukkulumu.
Ate bwe tuvaako eyo empaka z'abayizi abakola essomo ery'amawulire okwetooloola eggwanga Uganda zigiddwako akawuuwo wali mu maka g'ekibiina ki Media Challenge Initiative ku Twipati Mazima Mall e Kabalagala. Omusasi waffe Josephine Nakamate yatuuseeyo dda okuba nga tusiigira ekifaananyi ki ekigenda mu maaso. Josephine.
Weewaawo enkyaleero ssettendekero ez'enjawulo okwetooloola Uganda zikedde kweyiwa ku Twipati Mazima Mall mu maka ga Media Challenge Initiative e Kabalagala abeewaayo okutumbula ebitone by'abayizi abasoma ebyamawulire nga kino nno bazzenga bakikola buli mwaka. Okwawukanako n'emyaka emirala empaka za laadiyo kw'ossa n'eza terefayina zitegekeddwa ku lunaku lwe lumu ekiteetedde abayizi okubeera okunkenke kutya bwe bagenda okukwasaganya empaka zino zombiriri. Ssettendekero 11 ze zeetabye mu mpaka zino nga 5 ku zo zimaliriza. Wenjogerera Kampala International University be bali katuuti n'amawulire mu lulimi Oluganda nga bano nno be baatwala engule omwaka oguwedde.
Gwe Josephine twagala tubuulire omulabi ali eyo oba n'omuyizi kyanjawulo ki kyagenda ogwanyulwamu mu mpaka z'olunaku olwaleero?
Omuyizi aba yeetabye mu mpaka zino afuna omukisa okumanya ensobi ze ssaako n'okuzitereeza ng'asinziira ku ebyo ebibeera bimulambikiddwa abasazi b'empaka ab'enjawulo ssaako n'okuweebwa omukisa okwetaba mu nteekateeka za fellowship ezitegekebwa ekitongole kino kyekimu. Olwo nno omuyizi n'ayongera okubanguka mu byamawulire ssaako n'okwetekerateekera ebiseera bye ebirungi eby'emmaaso. Tujja kuba tukutuusaako byonna ebinaaba bivudde mu mpaka zino mawulire gaffe aganaabagazzeeko. Josephine Nakamate, KIU TV e Kabalagala.
Webale nnyo Josephine Nakamate. Ndowooza ekitongole kino kikoze ky'amaanyi okuba nga kibangula abayizi ab'omugigi ogujja ogw'amawulire.
weewaawo era abayizi bonna abeetabye mu mpaka zino tubaagaliza buwanguzi awamu n'emboozi eyo awamu n'eggulire lino mutukkirize tuberekereze tofa ku KIUTV programu enyuvu zikyajja omukenfu Alvin Lubega yatuuse dda ne programu omulimisa sigadde nze Swabla Namugerwa wabula sitambula nzeka mba ne munnange
David Muweereza kyetukusaba tugobere ku mitimagano gyaffe gye mugatta abantu egy'enjawulo oteekamu buteesi KIUTV amasukulumu osobola okulaba amawulire g'osubiddwa oba oliawo n'agajja mu maaso atakuumira mpeera kunkuumire awangaale nnyo Ssaabasajja Kabaka.
Is it a general audience or it's only KIU? What do the rest of the other universities think? No. I want people from Bugema, from Victoria University to comment about this presentation. KIU, let us be... Hey. Yes, please. What do you think about their presentation? Was wow.
Newsroom Contest here at Media Challenge Initiative at the Media Hub located in Kabalagala. Thank you for watching, especially the people who are live streaming. Thank you for staying tuned into this episode and seeing everything that is going on. Now we are bringing to you interviews, we are bringing to you live news reports, we are bringing to you live radio shows, everything that is going on. Right now in the radio studio we have the Uganda Pentecostal University, and on the TV stage we have Kampala International University receiving feedback from their presentation coming from the judges. Now in studio with me I have a student from Victoria University. She is Fiona Kemigisha. Now Fiona Kemigisha worked on a fact check that stood out for most of the viewers, and we decided that why not bring her here in studio with us so that she can share with us a little bit of her experience. Why did she choose this story? How did she come up with all this information just to debunk a picture that she saw on the internet? Now in this picture we saw the president of the National Unity Platform, and in the picture it was showing that he is being intimate with one of the people who belong to this party. Now we just want to get into the conversation and talk to Fiona. How are you, Fiona? Thank you for being with us today.
I'm fine, thank you. I'm very happy to be here at this moment. I feel so excited.
Yeah, now first things first, Fiona, I would like to know, how did you learn how to fact check? Because right now we are heading to the 2026 elections. There is a lot of false information going around, especially about politicians. So how did you learn how to fact check?
Yeah, I'll start with what you've just said, that we are heading into 2026 election. And you know, during that period, there are a lot of false content spreading around on TikTok, everywhere. And then people out there, they think this is actually right. Because not everyone can do what I can do. Not everyone can fact check something, and then they come up with something and be like, this news is not right, this news. So I made a research. I personally, I am a young journalist. And I don't like false information spreading out there, because at the end of the day they are saying us, the journalists, we are the ones spreading that information. And guess what it is doing to the reputation? So I am like, I had to do research. I have one of my lecturers, he's called Mr. Daniel Taya. He's also a fact checker actually. So I went on his page, Fact Watch Africa. I was checking. So I had to get in touch with him. He had to teach me some things. Of course, they can't just spoon feed you everything. He taught me to a certain extent. I said, okay. I went in deeper things. I made my own research. And that's how I learned actually to do fact checking. I made research, and with his help, I can now do fact checking, and I'm so grateful for that. And I know with that, fake news, not in my presence. No, it's not going to happen. Okay, it may happen, but at least I'll do my best.
Shout out to our lecturer, Daniel Lutaya. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for making sure that the young journalists are equipped with the skills that they need to debunk this false information that is going on. So what exactly inspired you to debunk this particular photo? Because there is a lot of misinformation that is going on
Sure,
out there,
yeah.
but you picked out this particular one.
Yeah.
What was the inspiration behind?
So first thing is we are in a political season. So when I saw that picture, I was, because I didn't believe, of course, it was true at first. So I said, anyway, it's okay. The first time I didn't even pay attention to it. I just relaxed. I was like, these online things also.
Yeah.
Inside me, I knew the picture was not, because AI content is everywhere. So when I saw it, I just told myself, this is AI. Actually, I didn't even pay attention to it. So when this contest came, I was like, I have to do a fact-checking story. And I'm like, this picture that appeared online showing Chagulanyi, President Chagulanyi kissing this lady. Is it really true? Is it really true? Because I knew it wasn't true in the first place. So I was inspired by the fact that we are in a political season and false information. You may now find political leaders or NUP members, AI has generated them and now they're in NRM t-shirts and such things. So I was like, no, this kills our image as journalists. So I went ahead and I did a fact check only to come up with the fact that this wasn't actually a true thing.
Yeah.
And beyond that, one thing that also inspired me is that we don't know, but people out there that this false information is spread about, there's something it causes about them.
Yeah.
There is a damage it gives them. It's like when AI, there is an app, I think it's still AI, it undresses people.
Yeah.
Then it brings you out when you're naked. So I'm like, I just feel the pain of that person when your picture comes out and then it is showing you are kissing someone. And this is a married man. Then your wife is seeing that thing that you were kissing a lady. How would she feel? How will you yourself, personally, how will you feel? You're like, my wife is going to see this. It has a way it disturbs you, honestly. So I'm not comfortable with things that disturb, beyond me myself, but things that disturb the peace of others. I am not comfortable with it. So that's why I went ahead and I think I'm going to start doing this because, yeah, it's now becoming something because I am so disturbed by that. Yeah, that's what inspired me.
The fact-checking, needs more people to be on it because
I am on.
That is really nice to know.
Yeah.
Because a lot of false information is being put out there, but the people debunking it are really few. So if at least we can have more people getting on board to do this, that will help us. So being a journalist myself, I understand that you didn't do this story in just an hour. It took you some time.
I did.
Yeah. So what was your experience doing this story from the time you got the idea, like you were triggered, you saw the picture, you were triggered, and then you started working on it? From the time you started working on it to the point where it has been shown on the screen out there, what was your experience? Did you face any challenges? How did you overcome them?
All I have to say is that personally the experience was good. There were challenges, but the experience was good because this is my first fact-checking story actually I'm producing. It is the first, but as I said earlier, first time I saw that picture, I didn't pay attention to it. But as I was saying it, circulating, it was disturbing me, like I couldn't. So I was like, so when they told us this newsroom contest, I was like, no, I have to do this. And they told us there will be a story of fact-checking. I'm like, yeah, I have to go for this. I'm like, I have to do this. So it took me time. I didn't just do this story just in one day and I'm done. No, it took me time, serious time. So, you know, you have to do research. You have to go ahead and find out where this pic came from, who posted it first, where all that information. And it wasn't easy at all because it was not a walkover. But you put in something knowing that at the end of the day, it's worth it. So my experience was good. That's what I can say. Yeah, it was good because the fact that I love it, I have to say the experience was good because something you love, you don't you don't look at the challenges.
Yeah.
You're like, this thing, whether it costs me what, I am going for it and I am doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is...
We are so glad that you managed to look away from the challenges and then decided to do this story and get done with it to a point where we have been able to see it. Now, as we end this conversation, I would like you to give a word to people out there, you know, especially the young people, and in this critical season, what information or what advice do you have for anyone trying to share information before thinking about it? Because, you know, someone can see a picture like that and then they get excited and they just share it. They send it to their family groups. They send it everywhere. Which word would you like to give to them so that before sharing information, they first think about it?
One thing I have to say is that everyone should be careful, most especially in this season. You should be careful about the information that you're sharing, about everything that you see online. These days, I don't even trust, like, everything I see. I'm like, no, this is not true. Actually, something may even be true, but you know that feeling of being like, no, I have to first investigate where it is coming from. So this season, all I have to say is that don't be quick to share information. Don't be quick to share what you don't know about, what you've not researched about. Yeah, you've just seen something and then you're sharing because at the end of the day, it may even cause you some problems. You may share something about someone and then this is someone big in the government and then they'll come for you. Yeah. So you have to be extremely careful, most especially the youths. Yeah. Be careful what you post on your Twitter handles, on TikTok. These days, most especially, they are TikTokers, those bloggers, they call bloggers, I think. Yeah, so these people just post anything, anyhow. They don't care, and at the end of the day, they are like, we saw the news. That's what people say. We saw news. And everyone in the community knows who are these people that produce the news? The journalists. That's what everyone will think. But there are very many people, unprofessional journalists out there. Actually, they're not even journalists, but they made themselves journalists. And they are so unprofessional. And every day they are producing news that airing things that are not even true. And guess what? At the end of the day, it's us. They're saying journalists these days, you're being biased. Journalists, see what you've produced. And I feel so bad about that at the end of the day, we are the ones they are pushing on the world. Yet we are also trying our best to see that we are producing something that is correct and truth. We are producing truth, but people are again saying, no, these are journalists. Yeah, these are just unprofessional people that are just doing things anyhow. So all I have to say is that everyone should be careful about any information that you're sharing right now. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Fiona. So coming from Fiona, she says that before you share any piece of information, please be careful, question it, research it. Don't just share like that. You know, these days we say, don't just share, just don't do it. Question the information you're getting before sharing it. Right now, I would like us to transition to the TV studio so that we can see what exactly is going on there.
Kwe twakoze ku kibanja kya New Vision ku mukutu gwakyo gwa X abangi gwe bamanyi nga Twitter kulaga nti amawulire agafulumizibwa ng'ennaku z'omwezi 21 na 22 omwezi ogw'omukaaga omwaka guno mu lupapula lwa weekend galina omutwe ogugamba nti Race to Presidency ekivuunulwa nti olwokaano lw'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga. Kino kikakasa nti ekifaananyi kya New Vision owa weekend ekisaasaanyizibwa ku mikutu gimugatta abantu kijingirire era kirina ekigendererwa ekyokukyamya bannansi. Mu mwaka gwa 2024 Musana Ibrahim eyeeyita Pressure 247 ku mukutu ogwa TikTok yasaasaanya obubaka obuvoola Kabaka Ronald Muwenda Mutebi owookubiri obwakabaka kosa n'abakulembeze ab'enjawulo.
I will kill your children. Njakutagwe. Nyenda kuta.
Ng'ennaku z'omwezi 13 mu kutula Nsanja omwaka gwe gumu obwakabaka bwamugulako emisango ku kitongole ekikulira okunoonyereza ku buzzi bw'emisango mu ggwanga ki Criminal Investigation Department abangi kye bamanyi nga CID. Musana yakwatibwa n'atandika okuwera ennemba n'emisango okuli ogw'okusiga obukyayi mu bantu, okuvvoola abakulembeze n'emirala egigwa mu kkowe eryo.
Ensonga enkulu ebayisizza mwenna bannamawulire ensonga ya muvubuka Musana Ibrahim abadde akozesa emikutu gimuyunga bantu mu ngeri y'okutyoboola Ssaabasajja Kabaka n'Obwakabaka.
Obubaka obukyamu obutambulira ku mitimbagano bukoze kyamaanyi okwonoona emirimu gy'abantu ssaako n'okusatulula amaka gaabwe. Mu kuwayaamu n'omu ku bakugu abatakabanira okulwanyisa omuze gw'okusaasaanya amawulire ag'obulimba ku mikutu gimugattabantu, Regan Kiyimba okuva mu kitongole ki D-Bank ategeezezza nti kigwanidde buli munnansi okufuna amawulire amatuufu kibasobozesa okwekuumira mu mazima.
Bwe biba byambu nga omuntu eyabyogedde talina wasinziira kubeera nti yabijje nga tunoonya obukakafu. Ddala kyayogedde kyambu oba waliyo obukakafu obusinga ku bwatuwadde mu mboozi gy'abatuwadde. We tumaliriza olugendo olwo olw'okusunsula biki ebyogeddwa mu ggulire nga tugenda mu maaso nga tutandika okunoonyereza kwaffe.
Kiyimba agamba bwe bazuula eggulire ekyamu erisaasaanyizibwa ku mikutu gimugatta abantu, bakola bukubirire butasamuka butassamwoyo okubuusa bannansi ng'enjogera y'ennaku zino bw'eri.
Kwaffe bwe tukola okunoonyereza ne tusanga nti nno waliwo omuntu ono by'ataatereezezza bulungi nga tutegeeza abantu, waba nga byayogedde bituufu nga tubagaba bituufu, biba nga bikyamu nga tubawa ebituufu. So gyegyo emitendera mwe tuyitira.
Bo bannayuganda ab'enjawulo boogedde ku buzibu bwe basanga mu mawulire ag'ekika kino ne basaba bekikwatako okubaako ne kye bakola.
Dukane amawulire mu kusooka gaze gatugamba nti yabadde ayagala kugenda ku poliisi ye ripooti nga babadde bamugoba kwegamba ne baba nga bonoona omulimu gwaffe babalesa amawulire amabi lwaki.
Tugezezzaako okunoonya omwogezi w'ekitongole ekirungamya eby'empuliziganya mu ggwanga ki Uganda Communications Commission oba UCC, kyokka ng'essimu ze ezimanyiddwa tazikwata.
Bakati ngaffe tugenda kuwaabawa era tugenda kuyambibwa tutya.
Obubaka obukyamu n'amawulire bitambulira ku sipiidi ya waggulu ku mikutu gimugatta abantu naddala okwo kwa TikTok ne X. Ekitongole ekivunaanyizibwa ku by'empuliziganya mu ggwanga ki Uganda Communications Commission kivunaanya abo abakozesa obubi omutimbagano nga kyeyambisa etteeka erikwata abo abakozesa obubi ebyuma bikalimagezi eryabagibwa mu mwaka gwa 2011 ne lirongoosebwa mu mwaka gwa 2022. Rebina Nakirya, MCI TV, abakakasiddwa. Weewaawo twetonda olw'obuzibu bwe tufunyeemu mu byuma by'omuzungu wabula nga tweyongeddeyo n'amawulire agakakasiddwa. Bo bannayuganda awamu n'abakozi ba gavumenti basabiddwa okusoosowaza eddembe lya bannamawulire olw'obukulu bwabwe mu ggwanga. Kyokka ate okusaba kuno kukoleddwa omwogezi w'ekibiina ekigatta bannamawulire ki Uganda Journalists Association abangi kye bamanyi nga WUJA, Kabuye Ronald bw'abadde mu mboozi ey'akafubo n'omu ku bannamawulire baffe.
Omulimu gw'amawulire gwe gumu kwejjeejja enkizo kubanga watali kumanyisibwa mpawo kitambula mu butuufu bwakyo mu ggwanga.
Are we speaking for the media? Are we speaking for journalism, or we are speaking for ourselves?
Wabula babagukola basanga okusoomozebwa okw'enjawulo omuli okukubwa, obutasasulwa, okugaanibwa okukwata ebifaananyi, okutiisibwatiisibwa n'ebirala bingi nga bino bye bireetedde abangi okwetamu omulimu gwabwe.
Journalists are intimidated, reporters are intimidated.
Kati nga twolekera akaseera okukyusa obukulembeze bannayuganda awamu n'abakozi ba gavumenti basabiddwa okusoosowoza eddembe lya bannamawulire kibasobozesa okubeera abamanyi n'okutangira akabi akandivudde mu kutyoboola eddembe lyabwe.
Kyokka ate era bwe kikakata ku buli munnayuganda yenna okuba munnamawulire eddembe lye n'okubeera ng'alyeyagaliramu ne gavumenti bw'etyo n'ebitongole byonna byonna ebigwa mu kkowe eryo obwannakyewa byonna lirina okulaba nti nno eggwanga okulaakulana amawulire nga malungi agatambulira ddala gagawa abantu ekirungi kyo.
Okusaba kuno kukoleddwa omwogezi w'ekibiina ekigatta bannamawulire ki Uganda Journalism Association oba kiyite bujja mu bufunze Kabuye Ronald bw'abadde mu mboozi ey'akafubo ne munnamawulire waffe era kinogaanyiza nti omulimu gwabwe guli mu mateeka.
Omulimu gw'amawulire guli mu mateeka era gukolebwa mu mateeka naddala mu ggwanga Uganda.
Ono n'ensonga y'ensasula y'abannamawulire gibuusizza maaso ng'agamba n'obutasasulwa bwe bumu ku bibaviirako okufuna emize egyonoona omulimu gwabwe bw'atyo n'awanjagira bekikwatako okwekuba mu mitima.
Bannamawulire basasulwa bubi abasinga mu ggwanga Uganda. Obusente bwe babawa tebusobola babeezaawo, abalala tebaagala basasula era tulina emisango gye twandolinze nga bannamawulire baganya basasula. However, ffe tulowooza nti bw'oba tosobola kusasula munnamawulire at least beera kiriya vayo mugambe nti nze njagala volunteering for this period.
Kinajjukirwanga nti mu mwaka guno mu kalulu k'okujjuza ekifo ky'omubaka w'ekawempe ey'omumambuka bannamawulire bangi baakubibwa kosa n'okukwatibwa nga mu bano mwe mwalina omukozi wa Top Telefina Miracle Ibra eyakubibwa kataama lw'ekoobwenyi nga n'abamu balayibwako nga bagiddwamu engatto.
Mu ggwanga Uganda ekimu ku kizinga okuvaayo teddembe ly'abannamawulire linyigizibwa bitongole by'okwerinda abantu ssekinnoomu, bitongole bya gavumenti, abakungu mu bitongole bya gavumenti n'abakungu mu bitongole ebirala okuka ku bannamawulire ne babakuba.
Kino kyekisindikiriza Kabuye okusaba bannansi okukola byonna bye bakola nga bagobera amateeka ng'ezimu ku nkola ez'okumalawo obuvuyo buno.
Bw'oba omanyi okola kituufu vaayo we sayidi ye ya story abantu bajja kutegeera dhani g'okudda ku munnamawulire omukuba oba omusiba ng'ate omanya amazima nti wali mu nsobi era wakola ensobi nnyingi lulina ebikolobero. Ono munnamawulire bye yaleeta ze zaali facts.
Ono era aliko n'amagezi gawadde bannamawulire abakubiddwa ssaako n'ab'eddembe lyabwe lityoboddwa wabula ne yennyamira n'olw'enguzi etuuka n'okubeera biza obulumi mwe baayita.
Ddala munnamawulire tukkirira ebitongole mumala process kuba tulina ne cases endala mwe mutandise ku process ne bamuyita ne bamuwayo akasente n'abeegaana. Mwe nze sibamanyi biki temuvu.
Kabuye Ronald bw'abuuziddwa ku mbeera y'abannamawulire abaakubwa kosa n'abo abaasuubizibwa ekkomera ayanukudde bw'ate.
Miracle Ibra tetwasobola ku identifyinga omusirikale oyo eyamukuba era yali ye nga yeera tali interested nnyo na mu kooti eyo.
Abamawulire tebali waggulu w'amateeka kuba waliwo wosanga nga waliwo amateeka agafuga ekifo nga naffe tulina okugoberera ffenna.
Tell us about the constitution and these very good gigantic words and chapter 4 when what we see on the ground is different. Keep the security, the military, the beaters, the hooligans, the masked hooded people off.
Webale nnyo Eric olw'eggulire eryo ate nga tweyongeddeyo bo abayizi abasoma ebyamawulire beetabye mu mpaka ez'omulundi ogw'15 ez'okwolesa ebitone byabwe mu radio ne TV ezitegekebwa ekitongole Media Challenge Initiative abasinga kye bamanyi nga MCI ng'olwaleero empaka zino zitambulidde ku mulamu ogugamba nti abavubuka be basaale mu kubunyisa enkola ya demokulasiya nga beeyambisa obumanyirivu bwabwe mu by'empuliziganya. Mu kaseera kano nzikiriza negatte ku musasi waffe Amira Goloba ali ekabalagala atutuuseeko ebigenda mu maaso eruyi eyo. Amira, tandikiraawo otwe bigenda mu maaso ekabalagala.
Robina n'omulabe wakakakasiddwa bingi ebikyusiddwa mu mpaka zino bw'ogeraageranya mu ngeri gye zizze zitegekebwamu okugeza nti ku mulundi guno tewabadde kusunsula abayizi abagenda okwetaba mu mpaka zino ku mitendera gyombi njogera ku mutendera gwa radiyo n'omutendera gwa TV era n'ekyokubiri kyasaliddwawo nti emitendera gyombi gyakwolesebwa ku lunaku lwe lumu mu kadde ke kamu. Wenjogerera Makerere Institute for Social Development be bali mu kwolesa ku mutendera ogwa TV wabula nga ku mutendera ogwa radio University Victoria's University eri mu kwolesa
mukadde kano wano wennyini wendi aba Makerere Institute for Social Development webali wabula nga jjukira nkubulidde nti bali ku mutendera ogwa terefayina ng'era abayizi boolaba nga batudde wano bazze okubeera nga babawa obuwagizi babazaamu n'amaanyi wabula nga amatendekero mangi ageetabye mu mulundi guno tugenda kuba nga twongera okutuusaako abawanguzi b'empaka zino n'engeri empaka gye zitambudde nkuzaayo mu studio zaffe ewa Robina mpozi nga Robina olina kyewandiyagadde okubeera ng'ombuuza ku ngeri empaka zino gye zitambula oba kyonna ekikwatagana ku mpaka.
Amira nga tonnatwerekereza ofaayo okubulira omulabi wagakakasiddwa lwaki empaka z'omulundi guno bagasa omutendera gwa TV ne radio ku lunaku lwe lumu.
Agakafuluma ssaawa zino kitegeerekese nti emitendera gyombi gyagasiddwa ku lunaku lwe lumu lwa nsonga nti abayizi abamu okuva mu matendekero ag'enjawulo beemulugunyizza eri abategesi b'empaka zino aba Media Challenge Initiative nti ebiseera ebisinga empaka zino zitwala obudde bungi ng'era nga beetaaga obudde okwetegeka n'okubeera nga batuusira ddala ebyo ebirina okutuusibwa ku bantu ng'era ekyokubiri nti baba ne puroguramu ez'enjawulo ku masomero gaabwe ze balina okubeera nga beenyigiramu okubeera nga engeri gye kiri nti bo bayizi baago amatendekero wabula ne batasobola kubyenyigiramu lwa nsonga baba balina okwetaba mu mpaka zino. Amira Goloba kura MISD TV agakakasiddwa.
Webale nnyo Amira Goloba tugenda kumweyongeza mu mawulire gaffe ag'essaawa 3 kyokka ate nga tweyongeddeyo bo bannamawulire kosa n'abo abeettanira emikutu eminyumiza wala basabiddwa okukozesa obukugu bwabwe obw'enjawulo okunyweza enkola ya demokulasiya mu bitundu gye bawangaalira ng'ezimu ku nkola eziyinza okukulaakulanya eggwanga. Okusaba kuno okukoleddwa munnamawulire era omutandisi w'ekitongole ki Art for Change Hannah Arinitwe mu kaweefube w'okutaasa obutonde.
Okusinziira kunoonyereza okukoleddwa ku mikutu emigattabantu kulaga nti bannayuganda abatakawanira enkola ya demokulasiya bakola ebitundu 54 ku buli 100 wabula nga guno omugwa bano gukyukakyuka naddala mu biseera ebyokukyusa obukulembeze nga kino kyekimu ku bizingamizza n'enkulaakulana y'eggwanga lino. Wadde nga guli gutyo bannansi abawe ddala bannabyabufuzi ne gye buli eno tebannassa mukono ku nsonga y'okukubiriza bannayuganda okunyweza enkola eno nga basuubira nti oluvannyuma Uganda enaaba yaddeyaddeko anti akutwala ekiro omusiima bukedde. Kati bannamawulire bweppo n'abo abettanira emikutu eminyumiza wala bakubiriziddwa abasaasaanya amawulire amalungi ku nkola eno mu ngeri ez'enjawulo. Okusaba kuno kukoleddwa Hannah Arinitwe ono akozesa obukugu mu mawulire n'okusiiga ebisiige okukyusa ebitundu n'okuweereza obubaka obw'enjawulo eri bannansi.
Tunuulira engeri gye nkozesaamu obumanyirivu bwange ekitone kyange n'okwagala mu by'empuliziganya okugattako mu bantu b'empangaaliramu awo n'ekitongole kyange ekya Art for Change wekyajjiramu.
Newankubadde bannamawulire bangi basanga okusomozebwa okufuna emirimu bye baakugukamu ye Hannah abaawukanako olw'okutandikawo ekitongole kye Art for Change mwayita okuyamba abantu ng'akozesa obumanyirivu bwe mu mawulire.
So our role is to basically give clarity to the other citizens about what is actually occurring in our society.
Bannansi bangi bategana mu kutaputa n'okumanya amakulu ga demokulasiya eri eggwanga basinga bannamawulire batandulula ku ngeri gye baweerezaamu abantu.
That short break, we were just having, is that MISD? I'm not certain, but we just came from one of the universities that is participating in television, and we want to cross over to the radio. Now, something very interesting about the next segment we are going to see in radio. One of the universities that has never participated in this challenge is participating for the very first time. Now, we do not know how ready they have come, but considering their confidence, considering their urge to compete in this competition, we are hoping that they're going to put up an exceptional performance. Ladies and gentlemen who are watching us live, this is the National Newsroom Contest 2025. And 15 universities are here participating to see who is going to take the crown of the best university, depending on the presentation they put up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on the other end of the radio studio, Livingstone International University from Mbali is presenting for the very first time and also participating for the very first time in the National Newsroom Contest. Now I want to ask the producers to take us to the radio studio to see what is happening and see how this university best performs. Otherwise, stay with us. We are still bringing you live updates from the different arenas and what's going on both ends. Partners, that is CAS Uganda, Seagull Foundation, SAMS, Advantage Pal Media, all together with the Recap Brand House. We want to cross over back to television and see how it's going on. And I think in the long run, El Shaddai shall tell us how the room feels, the energy in the room and how it's going. And then later on, we are going to come back to Livingstone International University right after we fixed some of these technical issues.
Nakyemalira akyasinze kijingirira era bannansi tebasaanye kukiteekako birowoozo. Olulimi olwakozesebwa mu lupapula luno luvvoola era si lwe lukozesebwa ekitongole kino singa kiba kyogera ku mukulembeze w'eggwanga. Gavumenti ya kuno erina obwannannyini mu kitongole kino bwa bitundutundu 53 n'obutundutundu 3 ku buli 100 nga nabwo kikyo ekitongole kya New Vision tekiyinza kufulumya bubaka bwa ngeri eyo ku mukulembeze w'eggwanga. Okunoonyereza kwe twakoze ku kibanja kya New Vision ku mukutu gwakyo ogwa X abangi gwe bamanyi nga Twitter kulaga nti amawulire agaafulumizibwa ng'ennaku z'omwezi 21-22 omwezi ogw'omukaaga omwaka guno mu lupapula lwa Weekend galina omutwe ogugamba nti Race to Presidency, ekivuunulwa nti olwokaano lw'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga. Kino kikakasa nti ekifaananyi kya New Vision owa Weekend ekisaasaanyizibwa ku mikutu gimugatta abantu kijingirire era kirina ekigendererwa eky'okukyamya bannansi. Mu mwaka gwa 2024 Musana Ibrahim eyeeyita Pressure 247 ku mukutu ogwa TikTok yasaasaanya obubaka obuvoola Kabaka Ronald Muwenda Mutebi owookubiri, Obwakabaka kosa n'abakulembeze ab'enjawulo.
I will kill your children. Njakutta gwe. Ngenda kutta.
Ng'ennaku z'omwezi 13 mu Kutulansanja omwaka gwe gumu Obwakabaka bwamugulako emisango ku kitongole ekikulira okunoonyereza ku buzzi bw'emisango mu ggwanga ki Criminal Investigation Department abangi kye bamanyi nga CID. Musana yakwatibwa n'atandika okuwera ennemba n'emisango okuli ogw'okusiga obukyayi mu bantu, okuvvoola abakulembeze n'emirala egigwa mu kkowe eryo.
Ensonga enkulu ebayisizza mwenna bannamawulire ensonga ya muvubuka Musana Ibrahim abadde akozesa emikutu gimuyunga bantu mu ngeri y'okutyoboola Ssaabasajja Kabaka n'Obwakabaka.
obubaka obukyamu obutambulira ku mitimbagano bukoze kyamaanyi okwonoona emirimu gy'abantu saako n'okusatulula amaka gaabwe. Mu kuwayaamu n'omu ku bakugu abatakabanira okulwanyisa omuze gw'okusaasaanya amawulire ag'obulimba ku mikutu gimu.
Now, for those of you who are just joining us, this is the 2025 National Newsroom Contest, and it is different this time around. 2 competitions in the same space. On one end, or in one studio, we're having the radio contest going on, and in the other studio, we are having the National Newsroom Contest, which is the TV edition and news anchoring edition. Now, we want to just go back to Livingstone International University. This is their very first time in this competition. It looks like they have zeal. The technicals or the machines were trying to betray them, but looks like they have gotten a hold of it. We want to transition to them and just see how they put up this performance.
Giant Killer coming in from Pompey has brought us back right here on Livingstone Radio. Coming up is Talk Radio.
Talk Radio, sponsored by Sounds. Test the difference.
In recent years, we've seen that so many journalists have picked interest in the politics. Now in Uganda, we have the examples of Joel Senyonyi, Agnes Nandutu, Victoria Bagaya. There are very many. And today, we are very lucky to be joined by the Honorable Woman Member of Parliament, Busia District, also a former journalist, Honorable Winnie Mirembe. Honorable, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you for having me today. I'm so much humbled to be here with you.
You're welcome. Honorable, how is life?
Oh, life is so busy. You know, we are running up and down with the campaign.
Oh, yeah. Honorable, back to business. With so many journalists joining politics, do you think the media can still be trusted?
You know, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Many young journalists are taking a leap into politics, and it has left people thinking. I was covering politics and governance, but I resigned 2 years, and I decided to run for office. I did that just to have that neutral ground, so that my opponent wouldn't say I used the influence against him, you know?
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, and the media and politics, I know there are 2 different aspects, but they can work perfectly together. It's just up to you to choose which one you own.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. This is Honorable Winnie Mirembe, the Woman Member of Parliament, Busia District. You can join this conversation on all our social medias at The Plug on Livingstone Radio, or you can reach us on WhatsApp on 0790715476. So, Honorable, what challenges do you think these young journalists covering elections are likely to face?
Oh, young journalists. You know, covering politics, it's a very tough part. And it's too tough to cover the politics without being caught up in that drama.
Yeah.
And I've seen many young journalists face challenges of access to information. It's so hard to reach us, the politicians, you know. They will be beaten, they will be harassed, just like you said, you know.
Yeah.
One of them was just away.
Yeah, that was harassment.
So they'll always face those challenges.
Yeah, true. So you can join this conversation. Let's hear your thought.
Wagwan, Livingstone Radio. It's your boy Lulu here. Anyway, thanks so much for that show. About what you asked, yeah, I actually think they should quit like 2 years before, you know. Once you start eyeing politics, you can't really report freely. So better leave early and stay clean, you know. Easy as that.
Thank you, Thank you, Lisa, for the show. My name is Rehema Kagoda. I think if journalists join politics, the value of objectivity will be compromised. So media personnel are not supposed to be subjective. But if they come as politicians, then it means that they will have showed a side.
Wow, that is so insightful for all your thoughts on that debatable question. Let's before I release the Honorable, do you have any last words for our listener?
My young journalists. Yeah, I think they can overcome those challenges by building relationships with their sources and getting guidance from the experienced journalists. And just like you said, journalism is not a crime. If things heat up, run away. Just like you said, no story is
worth your life.
Talk Radio, sponsored by Sounds. Test the difference.
This
is Livingstone Radio, building the nations of Africa.
It's Joe once again. Not a bit that. Finally, finally, Mungu ya chikoze katwetale. Finally, finally, Mungu ya chikoze katwetale. You want my nong ya tutayonoka. This and your dad tutayonoka. Ara kuzekiana tutayonoka. Hallelujah tutayonoka. Oh my God, OMG. Ruhanga molonji la bakude waluje. And no change on a new bed, just a high range. Not a be attack. Yachikaza, and Kokatomia. Obalama Banyama and Astani Alomwe. Yachimaze, Obogaye Kangole. Yambale no Mamala Stani Alomwe. Kankole Kaposte.
The time check is 12 p.m. on Livingstone Radio, brought to you by Advantage Pal Media. Our diversity, your advantage.
The news you can trust, bringing you the latest from town and beyond. The news on Livingstone Radio, building the nations of Africa.
Electoral Commission ACME train young journalists on credible election coverage. Young journalists cautioned on hydrocephalus myths. Hello, good afternoon. I am glad you could join us. Welcome to the newsroom. With me, Jesse Othieno. It's exactly known. Here are the details. The Independent Electoral Commission has concluded the training of young journalists on effective election coverage. The trainings were conducted across the country, targeting up to 150 journalists by the EC in collaboration with African Center for Media Excellency, ACME. The Mount Award-winning journalist, Javia Zylas Omago, led the Eastern Uganda Training Cluster in Mbale City.
Yes, so the training targeted the young journalists and mid-career journalists as well. And the reasoning behind the training is to make sure that we sharpen, refresh, and re-equip the journalists with the skills that they need, particularly during this electioneering period.
Victoria Angarilo, one of the journalists who attended the training, commended the session, terming it timely and crucial.
This training has indeed come timely, and I've got an idea of how to be a credible journalist and also to protect myself during this election season.
Away from that, an increasing number of Ugandan children are living with hydrocephalus. Hydrocephalus is a condition that causes swelling of the head due to fluid buildup in the brain. Often face stigma and delayed treatment. Experts say this is because of misinformation that links the condition to witchcraft or curses. To curb the vice of misinformation, young journalists are stepping up to change the perception.
As journalists, we must stop misinformation. Hydrocephalus is not witchcraft, but it is a treatable medical condition.
At Chua Hospital in Mbale, parents line up with infants, some recently operated on, others awaiting surgery. For many, the journey here was long and painful, filled with fear and stigma.
When my baby's head was swollen, people told me it is a curse. They told me to go to those witch doctors in the village. I wasted a lot of money with the witch doctors, and my baby's health is not good.
Such myths have caused delays in seeking medical attention. But now, a new generation of journalists is determined to promote truth and awareness. At a recent training organization by the Ministry of Health and UNIP, young reporters are urged to become ambassadors of information and integrity. Now, our health reporter, Rachel Nabukalu, joins us live. Rachel, can you please tell us what do you think young journalists could do in order to fight against hydrocephalus in the population?
Yes, thank you very much. I think the young journalists should sensitize and educate the community and inform them that this is not witchcraft, but a treatable disease.
That was our correspondent, Rachel Nabukalo, reporting for us on health issues. Now, this is Livingstone News. I am Jesse. Back to the plug, Lisa.
The news you can trust, bringing you the latest from town and beyond. The news on Livingstone Radio, building the nation's
News play.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Are you blessed? Are you blessed? Are you blessed? Are you blessed?
10 minutes into the hour of 12 p.m. and you're still listening to Livingstone Radio. Welcome back from the English news with Jesse. Now, before we have a deep dive into some more great music, let's take a quick look into what's trending in the sports world.
Sports updates powered by Advantage Pal Media. Our diversity, your advantage.
Good afternoon, dear listener. Thank you very much for keeping it local, Livingstone Radio. My name is Andrew Ouma Koshuji. Welcome to the sports updates. To start with the younger cricketers in Mbale whose talents are rotting away due to lack of training facilities. We spoke to some of these players and here are their views.
It is very difficult to get money for transport. Sometimes we fail to go. Our player is to join those Kampala cricket teams to avoid suffering.
Amanya Jonathan.
Which position in the field do you take?
I am on opening backfield.
Train from here?
Yeah, I train from cricket. You can train from Chambogo. If you can, you go to Entebbe, Budo, anywhere you feel like.
Okay.
Only few of them are courageous and lucky enough to beat the odds. So if it's true that God gives to everyone a particular talent, the central question flipping through my mind is, what then happens to the rest of you?
Be featuring tomorrow. Entebbe UPPC will be playing against Vipers at 4 p.m. as Mbarara City is against NEC at 4 p.m. Diving into the international sports, tomorrow, 1st November, Burnley will be battling Arsenal as Crystal Palace vs Burnley, and in Spain, Valencia travels to Real Madrid. Thank you very much for keeping it local. Livingstone Radio. My name is Andrew Ouma Koshuji. Stay tuned.
Sports updates powered by Advantage. Sports updates powered by Advantage Pal Media. Our diversity, Pal Media. Our diversity, your advantage. Your advantage.
Entrepreneur or a small business owner looking to elevate your online presence. Introducing Rika Brand House. Elevate your online presence. Introducing Rika Brand House with over 12 years of experience digital solutions. Whether you need a stunning website design, innovative development, or tools, your leaders wisely.
Choose your leaders wisely, and this goes to everyone with a platform to teach every eligible voter of Uganda. Some people don't know what to do on that day. So if you're a teacher, you could be a preacher, just take 1 minute of your time and tell these people what they're supposed to do on that ballot paper. Now, this wraps up the Plug Show with me, Lisa. Thank you so very much for always listening to Livingstone Radio. Let's meet again next week, same time, same vibe. Don't forget, the Luganda news. Fiona and Regan are already here, Oktua Maulile in Luganda.
Do you carry heavy cravings for anything crunchy? Sam's Food Industries are here.
Agafeno Newala. Agafeno Newala.
Banamawulire abato balabudde ku nfumo z'obulwadde bwa hydrocephalus mu Uganda.
Akakiiko k'ebyokulonda katandise okutendeka bannamawulire ku by'okukola ku by'okulonda okwesigika.
Weebale kubanga okyekumidde ku Livingstone Radio eddakiika erimu yakayita ku ssaawa 7. Amanya Fiona Nampala wamu ne munnange
Rigani Nabutere gano ge mawulire mu bujjuvu. Akakiiko k'ebyokulonda akeetongodde katandise okutendeka bannamawulire abato ku ngeri ennungamu ey'okubunyisaamu amawulire mu kulonda. Emisomo gino gyakoleddwa okwetooloola eggwanga nga gigendereddwamu bannamawulire abawera 50 wamu nga bakolagana n'ekitongole kya African Center for Media Excellence. Javia Silas Omagol, omwanguzi w'engule eziwererako ddala, ye yakulembeddemu abatendesi mu buvanjuba bwa Uganda mu kibuga ky'Embaale.
Olire naddala bano abakatandika tubasomesezezza emitendera gy'obunnamawulire egituukiridde era ne tubasomesa butya bwe bayinza okwekuuma mu kaseera kano ak'okulonda.
Ate mu malala omuwendo gw'abaana mu Uganda gweyongera buli lukya nga basangibwa n'obulwadde bwa hydrocephalus. Hydrocephalus ng'embeera eleeta okuzimba omutwe olw'amazzi mu bwongo, emirundi mingi okwolekagana n'okuvumwagana n'okulwawo okujjanjaba. Abakugu bagamba nti kino kiva ku mawulire amakyamu agakwatagana ku mbeera y'obulogo oba ebikolimo. Okuziyiza okusaasaanya mawulire amakyamu, bannamawulire abato bagenda mu maaso n'okukyusa endowooza eno. Mu ddwaliro lya Cure Children's Center Embaale, abazadde basimbanyiriri n'abaana baabwe abawere, abamu nga balongoseddwa ate abalala balindiridde okulongosebwa.
Agoge gabadde amawulire mu bujjuvu wano ku Livingstone Radio. Nsigadde Regan Nabutere wamu ne munnange
Fiona Nampala.
Ssaabasajja
Gano ge mawulire.
Amawulire wano ku Livingstone Radio.
Thank you very much, Livingstone University. Up next we have YMCA, and then lastly, before we have our lunch break, Uganda Matters University. Without wasting any time, let's get the judges' feedback.
All right, Livingstone University. Hi. Hi, how are you doing? Can I just say well done? Well done. I think that was amazing. Actually, really, really good. I think there was so much attention to detail. I think in terms of all the areas that you were asked to do something, you actually really I think you covered nearly everything. So, well done to you. The only things I would point out that maybe your producer, maybe you let the team down a little bit. In the beginning, you weren't really monitoring the levels so well. Some of those mistakes, they even happened today, by the way, to be very honest, on radio, where sometimes presenter either puts on the wrong mic or they start speaking, then they put on the mic. But that just let you down a little bit in the beginning because some of the transitions were a little messy, but then it got better. It got much better. I have to say I really enjoyed the interview with our lady MP. Well done. I felt like I was actually listening to a radio interview. I love the way you handled your interview. You asked a very nice question opener and then introducing the phone numbers, inviting feedback. It felt like real radio. So I have to say that maybe there were a few moments here and there where some of you were nervous, but that is expected. But you really delivered in so many ways. I loved the sound bites. I loved the vox pops. Honestly, for me, well done.
Thank you so much, Livingstone University. International University. I stayed closer to your university for like 2 years, so, and I know you guys take media so serious with your university. And it shows, by the way, it shows in how you prepare your stuff. It shows most importantly when you're doing the news. It's deep, organized, and you know, I like the feel. And I could tell that it's really you took some research to do news, and even when you went for the bites, you would feel different ambiances because most people would do just bites from studio from their phone, but you would understand that this bite was taken from the field. This bite was taken from somewhere, and thank you so much. You did very well. The English news anchor. Oh, how I wish you weren't shaking. Yeah. You sound so hybrid. You sound like, you know, that guy on BBC who is going to read news. Yeah. But the fact that you couldn't put yourself together, you know, it felt bad, but I wish I can, you know, listen to you when you're firm, you're calm, you know. You sounded really nice. Thank you so much. Producer, you picked up late, but later on you picked up. But the first time I actually thought you guys didn't have any imaging with you, but you picked up late, and yeah, that's really nice. The host of the show, you know, it's hard to host a show that goes on long for when you're alone. So you're a bit shaky, but yeah, you kept it in there. So I wish there could be someone else that you could, you know, tap on and say, hey guy, what's happening? And but I felt really, it was nice of you. You did well. Lastly, I realized that you kept the music gospel. So you were the first gospel station we've had. Yeah, so yeah, you kept in there. So thank you and well done. I noted something here that I wanted to say. The time checks. Yeah, you're the only station that has had time checks. The time was wrong though. But yes, you had time checks in there. Your ads, production, superb, very nice. So I believe you did a great job, and I believe you brought a new feel to a station that can give you, to a BBC-like station that can give you news that is balanced from everywhere. The feature wasn't that nice in production, but well, you did your best to show that, you know, if given better time, well, there's always no time, but if given better preparation, you can do something better. Thank you very much.
Livingstone, how are you guys? I love the radio show. I really, really love this. I think, is this your first time here? Yeah. It is. Yeah, I could I could tell because I was like, hey, this guy's good. The last time I didn't hear them, because you did such a good job especially for your first time here. You did so well. Yeah. So at first I was a bit concerned as to why there's only one presenter, until I clocked that this is actually a mid-morning show. So mid-morning shows are common with just one presenter. So she did a really good job. She was very calm, she's very organized. And I could see her pressuring the guys to move on pace, like she wanted things to be done, like with no breaks in between. So, first of all, I love the music selection. This being a Christian station, I love the music selection. I've attended a few gospel shows, and I'm always amazed because the vibes are so good. The music is so good. So I love the music selection. I was enjoying it. I was like, yeah. So Vox Pop's very clear, nicely done. I just wish that when you were doing the electoral report that you did, is that you'd provide more context, because you mentioned the theme, but imagine that a listener doesn't understand the theme. They're like, okay, so I wish you had explained it a bit, give more context so people understand before you bring in that. But otherwise, I like that you have you do what is called responsible journalism. You shared guidelines for voters. Yeah, because radio is responsible journalism. So I like that. Like, people are tuned in, they know, okay, so when I go to the polling station, this is what is expected of me, this is what I must do. So I really, really love that. There was good coordination from the Uganda team. This is the first time, I don't know, Chris, is this, no, actually, Timo, you have worked at a Uganda station. Is it common for two anchors to do news? Is it for radio? Is that normal? Does that happen? This is the first time I'm seeing it.
I think it comes off from their trainer, because
so it was like creatively
at a session
done.
in Bali, they had a bulletin called News Desk Live. They had two anchors in doing Uganda, so I think it comes off.
I have to say, for me, it was the first time I'm seeing this, and also to know that it was done with great coordination. I was a bit worried when two people were doing it. I was like, but the coordination was nicely done. Otherwise, altogether, this was good.
Amazing feedback from the judges. You can please take your seats as we welcome YMCA in the building. YMCA, you are up next. Let's try to be as fast.
Atugabye sawa 8 ne dakiika 45 mwana musanvu 8 dakiika 47 naye nze kati wenjogerera ziweze 8 dakiika 2 kati watandikidde zibadde zikyali 7 era ne tutandika wano kati ajjula emmere abatajejjudde ng'obudde tebunnatuuka tetaba okwete essaawa yo either ngeri mu maaso obanga wadibaze obaddewo kapaniki ako ng'otandika kitegeerekeka naye olala okakkana bulungi osobola n'okussa empewo emirundi 3 omutima ne gukkaka ne guvamu kali kiri ekiwugwe ng'otandika oba weeraliikirira olusi audience okakkana nkabaka omuyise kalata. Ensonga endala ebadde ku kweteekateeka mwabuzeemuko okweteekateeka obulungi nga mujja kubanga stories ezimu ziraze nti temwaziyiseemu kuziwuliriza nga mugenda okuzizanya. Story weetuukira okujja wano nga teriiko ddoboozi kitegeeza wamaze okugi exportinga temwagiwuliriza oba nga mugi exportingidde wano kakati kyetaaga nnyo okuwuliriza mu story nga tunaba kugiteeka ku mpewo kubanga toyinza kumanya birumira bigiyitiddemu. Ekyo nkirabyemuko era kibadde ne mu graphics wame graphics abadde agezezaako okuba omulungi naye ate tabaddeeko sound effects zonna zimugoberera. Akoze live abadde agezezaako era akoze bulungi sijja gamba nti akoze bubi naye waliwo obutonotono bwe twayogeddeko bwakirese nti ekifo kyeyazeemu teyakitegedde. Wali baddeko mu kifo neotuuka nga abaddeko Serena naye noyogeramu Sheraton kakati kibaddewo nti atugambye wano we tuli ku MCI hub si ekyo naye ate atugambye nti tuli wano ku kitebe ekya National Newsroom Contest. Kakati akuwuliriza ezo okulowooza ate ekyo bakiri luddawa mu Uganda teriyo ekitebe ekya National Newsroom Contest zino mpaka zitegekerwako MCI hub. Kati obuntu obutono twayogeddeko mu kutandika wali nti accuracy kikulu nnyo then beerako n'obuntu bw'owandiika wabbali at least obeeko n'ekijjukiro oleme kubonaabona ng'otandika okureportinga naye okutwaliramu mukoze bulungi. Anka asomoozeddwa kuba tukirabye nti tewabaddewo okuwuliziganya n'abadde eri naye at least agezaako okucontaininga pressure n'atagiraganye kumpewo tubayosayose bwe balikola bulungi.
Tweyanziza nnyo ssebo omusazi Joshua Sobuga Musaasizi. Akageri gye kali nti eno ttiimu yesembyeyo. Judge Sandra oyina kyonna kyogattirizaako?
Era nga bw'okiyiza okugattirizaako abakyala bakoze bulungi kubanga bakyala bokka. Mukoze bulungi kubanga mwekuŋŋaanyiriza ne mugatta ne mukugamba temuggwamu maanyi n'akamu. Mukoze bulungi naye okweteekateeka obulamu nti obulungi omala mwetegeke mwewa obudde mwetegeke ojje ng'omanye nti wendaga ngenda wano kyengenda okukola kyekino onoonyereze obeere ne facts ng'ogenda okutandika okukola ng'ogenda ku mbewo kyekyokka naye nga mwebale.
Tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzege. Thank you so much Judge Sandra. Can we give them another hand of applause as they make their way back? Thank you so much for participating, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we come to the end and close of the TV category, Uganda News Bulletin. For all the universities that have been able to participate, first appreciate yourself. Now that means we are going to give room for the judges to jot down a few insights and what they have been able to observe and then the tally table will also be able to compile all the results together, and later on the overall winners and how we've been able to participate will be announced later on. We are going to move and go for our lunch, but I'm also reminded to actually ask all coordinators of different universities to come and see this amazing lady over here. She will be able to hand you coupons of your lunch. But before that, I would just definitely request our judges. Can we first of all appreciate our judges? Let's first appreciate them. Thank you so much, Judge Sandra Nachuwala, all the way from National Media. Thank you so much, Joshua Nsubuga Musasizi, all the way from BBS, and Nalongo Lozbukirwa from UBC. Thank you so much for sparing time to come and share your knowledge with us. Of course, you are contributing to building the next generation of journalists in this particular country. So I'm going to ask them to come over here so that they take a group picture, and we shall see them off as we get geared up for the TV category. That will be the English News Bulletin straight away. In the meantime, teams will be preparing, and of course the radio contest is still underway. It is going on, so do not be mistaken. Our partners, thank you so much for making sure that this incredible event happens. The Advantage Pearl Media, thank you so much. They've been able to do all the printing here that you see. Each and every single thing that falls under that particular docket, they are at your service. The Sam's Food Industry, the Recap Brand House, the Seagull Family Foundation, Conrad Adnoa Steve Tang, and the DW Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, our judges, we are waiting for them to come here and they take a picture so that we can see them off. Later on, we are going to go for a lunch break, but before we go, please make sure that we set you off to go. We shall be back in this place at exactly 3 p.m. with the first universities to go on, and you know, I think we should follow that order. The first universities should receive coupons first so that we do not waste a lot of time. Can we take a group picture? Judges, please. Thank you once again, our judges. I should also join this picture because I might need it someday to make sure, especially Ngangenze, Ebulange Mengo, Jakugamba, at least Joshua Momani. Hey, why not? All right, before our judges leave, we have some amazing packages for them from our partners, that is Sam's Food Industries. And as you go back, as you drive, please, you should also be taking a bite. Madam, buno bubaka buvudde mu Sam's Food Industry. Nga bw'ovuga mpola mpola, ogira omeketa tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzeege. Mukulu Joshua, tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzeege ssebo olw'obudde bwo. Kale, tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzeege. Nalongo, thank you so much for the time and accepting to share your knowledge with us. We are so much appreciative. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala. Naye Joshua ndowooza wandibukuŋŋaanyiza n'obuwa. Can I have a handheld microphone, please? Laura, thank you so much. Our judges have a katalekeka.
news stories that are readable, news stories that are shareable, and they can also save them. You see how you save a TikTok video? So you can also save a news video from Switch Africa. So when you find time, please search on social media. Switch Africa is found on TikTok, Instagram, X, and LinkedIn. We are also soon moving to YouTube, and you'll be able to get long-form stories on YouTube. For now, we are on TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, and X. Follow Switch Africa so that you can stay updated, especially on the news that concerns young people and the news that puts them on the front, showing exactly what they're doing. Right now, we are going into the lunch break. YMCA.
You can hardly see me, and that is because I'm heading to Market Plaza in downtown Kampala, where chaos is usually part of the business. Now, away from the hustle and bustle of Kampala city, it is the calmness that you find right here where I'm standing. It is incredible because that is what any learner would need to grasp exactly what they're being taught. Now, if you don't already know, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Victoria University, which makes us very grateful to partner with Victoria University. And together, we believe that your success is our success. Now let's get this audition started.
My name is Aguero Monica. I'm a student of Victoria University, currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in journalism and media studies. A South Sudanese student, born in Kenya and raised in Uganda. I want to create a very big difference in the media sector in my country, because you know my country has been through a lot, civil wars and all that, and I believe that I will be a valuable addition. I'm doing this specifically for my mom. She has always been there for me. She has supported this journey throughout. She has always encouraged me. She has been my motivation, and I hope I make her proud.
What brings Monica before the panel of judges today?
I'm here to gain more experience. I feel this is where my journey of journalism starts. I feel it's going to build my confidence. It's going to add something to my story. By the time I go back home, at least I'll tell them I was once at MCI.
So what should we expect from you?
The best.
The best. If we should expect the best,
yes,
then you are going to hear a news bumper, and the moment it ends, then you have a chance to do your best.
My name is Barney Francis. I've been with you for years.
People like Abbas Mpinde, a journalist from Uganda who founded the Media Challenge Initiative to help other young people get the training they need to tell the stories that the world needs to know.
Media Challenge Initiative is a youth-driven non-profit building the next generation of young journalists in Africa through mentorship, training, and experiential peer-to-peer learning.
We believe that good journalism can make the world a better place.
We believe that the next generation of journalists is very essential in defining the future world through the stories they tell and how they tell them.
Auma says coloring during therapy creates a safe space for her to express painful feelings from her past, which also engages part of her brain to process the trauma in a better way. Olivia Komgisha, Bidi Yumbe District.
I met the people behind the media challenge in, they say 9 years ago. I can't even remember the year. It was quite some time back. But there were, I think, 3 or 4 young gentlemen who came to me with a lady, and they came with the idea. And I believed in them at that time, and I know they did not even have the money. But what gave me the impetus to go ahead was the hope in their faces, and the fact that they looked at me with so much promise. And I believed at that point that this was it. This is what Uganda needed.
And these young men were very interesting, and they were trying to, identify people within universities that had a skill that was employable, or that different media houses would be interested in. But secondly, they were trying to change the way journalism was in this country, because a lot of our journalism is theoretical, and so you don't have a lot of practical work done at the universities, which the field demands. And so for me, this was a fantastic idea. And at that time, we may not have had the resources at my previous employment to support the initiative, which is one thing they also needed, but we provided an opportunity for them to use the resources we had, the physical resources like equipment, to be able to participate in the challenge.
The 25th of October 2014, and thanks for watching UNCAT Television. I'm Felicity Mandela.
And I'm Michael Ojula.
As we bring you fresh stories and so much more, but first, the headlines.
When Media Challenge started, it was amorphous. It was not shaped. Even we, the judges, did not quite understand where it was heading.
Personally, I worked with the Media Challenge Initiative in 2 capacities. One as a program manager at the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, where I basically contributed towards shaping their programming and making sure that we get the best out of the programs that they run, most specifically the Next Gen Fellowship Program, but also having an engagement with university students who are getting trained in various aspects of media, both digital and conventional. So seeing them and watching young journalists pass through their MCI's programs and reach the apex of professional journalism practice gives me joy. It gladdens my heart. But also, I've worked with Media Challenge Initiative as the co-founder of Rise Up, a program that I co-founded and ran with urban refugees.
So the first time that I actually heard about Abbas and MCI was in 2017 through an article in the Huffington Post, which introduced the work of MCI, and we got really, really curious. I remember that I was talking to my colleague in Germany, and we really liked what we read about MCI, so we decided that we would like to get to know Abbas and the team. And then Abbas and I met in our office, and he introduced us to the whole cycle of the Inter-University Media Challenge and also the fellowship program. And we really felt we have a lot in common when it comes to goals and vision, and also the way how we implement. Maybe a bit of background on DW Academy so that you know where we come from. We are part of DW, the international broadcaster, Deutsche Welle, and we are the center of international media development, of journalism education, and also of knowledge transfer for DW, basically.
So the way this came up, really, it was just how we were stuck in terms of getting internship in the media, but also getting jobs in the media is one of those hardest things for any Ugandan aspiring journalism student.
It started at school where we sat. We said we do mass communication, and the jobs are very hard to get, especially in our field, journalism. So we decided to start a competition within our institution.
But the whole idea is to try to help students penetrate the media. Not only penetrating the media, but giving them skills that they need to work in the media.
By then we called it Barley Francis Media Challenge.
My name is Barley Francis. I've been with you for years on end.
In 2012, there came a child called Bafranak or Barley Francis News Anchoring Competition, and I managed to participate in. The difference with the current competition is then you report live from the scene, and the event was at Musambia Hall.
I first heard about the Media Challenge Initiative in 2012. At that time, there was a competition organized among our institutions of learning. Unfortunately, we were not able to participate. We got the information late. So we followed up, and then in 2013, we participated our very first time.
I'm just thinking, if I were eligible to compete again, I would even come and take part, as I just like the Media Challenge competition.
It was a very tasky moment because we did not jump to the final scene at the president's office, but it started way back at school. There was always a cultural gala where almost all talents were discovered and were promoted and were given that go-ahead. So naturally, I think I have more strength in writing than anything. So I participated in writing, and I got a certificate from campus.
Different institutions have different curriculums, and from the Media Challenge, we merge the different schools. You'd see how an institution like UMCAT handles their journalism, and you'd juxtaposition it to the way Makerere handles, and you'd pick out a few and see where it could better.
Because every other point after that, anything that seemed to be somewhat impossible and all of that, I reminded myself and said, you know what, I held an anchoring award, and yet I didn't even ever think that I would be.
I was in the second Media Challenge in 2013, which we won overwhelmingly. I can still say by my words, I can still stand by my words that there is not any other team that has won like we did in 2013.
I have seen, and I have even worked with people who have come from the Media Challenge. These are young people with different ideas, people who can actually mentor you as an older person. So I think the Media Challenge is doing good in nurturing talent. And we're not actually just talking about talent, but we're talking about new talent, a new kind of media in Uganda. There's a lot of, they do a lot of multimedia, they do a lot of digital, they do a lot of TV, with so many different aspects to this whole thing. Not things that we who have been in the media for over 20 years actually know.
I just want to encourage the team at the helm of Media Challenge Initiative. You're really, really doing a great job. You're really, really doing great. You've exploited those spaces that probably for us we didn't have the opportunity to, and you are supporting all these people. So many students out there wherever they go, not only in journalism, sometimes it's communication, sometimes it's entrepreneurship, and they're doing great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for singling me out of the many senior editors that we have on the platform. And I'm glad to be part of the team.
The Media Challenge has now evolved from just a competition of, teaching institutes and, teaching universities, journalism teaching universities and institutes, to a hub where journalists can actually go and, train, practice, meet friends, socialize, be inspired, meet some of their inspirations, or you'd call them, get career guidance, for example. So it's no longer just a competition that you'd come compete, get an award, and then go home and sleep. No. Come compete, get an award, perform well, and go to the hub get knowledge, get experience, get expertise, and go out in the field and work. That is what the Media Challenge is now.
Welcome to the new home of journalism.
You can hardly see me, and that is because I'm heading to Market Plaza in downtown Kampala, where chaos is usually part of the business. Now, away from the hustle and bustle of Kampala city, it is the calmness that you find right here where I'm standing. It is incredible because that is what any learner would need to grasp exactly what they're being taught. Now, if you don't already know, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at Victoria University, which makes us very grateful to partner with Victoria University. And together, we believe that your success is our success. Now let's get this audition started.
My name is Aguero Monica. I'm a student of Victoria University, currently pursuing a bachelor's degree in journalism and media studies. A South Sudanese student, born in Kenya and raised in Uganda. I want to create a very big difference in the media sector in my country, because you know my country has been through a lot, civil wars and all that, and I believe that I will be a valuable addition. I'm doing this specifically for my mom. She has always been there for me. She has supported this journey throughout. She has always encouraged me. She has been my motivation, and I hope I make her proud.
What brings Monica before the panel of judges today?
I'm here to gain more experience. I feel this is where my journey of journalism starts. I feel it's going to build my confidence. It's going to add something to my story. By the time I go back home, at least I'll tell them I was once at MCI.
So what should we expect from you?
The best.
The best. If we should expect the best,
yes,
then you are going to hear a news bumper, and the moment it ends, then you have a chance to do your best, and then our work is to score you. Wish you the best.
The Inter-University Media Challenge launched at Victoria University. Talent, fun and emotions captured in auditions. Good afternoon and welcome to VU TV. I am Monica with the news in detail. 13 journalism schools in Uganda are set to compete in this year's Inter-University Media Challenge organized by the Media Challenge Initiative. The theme for this year's contest is Reporting on Public Service Delivery in Uganda, aiming to shed light on issues common concern to citizens and encourage public debate. Antonio Chisembo, the head of research, learning and developing at the Media Challenge Initiative, explains what they want to highlight, the challenges and opportunities of public service delivery in Uganda, and encourage young journalists to report on issues in healthcare, education, and infrastructure, among other public services, in a constructive and impactful way. The Inter-University Media Challenge is a national competition that brings together journalism schools to showcase their news reporting skills. The news reporting editions are underway at Victoria University to select the team that will represent the university at the National Newsroom Competition. Our tongue twister for the day: a tutor who tooted the flute tried to teach two young tutors to toot. Said the two to the tutor, "Is it hard to toot or to toot two tutors to toot?" Thank you for watching the Intermedia Challenge on VUTV. Follow us on Facebook, Media Challenge Initiative. On Twitter, we are YMCA Challenge Uganda, and on Instagram, we are the Media Challenge Initiative. Thank you. Till next time, goodbye.
What a good presentation. How do you feel about it?
It was fair.
Fair?
Yeah.
Why fair?
I was nervous.
Nervous?
Yeah.
Nervous? And then?
A bit scared because it's my first time doing this, but I believe in myself.
All right. I want to give you confidence that you are still able to fight with the nerves. And on our side, we noticed confidence as well. Even when we could tell that, yeah, you were a little bit nervous, but at least you are able to deal with that. So, Monica, smartness for a news anchor, especially a TV news anchor, who should be watched and listened to at the same time, is very key. And I congratulate you that you've highly invested in yourself. I don't know how you can clap for yourself. So, smartness, you have a tick. Confidence is also something that is very important for a news anchor, and you have a tick. Camera interaction, as much as you still need to improve, but at least you've achieved that as well. And your voice is also good. Now, having talked about the voice, then I need to emphasize the point of having some energy. Your vocal needs to have some energy, and we need to really tell that this is a confident person. So the nerves have had a great impact and a negative one on your voice quality, you know? So kindly work on that. Monica, when you start the news anchoring, we need to tell Monica who? Monica, this is Monica. Monica who? Do you remember that? You didn't tell us your second name. And as a news anchor, you are a brand that is identified by your name, two names. And lastly, you need to tell a story. Make it conversational. Ideally, you are reading, but it should be conversational. But that comes with practice, and I want to give you confidence still that if you practice, then reading will be conversational and you will let more with the script. Therefore, Monica, you have what it takes to make a great news anchor. You continue with the good practices and you will be a celebrated one someday. I wish you well in your journey. Say hey to Mommy. Eh?
I will.
All right.
I feel I've represented my country. I was a bit nervous, scared, and that's really normal. I am confident, but even confident people are shaken at times, but that shouldn't stop you. And that didn't stop me. My highlight was the lights, the cameras at me, yes.
So there are very many courses, but why journalism?
First and foremost, I myself, I like journalism, I like media. Ever since in my childhood, I always admired journalists in our field, and I tried looking up to them, and I tried whenever I could go to various places. Like, for example, I'm going on 3rd June. I used to interact with them, for example, at National Media, NTV. Yeah, and they would give me more courage. Yeah, because by then I was still in primary.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
That's
so
passion.
I had the passion ever since my childhood.
Yes, from primary, you've been you've been practicing, but also having conversations with the big people and names, right? And brands at the same time.
Yes.
That's good. And tell us about yourself now that we know that you've been having like sharing tables with these big brands. Who are you?
My name is Mugara Charles.
Mugara
Charles.
Mugara.
M-U-G-A-R-R-A.
Charles.
I'm a first-year student at Victoria University, offering bachelor's degree in journalism and media studies. This morning, I tried to call my mom, my sisters, my brothers abroad to inform them about this initiative and to inform them that today we have auditions at Victoria University, our school. So they are all waiting for my presentation. Yeah, I already see myself as a winner in this media challenge.
It's your chance, since it's not a rumor, to do the best presentation. The world is watching you. Employers are watching you. Mentors are watching you. Your people are watching you in terms of family, friends. So present and do your best so that you interest employers to pick you from the many young journalists around the country.
The Inter-University Media Challenge launched at Victoria University. Talent, fun, emotions captured in auditions. News in detail. Good afternoon and welcome to Victoria University TV. I am Charles Mugara with the news in detail. Uganda's journalism schools are abuzz with excitement as they prepare to compete in this year's Inter-University Media Challenge organized by the Media Challenge Initiative. The theme for this year's contest is reporting on public service delivery in Uganda, aimed at highlighting issues affecting citizens and encouraging constructive public debate. Antonio Kisembo, the head of research, learning and developing at the Media Challenge Initiative, explains that they hope that each university will produce solutions, journalism stories on public service such as health, education and infrastructure, among others, that can spark off positive action. The Inter-University Media Challenge is a national competition that brings together journalism schools to showcase their news reporting skills. News reporting auditions are underway at Victoria University to select the team that will represent Victoria University at the National Newsroom Competition. Our reporter is live from Victoria University. And in our tongue twisting challenge, a tutor who tutored the flute tried to teach two young tutors to toot. Said the two to the tutor, "Is it harder to toot or to the tutor? Two tutors to toot." Thank you for watching the Inter-University Media Challenge on Victoria University TV. Follow us on Facebook, Media Challenge Initiative. On Twitter, we are at IMChallengeUG, and on Instagram, we are the Media Challenge Initiative. Till next time, goodbye.
Till next time, goodbye. Before I say that to you, I need to hear from you.
Yes.
How the process was.
The process?
in terms of doing the presentation?
The process was quite challenging. That when we arrived,
no, I don't want the story of I came from home, reported it to the process of doing the presentation when you stood before the judges.
Okay, I was a bit nervous, to some extent that I felt I'd lacked in some more confidence, but with due time, I'll have to improve.
Okay, great. I liked the confidence, Charles. Yes. It's good. I also liked, you have a good voice, a very good one.
Thank you.
And it can be multi-purpose in the area of media. But in the journey of your growth in your career, it's important that you make your presentation conversational. Your eyes were on paper throughout your presentation, almost of the time that you are doing the presentation. That also takes me to life and energy. It's like you have a lot of problems out of this room. It's like someone is waiting for you, maybe, so it's very important that you add life and energy in your presentation. Lastly is, if you are to do news anchoring on TV, it's very important that you think about your smartness. You are smart, but not smart for news anchoring. Do you get me? Yes. You are smart, but not smart for news anchoring. Then I'll see you on the next level when you are competing with other universities. You'll support Victoria University on the production part of it, and your skills will really help the team so much, but also we will receive feedback on the production part of it.
Peace Muton is my name.
Which part of the country are you coming from?
Central. I'm not really from Uganda, but I've lived in the Central all my life. So my 15-year-old self didn't believe I would really do anything because I'm very insecure, so many insecurities all around. And so my 15-year-old self didn't even have any dreams. And I'm glad to be here having picked up dreams as I grew up, and I'm making them come to life.
Assuming that media houses are looking for a next news anchor, I want you to assure them that you are the right candidate they are looking for by your participation. Listen to the news bumper that is coming in within the next few seconds. Once it stops, you start. All the best.
The Inter-University Media Challenge launched at Victoria University. Talent, fun, and emotions are captured in the auditions and the news in details. Good afternoon. Welcome to Victoria University TV. I am Peace Motoni with the news in details. Uganda's journalism schools are buzzed with excitement and they prepare to compete in this year's Inter-University Media Challenge organized by the Media Challenge Initiative. The theme for this year's contest is reporting on public service delivery in Uganda, aimed at highlighting issues affecting citizens and encouraging constructive public debate. Antonio Kisembo, the head of research, learning and developing at the Media Initiative Challenge, explains that they hope that each university will produce solutions journalism stories on public service such as health, education and infrastructure, among others, that can spark off positive action. The Inter-University Media Challenge is a national competition that brings together journalism schools to showcase their news reporting skills. The news reporting auditions are underway at Victoria University to select the team that will represent Victoria University at the National Newsroom Competition. And in a tongue twister today, a tutor who tutored the flute tried to teach two young tutors to toot. Said the tutor to the tutor, "Is it hard to toot?" or to tutor to tutors to toot. Thank you for watching the Inter-University Media Challenge on Victoria University TV. Do follow us on Facebook at Media Challenge Initiative. On Twitter, we are IM Challenge. And on Instagram, we are the Media Challenge Initiative. Till we meet again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Wonderful. Okay. Remind me of your name once again.
Peace Mutoni.
Peace Mutoni. Wow. Unfortunately, I don't have a media house, but I would have recruited you. First, you have a good facial expression. Good for news anchoring. I liked it. I liked your audibility. I liked your smile.
Thank you.
I liked your style.
Thank you.
But you need to work on the nervousness. I saw the nervousness in the papers, the way the papers were shaking. I could tell. Yeah. I could tell, but you tried to cover it up, but you need to work on it by practicing a lot. Then you need to work on your pace. You are very, very fast. Okay. You need to take 3 words at a time. 3 words at a time. But I believe you can make a good news anchor.
Empaka zino nzeetegekedde
kuba ne wemba ndisoma mba ndyewulira
tetugatta luzungu
na Luganda.
Tosanyusa okulaba omulabi wa TV eya Media Challenge ayagala amanye ku mannya go.
Amannya gange mbitwa Husna Kayemba.
Ngoze kola ki?
Nga nze kusoma ku ggulire ery'Oluganda.
Osoma ku ggulire ery'Oluganda, wali olisomyeko?
Bulungi madamu.
Ki ekikuwaliriza okujja osome eggulire ery'Oluganda?
Kubanga ndyagala nnyo kuba ne wemba ndisoma mba ndyewulira.
Olyewulira?
Mbutuufu madamu.
Kale katulinde omudigido ogw'amawulire bwe gujja bwe gumaliriza okuvuga otulage ku kitone ekyo.
Mbutereevu. Okusunsula abavuganyiza mu mpaka za Media Challenge kutandisa olwaleero. Talanta, essanyu n'okusooberwa birabiddwako mu kusunsula kuno. Osiibye otya atulaba ku MCI TV. Nze Husna Kayemba, gano ge mawulire mu bujjuvu. Empaka kasameme eza University Media Challenge ez'omwaka 2023 zitongozeddwa olwaleero ku Victoria University. Empaka zino zitegekebwa ekitongole kya Media Challenge Initiative kiyite MCI, nga zino zigendezeddwamu okuwa abayizi ekyanya okwolesa bye bayize mu matendekero gye basomera era bakolera ddala ebyo ebikolebwa ku mikutu gy'amawulire. Antonio Kisembo akulira okutendeka mu kitongole kino era omu ku batandisi ba Media Challenge Initiative agamba nti okusunsula kuno kwa nkizo ddala eri abayizi bano kubanga kubasobosezza okuvuganya obulungi ku matendekero okuddako n'amatendekero amalala. Ayongerezaako nti era zibayamba okwezuula n'okwetegekera akatale k'emirimu nga bamaliriza emisomo gyabwe. Obuweereza bwa gavumenti ya Uganda eri bannansi gwe mulamwa omwaka guno empaka kwe ziyindira. Wabula abayizi abamu basizza abasazi b'empaka enseko bwe balabiddwako nga batidde nnyo okukankana n'abamu okulemwa okuvaamu ekigambo kyonna, wabula bagumiziddwa abasazi b'empaka zino. Musibannimi mu katundu kaffe akamusibannimi kalooli akokolimira mu mmiro ky'abakokolimi kubanga okukokolima kwe mu nkokolimi
kokolumiranga ddala n'essaabakoloni weebale kulaba MCI TV amawulire takomye wano wabula pulogulaamu nyingi zikyajja. Bw'oba bwakwegeraageranya n'abasomi be tulina abagundiivu mu kisaawe ky'amawulire olowooza otuuse n'ani?
Ne Hatima Nalugwa Sekaya.
Ne Hatima Nalugwa Sekaya. Weebale nnyo, eggulire lyo tulyagadde. Naye ebigambo obulamu ensoma y'ebigambo eddoboozi ddungi nnyo kati okugeza ogambye nti zigendesezaamu zigendereddwamu kyekibadde ekigambo ekituufu n'okukakkana ogambye kibadde kirina kubeera bakkakkana naye ogambye okukakkana gezaako ennyo okwewala okwewuuba si kirungi nnyo omusomi w'amawulire okubeera nga yeewuuba nga tateredde ntende wasomera eggulire. Gezaako nnyo obutakubaganya mpapula nga ozikyusa. Ekintu ekyo tukiwulidde ng'okubaganya empapula era weewale nnyo okugoggola emimiro ng'oli ku muzindaalo. Ogogodde nnyo emimiro ntugamba oba yalidde ki? Gezaako okwewala okugogola emimiro ng'oli ku muzindaalo. Naye ng'eddoboozi olirina osobola okubeera omusomi w'amawulire ow'Oluganda ow'enkya. Ekitone nkirabye gezaako okubeera nga weetendeka buli lunaku. Buli lw'onoogezaako okwetendeka buli lunaku ojja kubeera nga Hatima Nalugwa Sekaya, ojja kubeera nga Farida Nakazibwe, ojja kubeera nga Sharifa Baka, abasomi be tulina abalungi mu lulimi Oluganda. Weebale nnyo. Kibadde kirungi.
Amina.
Empaka zino nzeetegekedde mbadde ntera okubeera n'emikutu emikutu gimwogerera wala ng'omukutu ogwa Twitter mbadde ntera okuteekawo ebimeeza ne bannange ne tukubaganya ebirowoozo ku nsonga ezimu ng'ate nze mukubiriza.
Mwogerera wala kiri mu nkuluze oba ogunjizaawo ekigambo
ekigambo kya Luganda lwebuziba.
Migatta bantu.
Emikutu migatta bantu. Neyanziza recollection oyo.
Olw'okugolo olwokwo.
Olw'okugolo.
Tetugatta Luzungu
na Luganda.
Kale weebale nnyo era tukwaniriza mu kaseera kano tusuubira nti weetegese bulungi era ogenda kutusomera amawulire mu lulimi Oluganda. Tulina okusooka okumanya gwani ali mu maaso gaffe wano.
Amanya gange yenze Wakotone nviira mu ssaza ly'e Kyaddondo. Naye ng'obuzaale bwange ndi mwana w'e Busoga, ndi mulangira w'e Busoga mu kitundu kye bayita Kaliro era nga eggwanga lyange ndi Mulamogi. Mama wange mukyala Wandiga, amanya ge ye Nalugwa Aisha ng'asibuka Kalungu mu Buddu.
Tusanyusa okulaba okyalanya weeyongere.
Amanya mama wange yeddira omuziro gw'endiga ng'era muzzukulu wa Luwomwa ng'era mubala gwabwe gugamba ba aliriisa Nabbose endiga. Ewaffe ffe tetulina mibala weegityo naye ngwagala nnyo mubala gwa mama wange.
Weebale tumanyisa nsonga za ttendo bwe zityo.
Kale ssebo.
Kati mu buufu obw'amawulire ng'omuyizi osobola kweyogerako otya mukulu wako?
Ng'omuyizi w'amawulire nnyinza okweyogerako nga omuntu akola ekintu kyenjagala era ekinsanyusa kyempuliriramu obulamu. Era nga nsuubira platform eno eteereddwawo kagenda kube nga nsuubira lino ekkuba eriteekeddwawo gugenda kubeera mwaganya gw'amaanyi eri ekintu kyendubirira oba kyembadde ndoota okumala ebbanga ddene.
Kituufu, toli mukyamu yadde kubanga ensi ekulaba era omwo mwe mulina abagaba emirimu kyokka ate n'abantu bo nga mikwano gyo ne maama bw'oyagala ennyo naye akulaba. Kale kitegeeza olina okukola ekyo ekisingayo gwe weekiikirire bulungi eri abo abagaba emirimu nga bagiwa bannamawulire abatandika kyokka ate n'abantu bo bakubira obugalo. Wagenda kubaawo akadonga akavugaawo ak'amawulire kasita kakomekereza okuvuga. Olwo nno naawe otunyumiza emboozi.
Okusunsula abawanguzi, okusunsula abavuganya mu mpaka za media challenge kutandisa olunaku olwaleero. Talent, essanyu n'okusoberwa birabiddwako mu kusunsula kuno. Osiibye otya atulaba ku TV za MCI. Gana amawulire mu bujjuvu. Empaka eza Intermedia Challenge ez'omwaka 2023 zitongozeddwa olwaleero ku MCI Television oba Telefina mu lulimi Oluganda. Empaka zino zitegekebwa ekitongole ekya Media Challenge Initiative MCI oba MCI nga zigendereddwamu okuwa abayizi ekyanya okwolesa bye bayize mu matendekero gye basomera era bakole ddala ebyo ebikolebwa ku mikutu egy'amawulire. Nasonyiwako. Antonio Kisembo akulira okutendeka mu kitongole kino era omu ku mutandisi wa Media Challenge Initiative agamba nti okusunsula kuno kyankizo ddala era abayizi bano kubanga kibasobozesa okuvuganya obulungi ku mutendera oguddako n'amatendekero amalala. Ayongerako nti era zibayamba okuzuula n'okubateekerateekera akatale ak'emirimu nga bamaliriza emisomo gyabwe. Obuweereza bwa gavumenti ya Uganda eri bannansi gwe mulamwa omwaka guno empaka kwe zitambulidde. Wabula abayizi abamu basinza abasazi b'empaka enseko bwe balabiddwako nga batidde nnyo nga bakankana n'abamu ku bo okulemwa okuvaamu ekigambo kyonna, wabula bagumiziddwa abasazi b'empaka zino nga tugenze mu kanyomero kaffe akamusiba nnimi mu katundu kaffe akamusiba nnimi nansonyiwako. Kalooli ekookolimira mu mmiro gw'abakookolimi kubanga okukookolima kwe mukookolimi kukookolimanga dda basaabakookolimi. Weebale kulaba TV, amawulire gakomye wano wabula nga program nyingi zikyajja.
Weebale nnyo mukulu wako, sigala waawo ssebo. Omulangira ow'e Busoga, nkwebaza nti olaze obwagazi bw'olulimi Oluganda ate ekyo nno kikuteeka ku mutendera ogwa waggulu ddala kubanga obeera kikusobozesa okukola ebintu ebiwerako mu buweereza obw'amawulire mu lulimi olulwo oluzaaliranwa Olusoga. Bw'oba osobola okulwogera olumanyi? Bw'oba osobola okulwogera oba olulamogi, sisuubira nti bikyuka nnyo ekiri awo. Ekyokubiri, olina eddoboozi eddungi eryo lisobola n'okukuwa ate omwagaanya okuweereza ku mpewo eya radio. Kale mu lugendo lwo olw'okwezuula ng'omuyizi ow'amawulire, ekyo olina okisimbako essira omanye eddoboozi lyo biki ebisobola okukolebwa ate ne bivaayo bulungi. Mu lugendo lw'okukula twewa akabanga okuvaawo we tuli okutuuka we twagala okugenda. Ekiri wakati w'ekyo ky'oyagala okuba ne wooli bye bino wammanga. Ekisookera ddala oyinza okuba ng'ovudde mabega nga teweegezaamu mu mbeera bw'eti. Kyokka ate ekyo muziziko gw'amaanyi mu lugendo lwo olw'okufuuka ekyo ky'oyagala ng'osinzidde w'oli awamu n'okutuuka w'oyagala okuba. Kale tandika okwegezaamu. Ekyokubiri, bw'obanga tubadde wano ne munnange bwe twakugambye nti otabikatabika ennimi, naye bw'obanga oyogera obanga oweereza ku mukutu ogw'amawulire, waliwo ebitakyuka ng'amannya g'abantu, amannya g'ebifo. MCI ejja kusigala nga Media Challenge Initiative, terijja kukyuka. NRM, narama, tojja gamba nti narama. Ontegeera bulungi? Kale nno bw'ogakyusa gw'obeera otegeezezza kirala. Omusajja alina eddoboozi eddungi, omusajja eyekkiririzaamu bw'atyo, bw'ajja ku TV ng'agenda kutusomera mawulire, najjira mu jaketi eyo, musajja avudde ku piki wali agipaakinze asome ne ku mawulire. Si kibi, sigamba nti okuvuga omulimu gwa booda kibi. Naye kyengezaako okugamba nti waliwo ekikusuubirwamu nga munnamawulire agenda okulabikira ku lutimba abantu bakulabe. N'ogamba nti kanteekeko ettaayi yange, kanteekeko ekkooti yange, nyambale essuuti yange, bw'obanga osobodde okubifuna. Kale bweba tebiriiwo kati, nsaba weewaakadde otandike okubikolako mpola mpola. Ekisembayo weegezeemu ne mu kusaka. Weegezeemu ne mu kusaka. Okusaka, reporting, kukuwa omwagaanya okukula ennyo, kubanga ogenda n'osaka amawulire eyo mu bantu n'otandika okwogera n'abantu. N'ojja n'oweebwa olupapulo, ne weewandiikira olupapulo olwo, script, n'ogyekolera, era n'ogenda n'okwata eddoboozi lyo, you narrate, you do the narration, n'okwata eddoboozi. Kati buli bw'ogenda ng'okola ekintu ekyo, weesanga nga weeyongera obuvumu, weeyongera okwongera okumanya okwatula awamu n'okwekkiririzaamu. Kale ekyo bw'okikola owe n'omukisa olulimi lwo oluzaaliranwa, kuba kati emikutu mingi bw'ogenda e Busoga eyo egya rediyo giweereza mu Lusoga. Kyokka ate ne TV eziwerako kati ziweereza mu lulimi Olusoga. Kale gw'omu ku abo abagenda okuba bannamawulire abateekeddwateekeddwa obulungi nga basobola okuweereza mu lulimi oluzaaliranwa olw'e Busoga.
We have the best for you today in stock.
Smile.
Thunder, wake up. Are we sure that we?
Omanya abantu bangi naye bo tebayina nso.
Bringing you updates from the world.
Same radio, same sound. MC Abra.
IMC.
Our reporter is live at the scene and has more.
You're watching VU News, VU TV. My name is Isaac Mulindwa. I'm here live at Victoria University Media Plaza, reporting to you about the Media Challenge. The Media Challenge is an initiative by Media Challenge Uganda, helping students in universities and honing their skills in journalism and media and their media skills. For the past 2 days, trainings have been ongoing here at the Media Plaza Room 6 here at Media Plaza for Victoria University, where students have been trained and given skills on how they can go on with their career path in journalism and other fields. They have been trained in news anchoring, they have been trained in live reporting, they have been trained in hosting shows and also production. Right now, it's the third day and the last day of these training sessions, and I can say that many students have joined this program, and they have enjoyed it. I've talked to several students, and they are very grateful for this opportunity. I've talked to one Daisy in Dagire, and she told me to send her her regards to the Vice Chancellor, Mr. Lawrence Muganga, for accepting the Media Challenge for the Media Challenge program to be hosted here at Victoria University. She has gained very many skills, for example, news anchoring and how to engage the people in the field. Also, I talked to another one, Husna Kayemba, who has also told me that she was able to hone her skills in production and how to use the cameras. And more trainings are undergoing, and because it's the last day and many students are all over the campus also waiting to get a chance and be part of this program. I'll be bringing you more news in details and other activities that are happening here at the media plaza here at Victoria University in the VU Hub. Thank you. Back to the studio.
Isaac, how can you clap for yourself? You clap for yourself. But, you clap for yourself, Isaac. And be happy for yourself. Well done. It has been a nice one. Which year are you?
Year 2, semester 1.
That's good. It's a good presentation, Isaac. I want you to take note of the report. How do you structure a report? It's important that you look at a report in 3 parts, main parts. The introduction. How are you introducing us? Remember, you are the eyes and the ears of the viewer or listener. So, how are you introducing your live report? I like it that you also talked about where Victoria University
Welcome back from that lunch break. Now, the contestants have had time to rest a bit, relax, you know, refreshen up and try to find a way of how they can get back on track, especially those that are supposed to participate in both TV and radio. So we've seen them trying to loosen up a little bit, and right now we have a team in the radio studio ready to kick it off. The team in the radio studio is YMCA, and they're preparing to start their Uganda show. Right now, as we speak, people are taking their seats, getting ready to witness some of the magic that is going to happen after lunch, after everyone has eaten, you know, everyone has rested, everyone is on full energy. I do not know if you're on full energy after eating, but I hope you're on full energy after eating, because I am. Now, before we go to any other program, I would like to recognize our partners, and one of our partners, we have SAMS, we have CAS Uganda and South Sudan, DW Academy, Sigal Family Foundation, Advantage Palm Media, and Pickup Brand House. Let's get to the radio studio and see what YMCA has for us.
YAFM, the Compass Voice.
Yes, mwavuze mutya abako abenganda kwasana b'emikwano mwebale kwekumira ku mayingo gache namumbiri akazuze munana YFM ya butele program olucha bwetu tuyingiddewo era nga tuyingiddewo mu kayimba kamana mulenzi Bobby Wine akamanyikiddwa nga Dembe era wentwalira omukisa guno okusaba ebitongole ebyokwerinda byonna byonna mu ggwanga Uganda bambi mu kaluke tugenda tukimanyi twetuyingira embeera wabeerawo obutabanguko bungi naye abantu ng'ababulijjo tebamanyi mateeka ne bannamawulire temubagirayo mbooko tubeere nga tubeera mu ggwanga eryeyagaza obulango bwa ne MCI International Microphone Gladiator, the only to Muganda guy when I'm stepping on a chocolate.
Tetufudala wamunange Palmas China gawira Golden Voice. Tuba tuyingidewo mu program outa abashe bagamba ati muzukuke kubanga obudde bwakejeja atamwe abali ku makubo namwe abatuseda ku mirimu bagamba ati mpola kyamaanyi ati asiko obulamu tassa mukono program nenne nnungi ataka bamwezi mbibanda pa YMCA Comprehensive Institute bagamba batya tigwe ayina omwana gwewetaze okutwala ku masomero ngogamba ati munange yamaze senior 4 yamaze senior 6 oba yamala P7 nonawo okumutwala bagamba ati balina branches ezenjawulo balina eyebuwambo ate neyewandegeya
kosani bannaffe aba Kingdom Drama Giants bagamba olina mukolo gwa kuhingira olina mbaga olina mazaalibwa wetaaga boogezi balungi basanyusa ogenda batukira oli ku kitebe kyabwe ekikulu ekisangibwa Kalerwe Mawanda Road ebyennongo bitadde ku mabbali kitambula sokutuwa kanyumero kaffe akati kunuguna
mwana twaralero kinugune ne kintukira ddala ku mutima bamala kubewa ffe nga nsambiriza nzije nkusanga munnange ne taxi omusajja antuziza okulina n'omukyala ng'alya entungo n'ebinyeebwa nga bigasa omulundi ogwa
ekiwoowo
mukoneko ne mugamba nti munnange maama nga tufa agambye kimu eno taxi yalukale ate ffenna twasasudde oba toyagala fuluma
anti munnaye nno nga bw'omanyi bwe kikunuguna kirina okujijira nange nina kano kanjijira kandi muddookoli kagaana okukkirira ntwala omukisa guno okutumirako abawala mwenna bwe twagwirawo embooko mu high school nga tulowooza tuna abawasa enkovu zammwe fe abazisigaza okanya kwemoleramu mwami w'omukisenge akanya kuwona naye mukyala nga olina ekisambi ekirira kumbe fe abalinamu enkovu zammwe eno eno tugendagenda mulyango bakama baffe oba nga tunagenda tulina akanyumiro kotasaanidde kusubwa bakayita breakfast update mwe tulina ebinonnogonga
ebifulumidde mu mpapula z'amawulire obulipagano bwebitukawo muneeteberezayo budde
tukomawo
nkwanjulire RJ Mobile Disco Sound abasangibwe Kalerwe Mawanda Road balina sound system ennungi amataala computers stage kati gw'omuyimbi ayagala okukola concert olina kifo weetaaga banakubira olina mukolo banoonyeeko oba batuukirire wali ku namba z'essimu nooti 775689
olukya buli ku makya ne MC Mananasi International wamu ne Palmas Shine okuva ku Mande paka ku Rocktown sawa 12 paka sawa 3 ez'okumakya.
92.8 YAFM, the Compass Voice.
Yes, hold this Let's go tukomyewo n'akayimba ka mwana mulenzi Edrisa Musuuza akamanyikiddwa nga Stamina era wano wenyinyinyi wetugenda okuweera akanyomero kaffe kali aka breakfast updates.
Anti munnange fe wetusuubiza tutuukiriza era nga wetwabagambye mutano zange mbakanya n'olupapula lwabukedde bagambye bati anti Museveni ayiza akalulu munnapaaka ne Kapera Byongo munnange gwe ayagala okumanya ebisinga ogenda ku mugo ogwokutaano ogenda ba omanya biki Museveni byayogeddeko anti yagambye nti abo bannama abali besimbyewo kunte kugundi nga bavuganya ku
Bukulembeze
nedda si ku bukulembeze ku NRM yabagambye nti lwaki bajja ku independent bajja funa obuzibu kuba bagenda kwawula muki
ebifo bikyaliyo ebisava
yabiti ddala naye yabagambye nti munnaye temwesimba bwe baba bakumye kaadi guma ojja kudda omwaka ogujja munnange ate batuwadde waneeno amawulire amalala munnange mu bukedde ne bagamba nti be bazudde mu masabo ga Brian White bitiisa munnange mu katono batukubiddewo endiga emu ku byasangiddwa mu masabo ga Brian White bagambye nti genda ku mukolo gwokubiri ogenda bomanya ebisingawo
kale agabukedde mukatale mu babbali nkwataganye n'olupapula lwa Daily Monitor era lukutukubidde wano nti 9 bafu mu bitundu by'e Sebeyi okubumbulukuka kw'ettaka kwase abantu 9 bwe bitundu by'e Sebeyi era wano bambi tunyolwa wamu nammwe abaviiriddwako abammwe eguli ogenda tisanga ku muko ogw'omunaana mu ggulire erya Daily Monitor ate aga Daily Monitor ng'okatadde ku mabbali bwetugerako mu New Vision batulaze nti batugambye nti mukyala Museveni alaze obuvumu bwayimiridde mu nkuba ng'omukulu anoonya akalulu
abadde alina obeererawo omwami
eva bakyala mulina okiirawo emibiri kale ate era mu ggulire lyerimu bagambye nti abasiraamu abasukka mu 1,000 abalina obubiina bwe begattamu obwekwekulaakulanya omanyi muzemanyi mulimu bulaka ate ez'abasiraamu ng'ogyeko bulaka bagenda beera baweebwa biliyoni 83 okwekulaakulanya
nyingi ezo
ate ebyo ng'obitadde ku mabbali waliwo bwedda alinze program olukya okumutimiratimira olugendo lwe nkusaba lyongeza laadiyo yo ne muliraanwa asobole okuwulira kati njogera ku bannaffe abava eri ewaffe enkoko njeru lyenzaalwa ojja mu kibuga Kampala ogenda kuzirinnya mpolampola oyingire ekibuga Wantoni bw'otuuka Wantoni ogenda yingira Mukono Town bw'oyingira Mukono Town ogenda gwa Kigunga bw'ogwa Ekigunga ogenda tandika bw'otyo okwambukiriza okuyingira Seeta kati nga tonava mu Seeta buze wali jjajja stage banandikulaga ogenda kusala mu busazi bw'oti ogwe ku Goma Division bw'ogwa ku Goma Division okulukute paka Namugongo bw'ova Namugongo okonnekitinga ku Naalya Northern Bypass kati obeera waddembe either okuyita Ntinda Bukoto oba Seetu n'okontinuinga ne Northern Bypass ogwa Kisaasi Kaleerwe Wandegeya nga weesoze ekibuga Kampala nga weeyuna emirimu gyo kati kajjamuke bweyogerere ak'ekireka ak'ennakawa oba okawonye
kasajja gw'omanya ekibuga bulijjo manyi munaye tuli beerisaka laffena
nasooka mu taxi
kituufu ddala naye nga omuntu amaze otegeera amakubo galina oyitamu alina okumanya munaye ngenda kwambala ntya osobola okukola ki okumakinga n'embeera y'obudde so njogera ku bantu abali mu kibuga Kampala embeera y'obudde yeerabika nga ezo basiya si nnungi nnyo enkuba erabika nga egenda kutonnya so munnange wandibadde ng'oyitamuko n'ekijjake kisobole okukola ki okubeererawo kubanga munnange ebintu si birungi si birungi wali abantu abazirika ng'empewo esuse
awo eŋŋambira bawulu bannange nti otambulamuko ne kafasika oba naddala nga tonnawasa
mananasi akako kaliwa
nsobulwa fasika
wawasadda
ebyo ng'obitadde ku mabbali ekitimba kifuuse ekitimba
wabula ye kontenti atutwala supiidi bannange
naye era wano wensinzira okubiriza abavubuka mukwate kontenti atagenda baleetera bizibu
naye okimanyi nti guno omulembe n'alina smartphone ey'emitwalo 10 kasagula data wa 1,000
anti kontenti alina gwe yasudde mu mbuga z'amateeka mwana mulenzi Vincent
otyo
ng'agenda adda ku TikTok akwata obutambi adidde ekifaananyi ky'abamu ku beesimbyewo ku bwa pulezidenti abavuganya akitutta kiziise ku bijja byewaabwe munnaye
omuzimu tegwalulumye
aye kati ali mu mbuga z'amateeka
mu Buganda ati woziika omuntu ku bijja ebitali byewaabwe omuzimu gululuma
eno tugeragenda omulango wabakama baffe obula wetukoma n'emboozi yaffe enekusifu era we wagenda n'okuva omulamwa gwaffe ogw'olunaku tovaako tukomawo
olina omukolo mbaga kwanjula birthday party oba graduation kankwanjulire banno aba Nevada's Jewelry and Glam abasangibwa emutungo okulina na Starbucks nga batunda earrings necklaces anklets makeup lip gloss ne kalondo omulala mungi omukyala gwe yandyetaaza okulabika obulungi era nga bakola ne online shopping bakubireko ku noti 75920656 oba 0745087582 Nevada's Jewelry and Glam ku lw'omukyala ow'omulembe
92.8 YFM, the Compass Voice.
mu nsi empuliziganya etambulira ku misinde egya waggulu olwaleero bannamawulire basigala be bakugu era bakakensa mu kuwabula ku bubaka obw'enjawulo obuteebwa n'okufulumizibwamu n'okulwanirira demokrasiya nga bakozesa obwongo emikutu emigatta abantu obumanyirivu wamu n'obwagazi mu kunyumya emboozi bakoze omulimu gw'amaanyi mu kuluŋŋamya n'okutereeza emboozi ezinyumizibwa ensangi zino bannamawulire baanika abo abakozesa obubi obuyinza obuli bw'enguzi okutyobola eddembe ly'obuntu obutali bwenkanya obulabikira ennyo ku mitimbagano nga bakozesa amazima obuteekubiira obwerufu okunoonyereza n'obwenkanya nga kino kibafuula eddoboozi eri abo abatasobola kwogera mu nsi eno ya tekinologiya bannamawulire bakozesa emitimbagano okutuuka n'okubunyisa obubaka ku bantu bangi ekibaleetedde okutandika okumanyiira emikutu gy'ebyempuliziganya ezikyukakyuka buli olukedde ng'oggyeko okusoomoozebwa bannamawulire kwe basanga ng'okutiisibwatiisibwa okutulugunyizibwa abakuumaddembe emisaala emitono n'ebizibu ebirala bingi bannamawulire basigala ku nkola ey'obukugu amazima n'okukuuma demokrasi.
Passionate about impactful journalism, he focuses on stories that drive community development and influence a public change. He works with NTV Uganda, a subsidiary of the National Media Group, is Africa's largest media conglomerate that encompasses leading television, radio, and print platforms. He reports regularly a feature on NTV Uganda, which is the country's leading television station, in the Daily Monitor, a sister newspaper. Through his in-depth reporting, he continues to highlight solutions, amplify community voices, and also promote conversations that advance sustainable development in Uganda and beyond. I must actually say also this, that this person is also a product of this very competition.
Amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for Walter Mwesije? Let's clap for Walter, ladies and gentlemen. He was one of the first MCI fellows participants, yes, in the year 2012. A couple of years down the road, here he is. He returns home as a judge. Mr. Walter, good to have you back home, sir. Could you please maybe say a word to the audience here?
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. Good afternoon once again. I am very happy to be home and to actually find myself being a person who is going to help the other young people go through what I went through that helped me also, or I would say pushed me and positioned me to what I am today. And once again, I want to make it very clear that ever since this contest started, there is no team that has ever won like we did. I still want to remind all of you and challenge all of you to try and put up a show that can beat us. Thank you.
Amazing. Please clap for Walter Mwesije. Now, Linda, before we kickstart this event, I remember a couple years ago, I was standing right here representing my university, and you judged me without any sympathy. Is there anything you would like to tell the people who are going to participate this evening?
When you say without any sympathy, oh my God, that makes me sound mean.
No, it's not.
No, I think it's the usual thing. Basically, what we are looking for is professionalism. I think you all have the rules and the guidelines, you know, your stories and how they need to be and everything. That's basically what we are going to be looking at. And Walter didn't say, but I was one of, you know, I judged him. How many years ago was that? Was that 10? Yeah, 10 years ago. But I'm so happy, and I'm also very happy that you're an MC here today. You guys look good.
Thank you.
You as well. And I wish
Thank
you
you.
guys the best. Please give us the best. We want to be entertained.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about that time that we get into the action. And to start us off this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome for the Uganda Pentecostal University.
Right now.
Okay. Yeah, she can handle. Now, what is the order? Do you have the order? Give me.
A very good afternoon to you all. My name is Samuel Amanyire, the news on UP TV, and first the headlines. Learners recount heartbreaking disaster incidents. The news. Learners recount heartbreaking disaster incidents.
Because of that, too much sunshine will lead to too much bleeding.
Water shortages blamed for learners' absenteeism in Kasese.
I'm worried there are going to happen diseases because of lack of water, like diarrhea.
Is brought to you by Sons, makers of daddies. Taste the difference.
A very good afternoon to you all. Once again, my name is Samuel Amanyire, and now let's have the news in details. As a saying that goes, water is life, but for the sake of Kasese, there are places that still have shortages of water. And the effect has gone too far in that now learners are denied a chance to report to schools as other learners, a fact that has brought worries into communities. Let's have the news in the details. Residents in Kabira village in Kisamba sub-county of Kasese district in Uganda have come out to recount the frustrating challenges they are experiencing as a result of hardships to access water in their area. These, among others, include learners' absenteeism or delays to report at school, back pain, worries about outbreak of diseases, and failure to give enough water to their animals. Ezekiel Wambale Kitoki, the chairman LC1 Kabira village, revealed that the area seems to have been forgotten, yet it has about 2,000 people and lacks most basic services.
Oh, there is no water because the distance from here to the stream is 5 kilometers. I'm worried there are going to happen diseases because of lack of water, like diarrhea, dysentery, either cholera.
Tuwete ebitsibu kwa maete na muno lusi lwa mabiri usula amaitsa kachina twabula wekolesia
environmental reporting bebaji tute munaye omwaka 2020
zebyanema okutegeera lumumbira babula biringamba
omanyi
tusobola kunyumiza
numpe
lumu twali mu awards ezimu omwaka oguweddeeyo
zali zakulya
zali za radio ali emirimu gyaffe ogimanyi nawe newakuba nagambye nasooka mu taxi etonkuba nnyo kakati tugenda mu competition zibeerawo abali mu kyokubiri tebafuna yadde nomination yadde neki zigenda ofuluma bwezi nga badde mu 13 ekyo14 ekyo15 ekyomukaaga ekyomwenda be balina awadi
kisoboka kitya owa 13 natwala awadi ngaowokubita tuta awadi
baleka balona bakulembedde kuva mabega
okisanga mugwanga Uganda
enewe tugendagenda mukuwumulamuko katono nnyo then tukome mu muzike
ekituufu ddala ati Friday
It's a Friday, yeah.
92.8 YFM, the Compass Voice.
Yes, olunaku lwaleero lwakutaano nkubiriza abasiraamu okugenda mu mizikiti Juma kyova tukomyewo n'akayimba kaswaba kasumba kamanyikiddwa nga Aminala akassa ekitiibwa mu mutonzi.
Si basiraamu bokka munnange n'abalokolera ennaku z'omwezi 31 tukimanyi lwakutaano Lusemba mwezi abalokole baba ne overnight nabo baba balina okugenda okola ki okusaba naye nga kyennandi basabye nga bagenda okusaba n'okusala naffe bannamawulire batusabireko kubanga ebintu si birungi twagala batusabireko munaye tusobola okubeera nga byonna ebitusumbuwa tubiyitamu ate ne tubawa amawulire ag'obwenkanya.
Kale naye ng'obadde ne MCI International microphone gladiator the only Muganda gewe na msepinga wenchoko ntwa mukisa guno okutumira sponsor waffe omu yekayeko omukulu asembayo Dr. Albert Mokasa principal YMCA.
Kituufu ddala munnange obadde nange Palmer's Shine Ago with a golden voice mu program olucha tusinkana week ejja. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, YMCA. That was an amazing performance. Now, without wasting time, we'll go straight into the feedback from the judges.
YMCA. How are you doing? You're feeling well? Okay, so I will say from right off the bat that you guys did so well. You did so well. You know, where I work, just a few doors next to our studio is the Uganda station. And you sounded just like the two presenters that on that show. Like the energy, the speed. Because first of all, I always feel like Uganda is a bit too fast. But having carefully listened to Shami and Iva for some time, I realized this is the flow that is required for that station. So you sounded just like them, and I was very, very impressed. The coordination was so good. It's like everyone knew when to come in, and they were so ready. So you were very engaging. There was banter. I love that. Like you guys are friends out of here. And I was like, yeah. I will start off by saying that kudos to the Luganda news anchor. You were so good. I don't know whether it's too soon to say, but for me, I think you're the best anchor of the day. Like, you had a great voice, great pace. You had sourced your news very well, and you did that thing that I really like about news anchors. When they add in some comical stories in there, it was so good. Yeah, you have that flair for radio that comes off so naturally. It sounded so good. Very, very nicely done. And you guys, the presenters, you have some interesting names for your segments. I was just enjoying. And you know how we've been saying for the longest time that you need to decide who's the driver of the show. But the thing that I like about your pair is that you knew how to coordinate who's going to get us into this link, who's going to get us into this segment. And it didn't seem chaotic, yeah? So it was nicely done, yeah? And I love how you pre-sold the papers. You did very well with that. So, yes. The only thing that I must say I wish you had done well is that you see, when you started talking about I think it is the gentleman who had been jailed, those kinds of stories are a bit serious. So when you gloss over them, just touch on it, laugh about it, and gloss over it, sometimes it doesn't sound very nice because some stories are a bit heavy. They might require you, on your end of doing responsible journalism, you bring in something that helps the listener sort of tie in the story nicely. But other than that, kudos.
YMCA. You know what? I've been on radio before, but I always wonder how people get the wordings right when they rehearsed them. You know, Simba does it so much. So that's when you sink into what you rehearsed and it's at that pace. It's so amazing. So thank you very much. You put up a good job. I don't know who your director or your producer is. They did a great job. So it's a great show. It never lost pace. It started as it was. Even when it went to sports, it felt nice. Felt like, okay, let's just slow down, but it's nice. So thank you for the great show. The same mistake you did last time. You always do less of what was asked of you. So you end up losing a lot of marks because you have a good show, but you do less of the things that we are looking for. You might have covered some of them in the segments, but you know, these are independent things that you have to do. So for judges, it gets hard to know, is this part of this? So yeah. Production, yeah, you tried. I thought you should do better. A producer couldn't wait for, you know, dead air. So he would just, you know, fade in something which was still, you know, active, and not that it was ending, but when it had like 5 seconds, so you chip in something else, it looked like a mix that is not really, you know, same tempo. So maybe you should do better there. For the presenters, the partnership, wow. The girl, because last time I think you came with another girl, so I was like, okay, where is this girl? But this one sat in very well, and she did her job. You cut her short when she was, I don't know if you could foretell that she was going to do a mistake, so you cut her short when you were starting, which is really okay. You know, there's no show without any mistake. So I believe it's a very great show, and I believe someone will definitely pick you up and put you into a show, and then you sit there. I believe the news anchor would sit at any radio station that reads Luganda news now, and you know, they sound good. I believe that you made Luganda, you know, feel good to listen to. You see, when someone is listening radio, because I listen to radio, when I'm listening to radio and I still can do my stuff without being disrupted, then I'm feeling good listening to radio. So that's what you did, and thank you very much.
YMCA. Guys, who's working on radio here? Seriously, I felt halfway through that I am listening to people who are working on radio. You did a fantastic job. Fabulous job. I have to say, I mean, I am not 100% fluent in Luganda, disclaimer, but I listened to the entire show and I paid attention. The banter between the presenters, I think what you're talking about is normally what you hear after years of presenters working together. They know exactly how to feed off each other, finish each other's sentences, how to basically, you know, wrap up a link, and you did that so amazingly. So, yay! I don't even know what to say, but I really think for the Luganda news anchor, there's a wisdom in a voice that calms a person down and makes them pay attention to what is being said. And you have that gift. I think you did a beautiful job. But please, like he said, if you don't nail all the things that are required, you lose out on some marks. Because I honestly think you deserve a lot more if you had covered everything. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Amazing feedback coming in from the judges. Thank you very much, YMCA, for putting up a very outstanding performance. Kudos to you all. And up next, we'll be having Uganda Matters University in the building. Uganda Matters University.
The show, and I loved it. You know, there's a way Luganda can be flowing when the people speaking it really know how to speak it, and that is what I just experienced listening to the show coming in from YMCA. Right now, we are getting feedback from the judges. I'm seeing Judge Jumba giving feedback, Judge Crystal Newman giving feedback, and she called it a fantastic show too, which I agree with. Right now, we are going to transition to the TV studio, where we are having Uganda Pentecostal University. This university is coming all the way from Fort Portal, and it is their first time coming for the National Newsroom Contest. They have always been participating, but ending at the level where, you know, MCI goes to the university, does a few trainings here and there. They have been part of it, but they had never come to the media hub for this contest. So let's get to the TV studio and see what they have for us, this being their first time.
Let us see them, because we might have to look at their eyes, we might have to look at their mouth. We want to be in touch with the person who is speaking. So don't bring in your visuals like very, very quickly, okay? Otherwise, good job, but I was a little bit disappointed that I didn't see more PTCs.
University performing next day.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think it is also important that the teams that have not yet performed pay so much. Sorry about that. I was still telling you people that it is important for the teams that haven't yet performed to pay so much attention to the judges' feedback, because you do not want the judges to be repeating what they have just actually said. I think, and also the people at the back, let's try to observe some silence and enable the day flow efficiently, and also the judges be able to listen. Ladies and gentlemen, the next university that is also performing, it is their first time to perform. They have come all the way from Mbale. Please put your hands together for Livingstone University. Livingstone University.
It's on, eh? It's on.
I am sorry, Livingstone International University.
It's on?
Livingstone International University.
Livingstone TV News, the latest news and stories that matter.
It is the 31st of October 2025 at exactly 9 p.m. East African Standard Time. Welcome to Livingstone TV News. In our top story tonight, Livingstone International University joins 10 other universities in the National Newsroom Contest 2025. The team aims for victory in the competition. We bring you details to that report, and we have many other stories lined up for you tonight. But first, the headlines. Cure Children's Hospital rallies Uganda on hydrocephalus fight. Seeks support for affected children. Electoral Commission and African Center for Media Excellence, ACME, train journalists on responsible election reporting ahead of 2026 polls. And now in our fact-checking story, mystery surrounds the murder of celebrated Mbale City's MC Gavin as police launch probe.
Livingstone TV News, the latest news and stories that matter.
Good evening, welcome to Livingstone TV News once again. My name is Victoria Angwaliru, glad you could join us. We start off tonight's bulletin with the ongoing National Newsroom Contest, which officially kicked off early this morning at 8 a.m. at the Media Challenge Initiative Hub in Kampala. Among the 11 universities taking part is Livingstone International University, making its debut appearance in the competition with high hopes of making a mark. Our reporter Javia Silas Omagor joins us live with more details. Javia, you're live.
glitch there. Thank you very much, my producer. I'm coming to you live from the auditorium here at MCI, where university students from about 11 of them have come all over from different parts of the country to take part in 2025 National Newsroom Contest. And I can tell you this, the morning session was actually quite remarkable, and right now the afternoon session is just something else. It's elite, it's epic, and it is outstanding. Why? Because Livingstone International University is on stage. I apparently want to get thoughts and pick minds of some of the participants who've come to represent their universities, but also those who are here to cheer the very best participants who are here. Julien, bonjour.
Bonjour. My name is Julian Buami. I'm from Livingstone International University, and I wanted just to tell the youth generally that this is a good initiative, and I will pass an information to my francophone people that Livingstone, c'est une très belle université qui est en Balé, en Uganda. C'est MCI, c'est une très belle initiative qui permet aux young journalistes de manifester leur talent et de montrer leur créativité. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Excellent, Julien. All right, we have Abraham from Watoto Institute. Now, Abraham is not here to participate because his institute didn't get registered, but he's here for the love of seeing young journalists come through. And you know how beautiful it is to have people who are here to cheer even when they're actually not on the stage. Abraham, please, how important are these kind of initiatives for the young journalists here in the country?
Thank you so much. I first want to appreciate this opportunity. What I've learned a lot from this section, I've learned to gain confidence from What I've learned from this section, I've learned to gain confidence from our senior counselors, like those judges in front of us, that I also get opportunity next time. We shall also come and participate if you are given opportunity.
All right, Victoria, I will tell you, today is a very wonderful day, particularly for Livingstone International University, because it is for the very first time in the recent history and the entire history of this initiative that a university from Eastern Uganda is here, particularly making not just an appearance, but a strong statement. Victoria.
Thank you, Javier. Now, can you briefly tell us what will it mean for those who will make it and perhaps for those who won't make it to the top?
Thank you very much. Just before I dive into that very interesting question, I want to remind our viewer today we are coming from young journalists as ambassadors of information integrity and defenders of democracy. That is very key for you to know, because we want a journalism that can work for a country that thrives on sanity. Well, for the losers, this is an opportunity for you to realize that there is still room for improvement. And I will tell you this, the Walters, the leaders will tell you most of their careers did start on a bad note, but perseverance will always give you a chance at victory. While for the victors, this is another chance for you to make sure that you defend it, because whoever is given much is expected from them. So once you win, we expect you to be on top all the time. Victoria.
Thank you, Javier, for that update.
Many thanks for having me.
We wish all the participating universities, especially Livingstone International University, the very best as the contest continues. Moving on, over 150 journalists have been trained nationwide ahead of the 2026 general elections. The training aims to equip journalists with the necessary skills for credible election coverage before, during, and after the exercise. Our reporter Joash Mugweri has details of this report.
Here at Walsh and Wills Hotel in Mbali City, Elgon region, the younger journalists have been trained on how to become ambassadors of information integrity and defenders of democracy. They have been skilled on political coverage by the Electoral Commission and African Center for Media Excellence.
So today was enhancing media reporting in the elections in a transparent,
free, risk-free, fair, balanced reporting. It had four main objectives. One, to inform the journalists about the timelines of the roadmap, because the roadmap is not static.
Dr. John Baptist Imokora from African Center for Media Excellence said that journalists should be ambassadors of information integrity, be aware and avoid fake news to enhance professionalism in media reporting during the 2026 elections.
Now, as young journalists, it's important for you to be ambassadors of peace. You need to be ambassadors of the electoral process in terms of sensitizing communities, providing information. That is very, very important in our different platforms. But as you do that, the other big responsibility, in my view, is dealing with fake news. That is very, very important. Fake news spreads very fast on the social media platforms. It is going to take you, the young journalist, to verify information, to get facts, to be accurate, and then to debunk fake news or disinformation.
The Electoral Commission cautioned the journalists to take note of their security during elections and to take it essential.
Don't want the journalists to get caught in between in these escapades with the police, with the army, the risk of their life. We have had instances where the consultants have shared, people lost their limbs, people are incapacitated. That is not how elections should be.
There is no story worth your life. Really, if you see that things are so bad and you cannot sustain it, you can pull off.
Security organs were challenged.
Especially hydrocephalus. The hospital situated in Mbale City seeks to locally raise funds and awareness. Our reporter, Javia Silas Omagor, has details.
Kiwa Children's Hospital, Uganda, is situated here in Mbale City in the eastern region. This hospital is serving up to 2,166 children who are suffering from brain conditions.
Children instead of seeking care. It is beliefs like these that delay life-saving medical interventions. But now, young journalists are joining the fight to change the narrative. During a media training supported by the Ministry of Health and partners, reporters from across eastern Uganda were trained to become ambassadors of information integrity, helping communities understand that hydrocephalus is a treatable medical condition and not a curse.
Javier Silas Omagor, Livingstone TV News.
Thank you, Javia. And thankfully, joining us now in the studio is our health editor, Carol Adikini.
Well, thank you, Victoria, for having me.
Thank you so much for coming through. Now, Carol, can you share with us how young journalists can help in debunking hydrocephalus myths?
Well, hydrocephalus is not a myth and it's not a curse. So the young journalists can help in debunking this by informing the parents and those that have relatives that have children with hydrocephalus to bring them to the hospital for free treatment at Cure Hospital, because the treatment is for free. Yes, and let's stop this misinformation that hydrocephalus is a myth.
Thank you so much, Carol. That has been very insightful. Hello, you're still watching Livingstone TV News, and now it is time for our fact-checking story with Joeria.
My lips, your lips, they touch.
In hours and days after MC Gavini's tragic passing, Mbale and Uganda at large found itself drowning in a storm of speculation. Social media lit up with unfiltered grief, also with whispers that quickly twisted into outright myths. One viral thread claimed this was no simple domestic dispute, but a bloody love triangle involving a second lover, who allegedly confronted Gavin at his doorstep, knife in hand, sparking a fatal frenzy. Another post, shared thousands of times, painted a gruesome scene from multiple stab wounds, suggesting a prolonged struggle fueled by gang ties from Gavini's nightlife world. Even major outlets amplified the frenzy, with headlines screaming of infidelity, fueled betrayal, and unnamed sources hinting at hidden accomplices, turning a personal tragedy into tabloid fodder. These stories spread like wildfire, fueling outrage and armchair verdicts online. Some blaming Gavini's charisma as a player's curse, others decrying a cover-up by police. But as the tributes poured in from fans remembering the man who hyped Okba nights and lit up TikTok with unstoppable vibe, one thing became painfully clear. In our rush to narrate the shocking, we risk burying the truth under the layers of lies. Tonight, we are going through the rumors to honor Gavin with facts, not fiction. I'm Joeria Nabisere, and this is our fact-checking story. According to police reports from Bale City Central Police Station, MC Gavin, aged 30, was pronounced dead on arrival at Mbale Regional Referral Hospital on September 9, 2025. The cause, a single stab wound to the back inflicted during a domestic altercation at his residence in Muyembe Cell, Maluku Ward. The suspect, Geraldine Namono. She is in custody, charged with murder, and police say the evidence is clear-cut. Social media exploded, with MC Gavin trending across Uganda. Tributes poured in from fans who knew him as the charismatic MC at Okba. But whispers online painted a darker picture. Was this but it must also heal. For now, we remember the man behind the mic, not the headlines. Rest in peace, MC Gavin. Joeria Nabisere, Livingstone Television.
Very unfortunate story there. Well, we've come to the end of tonight's news bulletin. Thank you so much for keeping us company. We'll be returning tomorrow, same time. Up next is The Plug Show. I'm Victoria Angwaliru. Good evening.
Now, before Laura comes in, I want to give another big hand clap to Mbale, Livingstone International University. Yes, Laura.
Wow. It's such an amazing performance.
I think this has. Imagine this is your very first time performing.
Yes, and you pull something.
And you pull up something. I think these people have really done the most. Yes. Now, can the team from Bale, of course, I do not have the final say. However, I want to correct something the reporter said before, as you people come on stage. Are any of us losers? Let me ask the question again. Are any of us losers? Now, do we believe we are winners? The team from Livingstone International University, please come on stage. I'm correcting that because I believe we are all seated here as winners and not losers. It must have slipped his tongue and he said losers, but I believe each and every one of us who is in this place, is a winner, all right? Now, Linda, could you please give us your verdict?
Okay, even before I start, now I think I need to go on my knees. I need to go on my knees because our audience is letting us down. You guys are not listening. I'll tell you truthfully, it is just polite. If you want me to kneel, I can go in front there and I kneel. But I'd just like your attention, please. It's just polite. Please.
You are watching the National Newsroom Contest, coming to you live from the home of MCI at Chilpati Mazima Mall, the Media Hub. My name is Divine Masi Narwanga, and what you have just watched is the amazing talent coming from Livingstone International University, all the way from eastern Uganda. They made their way to central Uganda, which is Kampala, just to show what they have. And indeed, we have seen what they have, and we appreciate everything that we are seeing on the screen. Now, in studio with me, I have an amazing young lady. Her name is Martha Gift Ainem Babazi. It is also her first time coming for this contest, but she's just here to watch and see. At the entrance is a watch party. Now, this watch party is showcasing a show, a new project coming from MCI called the Fact Lens. The thing about Fact Lens is that it is coming up to debunk all the misinformation, all forms of false information going around, especially at this crucial moment where Uganda is heading to the 2026 general election. Now, Martha, welcome.
Thank you so much, Divine.
So this being your first time here for the contest, what has stood out for you so far?
Well, from the very beginning, the number of students here just overwhelmed me for a bit. I did not expect to find so many young people engaging in very many different things, and they look like they know what they're doing, so that's a good thing. So for me, that is the highlight so far. And then obviously seeing them trying out radio, I went to the radio room and then the TV, and I can see where I go. I see a vision, and I think it's a very important thing, since our country is it has youth at the biggest percentage. So getting them involved in media and journalism and practicing it and competing to make sure that they continue to get better and excellent at their craft, I think is a big deal.
Okay. And now, Martha is a travel consultant majoring in air ticketing, and some of the stories that Fact Lens has worked on is a story that talks about the UAE visa ban. We all saw that documentary. I don't want to assume that you saw it, but most of us saw that documentary, and that documentary sparked some false information that moved around. So Martha, I would like to know, because I understand that false information affects everyone in any field. But for you specifically, I want us to talk about the UAE visa ban. How does such false information affect you? How did it affect you and the work you do?
Well, for starters, people are very hesitant about actually purchasing visas, and then obviously that means that they're hesitant about buying their ticket. Those who already had the visas had so many questions. So now what do? Am I going to be allowed in the country? Is my visa still valid? Is it going to be cancelled? And so any kind of instability or false information affects the travel industry automatically, because everyone is then hesitant about their travel plans, and countries lose out on tourists during that season. And especially for UAE, so many Ugandans were immediately biased about the country, especially since it's an Arab country, and it is one of the countries that has very many people going for labor recruitment. So that brought in a bit of chaos, which obviously now affects our business in air ticketing. And also the uncertainty itself brings in a lot of people start bringing in a lot of conspiracy theories that are very unfounded. Some of them have a little bit of truth to them because of some people's experiences, but then most of them, the general picture is really very skewed and definitely affecting travel.
Yeah, that is right. Usually the false information that moves around, there's a little bit of truth about it, but then someone builds a whole narrative which is false, and even the truth that is in it doesn't count anymore. So now, looking at the fact that journalists are the people who spread most of the information, sometimes when this false information comes out, everyone will think, the journalists have said this and this and this. And yet it is not the journalists saying that. So according to you, in your perspective, what do you think is the importance of journalists stepping up to fact check this false information that is coming up?
You know, I don't even think it's just a journalist. Obviously, they are the main source of information to an extent, but we are in an era where information is available for everyone at any time. So I think we need to encourage each other on an individual level, like I saw in the facts lens.
Yeah.
Please make sure you check those facts. Don't just take what someone said as the gospel truth, because most times it's not. Especially regarding such delicate issues. When you just take someone's word for it and you don't actually do your facts checking, then you're going to miss out on opportunities that ideally you shouldn't be missing out on, or you're going to mislead more people based on some rumor that you had. And then Twitter is full of everything, so you have to also be cautious about the news that you read and digest. Some of the things are just funny, and sometimes we take them as just memes and laugh about them, forgetting that even after laughing about it, there is something about that tweet that's stuck in your mind that is going to influence the decision that you're going to make later, unless you do the right facts check. So I think that obviously journalism the journalists have a very big role to make sure that you spread the right information, do a lot of research, check all the facts, and make sure that by the time you say something, you know that it is the right thing. Because you also have a very huge duty of care. As journalists, we hold you in high regard. It is likely that when a journalist says something, someone will just take it for truth without checking it out at all, more than when just someone on the street says it. So I think it is it's a high necessity for journalists to make sure that they spread the right information.
Okay, thank you so much, Martha. Now, Martha says, be careful. The information you see, not all of it is true. Some of it can be false. It could have a little bit of truth to it, but don't take it at face value. Fact check it. Anyone can mislead you. Now, before we transition to the other studio, I would like to thank our partners, CAS Uganda and South Sudan, DW Academy, Sigal Family Foundation, we have SAMS, we have Advantage Pal Media, and Recap Brand House. Now, let's go to the radio studio and see what the team in there has for us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please note that the overall time is 30 minutes. You'll be required to use 25 minutes and leave the 5 minutes for the feedback coming in from the judges. Are we... Are you in the building? When you're ready, you can please start.
It's the rewind on 93.1 IU jams every day.
See no problem.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It's the rewind on 93.1 IUFM.
Can you love, baby? Can you love? Can you love? Can you love? Can you love? Raka, yeah, yeah. Batistata, taking the liquor, no chaser. Every guy mad over you, they wanna buy you with paper. Only wanna have a good time, so you put a new string in your wrist, love. Yeah. yeah. Never want to be alone, so you go dancing with strangers. Looking for love in all the wrong places. You've been running from life, but you cannot hide, baby, let's just face it. Who can you love if you don't love yourself and you feel like you don't matter? You feel like nobody understands the money like that.
3.1 IUFM.
Yo, Chidaka, this is unusual. Like a daily bando, like a daily bando, like a daily bando. Yeah, yeah. Wali bugamba botenena yene bokosola momokwano. Zewanta, you set me free once somolola momwabo. We wampa kakisa wangamba mbele living exam. Kati be good feeling inyongela. Netanga new sample. Oh patana, my patana. Dunolo nyini nite ibalusangula. Cause we are meant to be like Adam and Eve. Just like red roses and Valentine. Oh kalakata, kalakata, kalakata basi kapitan. Oba yezabuka, oba yekwabuka. Nijagala kufamu basi yomukwano, yeah.
Yes, all right, it's a song coming from Elijah Shtaka. It is entitled Daily Bundle. I think it's one of the songs that have been trending in October. This song has been trending mostly on TikTok. We have seen a lot of people making a lot of challenges with different captions, and I'm so glad that I'm among those people, because I never wanted that trend just to bypass me. Anyway, I trust and most certainly do believe that you had a blessed afternoon and a very, very good evening on this 31st day of October 2025. We are soon closing up the year, because we're just remaining with only 2 months to say bye-bye 25, but we just pray to the Lord that we be among those people who are going to witness the fireworks of 1st January 2026. Welcome to the Rewind right here on 93.1, where we go dive into the great conversation, the great content, and of course the great music. We can't do anything without the music. And the voice behind the mic is your favorite girl, Aisha Umal, and you know I can't do this alone. I'm with my favorite people, that's no other than
Shadi Vibes,
yeah.
Sheila Brandy,
okay.
and Shara Sugar.
Yes, tell your friend to tell a friend that the Rewind is already on 93.1 and they are ready with the headlines that won't stress you out, plus some little few surprises to keep your smile. Let's have a song coming from Shiba Kalonji saying somebody was somebody, and we'll be right back.
Somebody, somebody, hey, somebody, somebody. He says my body must kill a man. Must kill a man. What under bagamba can pass by. But I'm solo kutawanya. Te wansikiza wamaram. International love wajesigam. Bewasanga mubaduka matoba. Yampa, mungu yampa. Omutango winga deeper. Only you could have my temper. My baby tell him bagambe. Only was somebody. Only somebody was somebody. Era bagambe. Only was somebody. Only somebody was somebody. Baby bagambe. Only was somebody. Only somebody was somebody. Era bagambe. Only was somebody. Only somebody was somebody. Somebody.
Spice up your snack time with Sam's Crisps. Enjoy different flavors like chili, vinegar, chutney, or just plain salted snacks. Whether you're waiting on a meal, watching a movie, or just slacking off, there is a snack pack for you. Welcome a world of deep and everlasting flavors with Sam's Snacks. It's crunchy, crispy, spicy, and proudly Ugandan. Get your Sam's Snacks from any shop near you. Sam's, taste the difference.
The best thing you have just done this evening is to tune on 93.1 IUFM, and we have just heard a song coming from Shiba Kalung saying somebody or somebody. I think it's one of the songs that she released after her coming back from her maternity leave. She came back with a Canadian baby,
baby bird.
Why do they call her him a Canadian baby?
Just because she gave birth while in Canada, I think.
Okay, let's put that aside and dive into the newspapers and we get to know what is in the news.
Right now, I'm with the New Vision, and I see that Muslim circles to get shillings 83 billion. Also, I see a portrait of His Excellency Kaguta Museveni with the First Lady, Janet Kataha Museveni, who braved in the rain during campaigns in Napak district. Also 9 die in Elgon Slides. That is on page 3 for more details. And we see here on page 10, Pastor Kayanja meets Israel president. Also on the side of sports, I see Masaza Cup finals, where Singo will be versing Buwekula this Saturday at 3 p.m. This will happen at Ham Stadium. Just grab yourself a ticket at only 30,000 Ugandan shillings and enjoy. More details, you have to get yourself just 2,000 Ugandan shillings to dive deep in the stories. Yes, my girl Sheila, what do you have?
Here I have the monitor, and here we are having a story which is of natural disasters. Here in Sebei, the devastating landslides have shocked Lul village in Kwenyi and the Buko districts in Sebi sub-county, leaving 9 people dead, several injured, and hundreds of families displaced. You can find this story on page 3. And other stories they are here. We are seeing Mr. Wizard here saying that we all know whose truth is in public, as you know. Just grab yourself a dairy monitor at only 2,000 Ugandan shillings and find more interesting stories. Even there are also stories about sports. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, just grab yourself 2,000 shillings of Ugandan shillings and get one of these newspapers and get to enjoy. Let's have a song coming from FIFA Maker saying Enchuka Chukeja, and we'll be right back. Yes, all right. It's a song coming from FIFA Micah saying Enchuka Chuka. You guys, what did this song try to mean?
Just know. Just know.
Enchuka
That's
Chuka. Is FIFA Micah already knows about
We're holding on his side, yeah? It's on the people power side. That's why they are saying Enchuka.
Just know for us, we are waiting just for only 2026 campaigning. That truth will come out.
Okay, so that's where we're going to be starting from, and let's talk about the elections. How do you see the elections, the campaigns so far?
The campaigns so far have not been too much violent. As today I see different presidential candidates in different areas of Uganda. Right. Here I see His Excellency Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu in Chitugum and Lamo. I see Mubaraka Munyagwa is on his resting day. Also Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is in Kabila Maido and Kalaki. Yeah, Joseph Mabilizi is in Mbale City and Sironko. Also, we have Nathan Nandala Mafabi is in Amuru and Igulu. Mugisha Muntu will be resting, and Robert Kasibante will be in Ibugweri. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
I like the vibe of Mugisha Muntu. Mugisha Muntu doesn't give up.
Yeah,
you have time he came
in this life, we don't have to give up, yeah?
Exactly.
The moment you
because
give up,
he has to move on. Exactly.
Yeah, last time we see that he won with 0.65%. Let's hope today, because last time was the fourth. What the fourth?
Just not each year
never
comes
know,
with
like
each
this time will be the third, and next time the second.
But as I'm saying, the race is between the two. The people's president and the president trying to protect the gains. The rest is in between. Yeah.
There is the people of Lusania,
people of Lusania. But why did that guy choose Lusania?
Because Lusania, as you see, Lusania is a form of converging together.
We come together and we eat.
So there is a sort of unity and brotherhood.
Everyone will eat.
It brings us all together.
By the way, I heard that if we are eating, there is that bond we bring.
Exactly.
Like you can even converse with the person you don't know. That's why he chose Alusania.
Just not the logic behind food. When food comes in house, everything.
I know, and I know
just together. Just know.
But you guys, have you seen any violence in these campaigns, especially the Noob campaigns?
So
far, no.
So far,
compared to last year, no.
This time it's kind of peaceful.
No. Yeah, it's kind of peaceful, by the way.
But it's kind of peaceful. Yet when Bobby Wine was in was it Lila Gulu?
Lila.
I think. Yeah. Was it Lila? I think it was where those poor security guards sneaked into. Did I sneak or what did what?
I think, also these guys need to see their new president. That's why they are peaceful. Yeah.
Okay, let's have a commercial break and we're still coming back with the great conversation. Yes.
3.11 IUFM.
Give your brand a new look with Advantage Pearl Media. With over 10 years of experience in graphic design and event
builders
branding,
of trust in our neighborhoods, bringing stories, holding leaders accountable, and amplifying unheard voices.
They are not holding a promise of just moving with cameras and having notes. They promise to fact-check work and to share information with the public, to speak truth to power.
Remember to follow us online for more updates on all our social media platforms at UCU Aura TV. Next, we'll be having Jeremy with The Drive Show. Thank you for joining us. I'm Mariam Nagai.
And I am Daniel Israel Mungudit. Good night. We'll see you next week.
Before our judges come in. Now, let's try something. When I say aura, say news. Yeah? Aura? Aura? You people are not saying news. You are dropping your aura points. Aura? Aura? Let the team from UCU come on stage. Please give them a big round of applause. And as UCU comes on stage, KIU, I hope you are ready.
That is so much support out there.
True, very true.
But Joshua, as the team comes on stage, do you remember what it was like to be on this stage?
Well, that is quite a number of years ago, but I wouldn't want to take people back in history. However, because our time is first spent, I would love one judge. That is Judge Walter to speak on behalf of the judges, and then, yes.
Thank you. Well done, the team from UCU. I think the news anchors were very outstanding. Remind me your name.
Mike.
Yes, Coach Net.
It's okay.
That was a very nice PTC. I could see the energy, I could see the confidence. And like I said earlier, the confidence is all you need to do what you have to do. Yeah, and interestingly, your team is more of like 80% ladies, so kudos to that. The live reporter, next time eat some Monday. We shall need some more energy, right? Yeah. And I thank you for not stretching the interview, because in most cases, when we overtalk, sometimes we miss the point. But your interview was very brief, though you need to put in some more energy in yourself, because you looked like you are frightened, but you knew what you were asking. The editing was well done. And yeah, I guess your team did well.
Nice, nice. Now, I think we can now have Team KIU. Thank you so much, Team UCU. From the ululation in the house, I can tell KIU is in high spirits.
Well prepared.
Very well prepared. KIU, oh yeah? KIU is known for making a statement in the TV competitions.
Composer, first can take this back.
Composure.
Fresh, very fast.
Now, before KIU starts, excuse me, before KIU starts, I expect maximum silence. Maximum silence. It is very selfish for other. Can we have silence? Can we have silence? It is very selfish of other teams to be presenting, and some of you are making noise. You have 15 minutes, KIU, and your time starts now.
And I am Esther Owarimpa. First, the headlines.
In the news today,
because he who is ignorant of governance doesn't even know the reason for which they should.
From the state blacklist to broadcast, Norman Tomuhimbi says powerful story of resilience and fighting for freedom of expression.
I have seen Uganda President Yoweri Museveni and his wife apologize.
And another video making rounds. Our fact-check team is on duty.
Starting off with the breaking story. The annual National Newsroom Contest, a competition for journalism students from various universities and institutions across Uganda, is underway at the Media Challenge Initiative Hub in Kabalagala.
This year's competition is running under the theme Young Journalists as Ambassadors of Information Integrity and Defenders of Democracy. Our reporter Kenneth Rubatimbira is live in Kabalagala.
Well, Esther Owarimpa Jean Abosili, it is an exciting moment here at Tilupati Muzmamol. Hundreds of journalism students from 11 universities have gathered for this year's National Newsroom Contest. And as I speak, Kampala National University is on stage presenting their English news bulletin amid cheerful supporters. The contest this time around is unique in a way that both the radio and television categories are happening at the same time. Much as the students we need to speak to actually seem not to be much bothered with this change. However, what you can't run away from is the fact that almost every individual in the room is on tension. The pressure is high, everyone fighting so hard for the university to make it to the top. Remember, outstanding individuals and universities will be awarded with even some students standing a chance to join the Media Fellowship Program, where these students will receive intensive training and mentorship in media. A great opportunity and a dream for every young journalist. To remind you, last year Kampala National University won the television contest and Victoria University was the best in radio. Now the question remains, which of the 11 universities participating today will make it to the top? A question that for now is difficult to answer. But after the event and all universities have presented, the judges will declare the winner. I will keep here to give you more information on who will have taken it home. Kenneth Rubatimbira, KIU TV News, Kabalagala.
And Esther, we wish all the best to every participant of the 2025 National Newsroom Contest.
Indeed, and we welcome them into the world of journalism. Away from that, in a world flooded with misinformation and exclusion of young journalists, in a world flooded with misinformation and exclusion of young people in various aspects of life, A group of young journalists in Kampala is using digital storytelling to promote information integrity.
Edward Waswa Charles takes us to Kabalagala, where Switch Africa is proving that the youth can still be ambassadors of credible information.
Inside this youthful newsroom in Kabalagala, the rhythm of creativity beats to a digital pulse.
Switch Africa, MCI UG.
This is Switch Africa, a social newsroom run by young journalists determined to make credible journalism speak the language of their generation.
Switch Africa. What's good? Kicking off the news this week, sadly, is on a side note.
Research shows that Uganda's youth are increasingly turning away from traditional media and finding information on social platforms where misinformation easily spreads. Amos Desmond Wambi is the chief editor at Switch Africa.
If you look at your television channel, there are very few occasions where you will watch a story that concerns young people, and usually that story doesn't even receive the editorial weight it carries. But we are looking at the largest portion of this population is young people. Therefore, the news as journalists that we've been producing disengages or disassociates young people from, from the participation and involvement of news. When you're looking for experts on different issues, you will go and look for the, older generation, as though we don't have young professionals that are doing quite a lot of work. So we wanted to create a space that takes care of that gives platform to young voices.
From reports on civic participation to social media explainers about governance and climate change, Switch Africa blends creativity with accuracy, bringing journalism closer to the youth.
The stories that we tell are identified by our team of switchers through research. Then from there, they write what we call story pitches. And those pitches are introduced in an editorial meeting, which is a very, very involving process. And then from there, we move to the production cycle, where we are guided by a team of creatives who have actually already set in place the brand guidelines for the product that we create.
Supported by the Media Challenge Initiative, the newsroom trains young storytellers to use facts, data, and innovation to counter false narratives.
At Switch Africa, we are bridging the gap between young people and policymakers because we provide a platform for young people to be able to give out their views, because in most cases, in the main newsroom, mainstream, you get to realize that policymakers are the ones who are usually interviewed when it comes to passing these policies, but the people whom these policies are going to affect are never given a chance to speak.
We're trying to solve the problem of policy. How can we use journalism to change policies? How can we tell stories that create impact, that will touch or that will tackle systems of governance to bring about change in different communities?
Their digital work is inspiring a new culture of civic awareness, one click at a time.
In an age of noise and misinformation, these young journalists are standing tall as ambassadors of democracy and defenders of truth. Ever since it was launched in September 2024, Switch Africa has quickly grown into a hub for youth-driven storytellers across Uganda, proving that when young people take lead, journalism not only informs, but also strengthens democracy. Edward Waswa Charles, KIU TV News, Kabalagala.
And in our next story, a man who was once branded as an enemy of state is now running one of Uganda's most prominent and influential online platforms for civic dialogue.
From protest lines to broadcast studios, Norman Tumuhimbise's story is a powerful tale of resilience, defiance, and the fight of free expression. Innocent Michi Agenerot reports.
He was once silenced for speaking out, but today, Norman Tumuhimbise is using the same voice that got him blacklisted to empower others.
We also reach communities, especially now that we are in the electoral process, where we think that civic education is very, very important. Because he who is ignorant of governance doesn't even know the reason for which they should vote.
Norman, a former social movement leader, now runs Digitalk, an online media house dedicated to civic education and free expression.
The alternative Digitalk.
We realized that young people no longer held the remotes. They were as mobile as you can hear. And therefore, we had to improvise a way through which we could reach out to them. And we also knew, as a matter of fact, that they are on phones, so literally social media, or what many also term as online. So we considered founding out an organization that does civic education through online broadcasts.
Founded in 2014, Digitalk reaches audiences both online and on the road literally. Its mobile studios drives into communities, holding leaders accountable and giving citizens a voice.
Comments, like I said, the show is live, so comments come as we move along. Always the show on the road is 2 hours. You can imagine a drive of 2 hours.
The platform hosts both government officials and critics, promoting open dialogue, something which is rare in an election season where emotions run high.
Because this is a non-partisan platform. It's a non-partisan platform. It will give you room. So as long as you trust your head and you trust your defense, come and defend your things if you're in government. Come and defend also your things if you are in opposition. You get? Because that does not mean that people in opposition are angels. In fact, some are more corrupt than even those in government. So where there is room, we also bring you on the hotspot to tell us what you are doing with your power. Because power does not only belong to government. There are people in opposition with power.
To keep trust, Digitalk double-checks every claim, ensuring accuracy in an era of online misinformation.
As here, fact-checking is very, very important. We rather not break the story, but publish an authentic information than chasing cloud.
But it hasn't been easy. In 2022, Digitalk's equipment was confiscated and its team members jailed. Still, Norman insists the mission continues.
So ever since they raided us and took us to prison, they never even appeared once in court. So we would be there, every week appearing in court until when the magistrate dismissed the case.
With elections around the corner, platforms like Digitalk are changing the way Ugandans engage with their leaders. One broadcast at a time, they are giving citizens a voice and holding power to account. Innocent Michi Agenorot, KIU TV News, Kampala.
Up next in our fact-checking segment, a viral video of the United States President Donald Trump apparently telling Ugandans to not forgive President Museveni after an apology made to the nation earlier this year.
We investigated the clip and the dangerous trend of misinformation it represents.
The clip has gained traction in October, but as our fact-check unit discovered, not everything you see online is true. The video in question has been shared thousands of times, but our investigation shows it is a sophisticated piece of AI manipulation created to mislead the public. The clip shows President Donald Trump apparently advising Ugandans to take a hard line against their leader. The statement directly references President Museveni's nearly 4-decade-long rule, a point of contention that often sparks mixed reactions in Uganda.
I have seen Uganda President Yoweri Museveni and his wife apologize to the people of Uganda. My advice to Ugandan people is that do not forgive Museveni until he decides to step down and retire from politics.
But the central question is one of authenticity. Did Trump actually ever say this? Our first clue came from a reverse image search. The search engine's AI identified the footage not from a statement on Uganda, but from a Trump rally in 2024, where he was speaking about an attempted assassination against him that July.
As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life.
The audio about Museveni has been artificially generated and spliced onto this unrelated video. Furthermore, a major red flag in the world of news is silence. A claim of this magnitude, if real, would have been reported by a major international news outlet. But our checks found no credible organization, neither in the US nor internationally, carrying the story. Further proof that this is fabricated information.
This incident is not isolated, especially during this electoral period where manipulated media is used as a political tool.
But the real danger lies in the public's reaction.
And so they are going to react to that information and like they think it is true. Say, for example, they may heed to that call. They don't know that these are just, videos that somebody sat somewhere on a computer and came up with.
So while the video itself has been debunked, the damage it can cause is very real. Experts warn that without a more diligent fact-checking by the public, these AI-generated fakes could seriously undermine the democratic process.
The voters are very gullible people. Today, if something very small is said about you, even if there is no video, even if it's just a rumor, and it circulates, voters down there are willing to take it up.
And some of them are reactionary. You never know how they're going to react. Now, for instance, that latest video of the President of the United States of America, where he allegedly is asking Ugandans or calling them upon not to vote for President Museveni. Where someone cannot, it only takes someone who went to school to know that in diplomacy, there's no any president who can do this, because it will jeopardize the diplomatic ties between nations.
And if you see a story or a video that seems suspicious, you can always send it to our fact-check team via our website or social media channels. Jean Ebosiri, KIU TV, Fact Check.
I'm used to this type of things. Anyway, as a man, I am here to protect the gains. But that will be all for now. Stay tuned to KIU TV. Esther, an exciting, vibrant, and fiery start to the weekend is up next right here on KIU TV. It's the Dusk Walkers, hosted by the microphone specialist, The Conqueror. I stay Jean Ebosiri. At KIU TV News.
Let's clap for KIU one more time. Right. Do you all believe that the future of African journalism is in this house? I didn't hear that. Let me do that one more time. Do we believe that the future of African journalism is in this house? I like it. I like it.
Only one side. What about the people down?
I think these people at the front are hungry. I don't know if they have received psalms. Have we all received psalms?
That's the...
Can we have the team from KIU on stage? The team KIU, can you come on stage?
Let's clap for them as they come on stage.
And as Team KIU gets on stage, Team MISD is going to be next. I want to remind each and every one of us that we have 15 minutes of presentation. And as soon as your time elapses, the sound is going to be cut. This is because we have over 8 universities that have not yet presented, and we need to keep time. Please, let's keep silent. Please, let's keep silent. People at the back. If it is psalms that are making you complain, you're going to get.
Psalms is not making them complain. Psalms is making them happy. I was sitting here and I was hearing people, and I was just looking around and saying, okay, who's that? What's that?
Yes, Linda,
but
please.
Enjoy your psalms. Enjoy your psalms. So, Team KIU, I think you did well. The anchors, there's a way you did that color coordination that I really liked. I don't know if you planned it. That was good.
Yeah, you need
that
to
was good. Away from that, the live reporter, okay, you're good. You're good. I just told Walter and I whispered to him that that guy is good. That guy can actually do a good live report. That was very well done.
Can we have some silence, please? Can we kindly have some silence in the house?
The fact-checking story, also enjoyable to listen to. I don't know who your editor was, but I have a little bit of issue there. Please check names. Me, if you misspelled my name. I remember when I was on radio in the early 2000s, and I mispronounced somebody's name. Now that was radio. But then now you imagine if I am seeing on TV and my name is misspelled. You know how it would feel? It wouldn't feel very good. So please make sure. On TV, you have 3 levels of checking. So it's you, the reporter, and then the editor, and then you can also bring in just a third eye. So that is also very important, okay? Then the first story, I think it was the first story where I wrote here that you need to watch your sound levels. Because sometimes there is some I think there was another university that came here before. I had written the same thing. So you're going to find part of the report is very well edited, and then another part is very high, then another part is very low. And what happens with the part that is very low is that we end up missing a lot of valuable information. So you need to check. Okay? Then for the anchors, I think there was a little bit of, it's not my first time to see you, is it? No. Yeah, but I think there was a little bit of tension there. So you can always have your script with you. By the way, there is nothing wrong with having your script with you, because you always check. It's just a reporter in the field also has to have maybe a piece of paper. These days they use phones. For us, we used to use pieces of paper and pen. But you can also, you just have it there just to check on what you're reading, as long as you maintain eye contact with us. Yeah, so that's good. Also for the live report, I also like that you maintained, there's a way you've maintained your eye contact like this. Yeah, that was very good. So thank you very much. Unless Walter has something to say.
Impressive. And I'll just make one comment. When you're the news anchor or you're the reporter and you're in a period of elections like we are in, you must remain objective or show objectivity at all times. You use the phrase which is being used by a political party, right? So you might think we didn't hear, but we heard. So now we know your side. Is that what you want? That's not what journalism tells us to do. So try by all means to remain neutral. Don't show your side. I mean, go do whatever you want off air, but when you're on air, you must be objective. Thank you.
All right. All right, please clap for KIU one more time. All right, is Team MISD ready? Team MISD, oye? I like it, I like it. Yeah, hello. Now, as we enjoy our psalms, I would like to recognize and also extend so much gratitude towards the partners that have ensured that this event is a success, starting with Psalms, Segal Family Foundation, CAS Uganda, DW Academy, Recap Brand House, Advantage Power Media. We're very grateful. And I think at this juncture, we can have the team from MISD. Please, teams that have not yet presented, ensure that you take the judges' feedback very, very, very serious. Because repeating yourself over and over doesn't make sense when you come on stage and you do not do as they have said. Team MISD, please make your way to the stage.
MISD TV. Your smile is our priority.
Good afternoon and welcome to the MISD Dispatch. I am Hazel. Ahumuza besides me is Collins Malindwa on sign language for people with hearing impairments. From the front lines of creativity to the fight against misinformation. In this edition, we explore the stories that move our nation forward. Here are the headlines.
People at the back, and we have some silence.
Journalists and youth urge to use their platforms to promote democracy through the Art for Change community cleanup. Experts warn Ugandans against the spread of false news as studies reveal that 70% of the citizens rely on social media. Journalism students showcase their creativity and broadcasting skills in national radio and television contest. Ugandans, together with government workers, are being urged to respect the freedom of the press due to its importance in the country. Details of these stories and more coming up next. In our first story, journalists, together with those who manage media platforms, have been urged to use their creativity and skills to promote democratic practices in their communities as a way to foster national development. This call has been made by journalist and founder of Art for Change, Hannah Alinitwe, who said she has been participating in campaigns to protect the environment. She encouraged the young people to use their influence to impact people positively through art and media. We have a report on this.
According to research conducted on different groups of people, it was revealed that many Ugandans who participate in democratic activities form about 54% of the population, yet the number keeps changing, especially in areas affected by leadership challenges, something that continues to slow down the country's development. Even so, some citizens, especially political leaders, have not yet embraced this initiative to encourage Ugandans to promote democracy, saying Uganda may lag behind if citizens do not take an active part, as this will affect national progress. Now, journalists and other media practitioners have also been encouraged to use their professional skills to spread positive information in various ways. This appeal was made by a journalist and founder of Art for Change, Ms. Hannah Alinitwe, who said they use art to transform communities and to deliver unique information to citizens.
That I can use my skill, my talent, my passion in media and journalism to add value to my community. And that's how Art for Change came in.
She added that many citizens still lack awareness about the importance of democracy and need to be educated on its values to national development.
Indeed, it is important for journalists to use their power, because journalists have the power to set agendas. They have the power to shape narratives in the country, the continent, and the world. So if journalists can champion democracy, especially at this time where we are on our journey to the 2026 general election, it is really important, because we shall see serious impact happening. You are still live watching the National Newsroom Contest, coming to you from the Media Hub, the home of Media Challenge Initiative. Right now, we are watching Makerere Institute of Social Development showing us what they got in this contest as they showcase the stories they have reported. The news anchors are bringing on the fire. But coming from the TV studio, let us head to the radio studio and see what St. Lawrence University has to show us.
Ebyokulonda kitukakatako ng'akakiiko ebyokulonda okulaba nti tutuukiriza amateeka, tugoberera amateeka g'ebyokulonda n'abalala bonna bagagoberere. So ebyokuba akalulu, ebyokugulira abalonzi, kati bana bagulirira abalonzi, si kakiiko ebyokulonda. Nze Padre Pio Musumba, Lwasila Radio.
Gabadde amawulire gaffe ku Sirawu Radio, sigadde nze Naluswata Susan muzzukulu wa Namugera Kakente Bbaale, akuuma atakuumira mpeera, Ssaabasajja Kabaka awangaale.
In the mix.
Tula muchombo, misipi tujinyweze. Monday, Friday, tuwa tutuse. Tova kumwanjo, ebyaka bitulese. Vibes on vibe, tuwa tutuse. Chonjo moni, chimaru fabadeize. Boli kumacha baba bachise. Magnetic, lugambo na luleta. Ebye mizanyo sebi na tuwamu. Marine Suzi, balinde mu maulire. Tuwa tulinza, tiba tubulire. Tosuwakwe. Vibes on vibes. Every morning, vibes on vibes. Vibes on vibes. Tuwa muchombo.
Eno ye program Vibes on Vibes ngekutusibwako Money na Eastern Queen Days Queen of the Vibes sakune jeno chonjo 256 buli lwa Monday okutuka ku Friday okuva ku sawa 2 paka sawa 4 okumacha nga tuli mu Vibes on Vibes.
Energy, fresh heat and sounds of the city, broadcasting live from the valleys of Riverga, rocking straight to your speakers only on Slow.
All these sexy girls in the club, up. You see all these sexy girls in the club, up. Oh girl, I wanna hold on you tonight. Every time you walking out the club, girl, I want you to be mine. Girl, I want you in my life, I swear. Teasing me, I feel you feeling me. Your eyes talking for you, make you say,
Focus on me.
Focus on me. Focus on me.
I say focus on me.
Focus on me. Focus on me.
Akayimba kalunyo kabadeka mwana muwala aitibwa Dako kuva wali Nigeria nayenga wasuzote omwizawo for Waslau Radio, the number 1 campus radio station. Enaku zomezira 3 mulumu October 2025 tubera tu endinga month tugenda musareri week. Tokola abantu basanyufu nyo by the way here. Nayenga bera Vibes on Vibes echombo wade ku Waslau Radio kuva Monday paka Friday kuva sawa 2 paka sawa 4 okumacha nange mwana mwala money the Eastern Queen.
Yes, wamune chonjo 256 nga nange nino muchala aina masanyiza wane Kampala sawa zino naye nga nkubuza ko yenayo najwa bosinzidde okubanga tugesa ko ku Slow Radio oyinza okubeera ogenda ku mulimu ova ku mulimu yonayo najwa bosinzidde amachaga neno anti kimanyi basikale abayizo baba va ku mulimu naye nga nkubuza ko yenayo sinzidde oli ku Lusoze Makerere oli ku IU oli ku KIU oli ku Ndejo oli ku Vendish Livingstone University oli ku YMCA Mississippi Kampala University oli ku UCU Pentecostal University oli Kabale Mbalala Bugema Jambo go Uganda Matters olwali wano kubiko bye Rubaga anti ngamba St. Lawrence University na Uganda Jonas Sinzide okubira ku Vibes on Vibes echombo tukugamba tino stage eriemu yokayoka and that is Slow Radio.
Naye nga sirina bingi byenyiza kugamba okujjako kugamba nti tata mama n'omwana tenaba joininga Slow Radio simanyi kyolinda just tell a friend to tell a friend omugambe nti ekyombo kikoze ki ekyombo kibeera kisimbudde naye nga wasuzo otya kiyonjo
nze nali badde nga mandifiti naye olunaku olwaleero omwana yantabudde ku maca nabadde nkeera mama yamulese omwana yaganya ogenda ku ssomero mu parking
tewamuwadde byakulya ngagenda kusoma
kano we nataddemu mwoge yasigadde eggulo ka kontena yakawuzu
omwana wampakingidde ki
mwogo
wama bazadde ze kyenyinza obbaga batemubeera nga kyonjo apakingira abaana emimonde ono omwana muto wa 20s lwakyo omwana wa 2000 okudda waggulu lwakyo omupakingira emimonde omwana amupakingire Sams balina Sams crisps Sams gonja balina cookies balina daddies omwana mwenyini abeere nga yakuzukusa gambe mama taata njagala genda ku ssomero naye nga mu Vibes on Vibes olwaleero tulina bingi betugenda obbeera nga tukutusaako oyagala ebifa mu papula z'amawulire New Vision Daily Monitor bukedde gwe tulakalira byonna tugenda bbeera nga tubikutusaako tulina mwana mulezi Henry Sebitosa agenda bbeera nga akutuusaako ebyemizannyo Bomoclat Magnetic in the style and fashion agenda bbeera nga akutuusaako hot scoop gw'oyagala kumanya ki ekyatuuse ku ba celebrity bo gwe just tulakalira gwalina stress Chanja 256 got you covered agenda bbeera nga akutuusaako ekiboozi mu biboozi gwate nabagenda kukola sooka owulize Vibes on Vibes osooka owulire ng'ejje flowing being a Friday leero tubalina mu 5 awamu n'omulamu gwaffe ogw'olunaku olwaleero already twaguteeseyo ku social media handles zaffe osobola bbeera ng'oteesa nga naffe bwe tuyitaayita mu kyombo naye nga tetunagendera ddala mu maaso kasooka tugulewo ekyombo ne mwana mulezi Elijah Kitaka nga tugamba nti Daily Bando
This is unusual. Like a daily bando, like a daily bando, like a daily bando. Wali bugamba bote nena yene bukusola mu mwana. You set me free wansomolola mu mwabo wewamba akakiza wangamba mbere living example kati be good feeling inyongera etanga new sample oh patana
wagaguze wagasomye oba tegannakutuukako bino bye bifa mu mpapula z'amawulire.
President w'eggwanga Yoweri Kaguta Museveni awamu ne Mama Janet Kataha Museveni babatutuusizako wano mu New Vision babadde e Karamoja mu na Park District je babadde banonyeza obululu babadde bakubirayo campaign ne bagamba abantu baayo we babawo obululu omwaka ogujja 2026 bagenda bazimbira amasomero n'ababana abatalina ababana abatasobodde kusoma abatalina school fees bagenda batekerawo skilling hub baberenga bakola ki nga bayiga emikono kyojo ina kyawo mu bukedde
bukedde olunaku olwaleero gwe nalabyeko amakyago olunaku olwaleero agamba ntino bukedde egabudde sekukulu mu style egabye ebirabo bingi nnyo okumanya engeri gy'osobola okubanga owangula ebirabo bino ku bukedde ogenda kuba obikula peegi yakubiri oba jawulo obikidde na nnyingi nnyo ogenda kuba obikula peegi yakubiri nga bukedde kuwa ekirabo naye waliwo mwana muwala atera obeera ku bukedde okwo abamanyi okwerangirako batera okubeera singo mbadde nga nsenga musajja wange magnetic akigwako nafuna sekukulu yagaliza magnetic
Pure energy, fresh heat. And sounds of the city. Look what the hot body can. Broadcasting live from the valleys of Riverga, rocking straight to your speakers, only on Slough Radio. Uganda mwenna mutegezebwa nti akaluka 2026 kasembedde n'olw'ensonga eyo musabibwa okukajjumbira ate n'obwegendereza kubanga kuno okulonda kwe kugenda okusalawo ekituufu ku nkulaakulana n'embeera y'abantu mu ggwanga okumala ebbanga lya myaka 5 bweddu n'olw'ekyo mukubirizibwa okweyiwa mu bungi mu bifo gye mugenda okulondera okukola okusalawo okutuufu ku lw'ebiseera by'eggwanga eby'omu maaso ku lwa Katonda n'ensi yaffe.
Obubaka buno bukutuusiddwako ekitongole ky'ebyokulonda mu ggwanga. To Slough Radio, your #1 campus. Every brand has a story, but not every story reaches its audiences. At Rika Brand House, we turn ideas into creative solutions. We offer premium services like brand development, digital marketing, social media management, events promotion, content creation, and advertising solutions. Whether it's just a beginning or already established company, Rika Brand makes your brand stand out and connect with its right audiences. For more information, contact us on 0705 732711 or 0782 693674 or email production@rikabrandhouse.com. Rika Brand House. Elevate, create, succeed.
Spokesman of the Uganda Journalists Association, also known as UJA, Kabuya Ronald. We have a report on this.
Journalism is one of the pillars of the country because without transparency, governance cannot function properly. However, those practicing journalism face various challenges, including harassment, intimidation, denial of access to information, being physically attacked, and other issues which often put their work at risk.
Are we speaking for the media? Are we speaking for journalism, or we are speaking for ourselves?
Now, as we approach the period of leadership transitions, Ugandans, together with government workers, are being urged to respect journalists' rights so they can continue to serve the public and prevent acts
wabula nyoga banza kumina mina abawuliza Slough Radio amanya hino sebito simbanza wano ku Vibes on Vibes okubanga mutusako amulege by'emizannyo agakoze wano mu Uganda ne gwanga batandikire kuona faka Uganda abana Uganda waliri wonna mu masaza ga Uganda ngana batwa ku finals ngana bali ku sawe kiri ekyana kivu waliri nambo na kivu waliri ku sawe ya Ham Stadium tugenda kubanga tulaba masaza ga ku final eno also ku final kabade ko singo ngena kuba izanya line buwekula baga bati ku final waliri ennaku z'omwezi zigenda beera nga lumu lwa mukaaga olunaku lwanca abula gwagala okuba nga ofuna tiketi zo ogenda wali eri ku hama osobola okuba nga ofuna tiketi zo ne ku kizimba kiri ekyamasengero ogenda okuba nga tiketi zo ziri eri gwa ordinary ojja kuba otuwa emitwalo gigamba emitwalo 3 gyokka vip emitwalo gigenda beera 5 ogwa vip osasula emitwalo giga 15 abula ku makya kijasooka n'omupiira gugenda baali abalani ekifo ekyokusatu esaza lyeri ekyakyagwe ligamba itokayi ne bugere ejjukira kyagwe eno yakubwa buweekula ali kusaza lyakwayo eri musawo ekyayo wali ku bishop emukono bagana okubanga nkuba penalty zaali 2-4 bebakyo nabo banga bamujja mu mpaka zineeno awo emba nvuddeko awo ngenda kudukale wali eri ebweru w'eggwanga nsobole nga nkuteeka ebyemizannyo ebiri wali w'eggwanga wali w'eggwanga ali gwagira Liverpool sembera kumpi mbe nga kubula ekiri mu kirabu yo jjukira Liverpool genda osobola okubanga erozinga empiira egy'enjawulo wali eri ebungereza okuse mu Premier League okaka ne mu Carabao okuse mu mupiira ogusembyeyo Crystal Palace nabadde amufudde Kakomaga Lubendera nga lwamusanga bakuba season eno soka nakubadde nga tugako season eri eyatwali mu kakopo kali akakomite shield ne mukubako wezaali 2-1 abati yakomalebwa nga mukima ne muligi ne mukuba empikajire empiri ena gyakamu kuba season eno sofa kigamba kityagwa yagala okuba amawulire agasingako wano eno nja kuba kumu okusaziga basanga mukaga saa 7 muwali mu show yaffe gye tusinga okutegeera obulungi nnyo ya sports Jogo Bonito wali nga ngezao kumenyamira butya mutubanga tulaba ebyemizannyo binene na timu yekoze kya wasenogera ngenda kubanga kutuukako nawe muliwo nga yesigana abangi kabla kankolekere moni ne mwana mulenzi kyonje 256 babenga bakwongerayo n'amawulire agenjawulo wano mu Vibes on Vibes nsigadde nze hene sebitosi sigala ku Soul Radio kyali mu Vibes on Vibes nze nsibuli
In the mix.
Tula mu kyombo misipi tuginyweze Monday Friday tuba tutuse tova ku mwanjo ebyaka bitulese Vibes on Vibe tuba tutuse tonjo moni kimarufa badeize buli kumacha baba bakise magnetic lugambo na luleta ebyemizannyo sebina tuwa Marine Suzi balinde mu mawulire tuba tulinza
story number 1. The audio was very low at the start. We hardly could hear anything. I didn't see pistol cameras apart from story 1, right? Natural, right? Your news anchor forgot your name and called you someone else.
Yeah, both my names.
Also, generally, I feel the coordination between the team was lacking. Yes. And this is why I say this, because if I don't tell you, you will not know what to improve on, right? We have your script here, and we have what we are using to make our judgment. Whereas, for example, you had the story on fact checking. I think the team didn't work together to actually make it very creative and meet the demands of the story itself. There were just a few shots picked from TikTok here and there, but even the statistic that was put in the headline, we didn't see it come to life. But that's just me. That's what I observed, right? Overall, I give you credit for having a sign language interpreter. I think you're the first guys to have that person here. It's a good thing to cater for the audience, you know, in all means and all forms. And lastly, this is, now we still have about 6 more competitors to go. I would like to challenge the next competitors to actually show us one of the tenets that we have not seen here, which is live election coverage simulation. Okay, if that's for radio, then we'll get a clarification, because here we don't see the indication that that's for radio. I still would like to challenge the team to come and actually, be creative. Journalism is about creativity and what you can do. Right? Put me in the audience and see what I can do. And be the judge. But, nonetheless, I appreciate your effort, right? And thank you very much for putting this presentation together.
Ngati mu lutambuze mwana mlenzi Josted macho yakava mu rehabilitation bange liwedde mabega kakati mwana mlenzi Josted ngakola pressa onaku rejo pressa yademba namule abenjawulo ngatubuli obulamu bwe gye butambudde mu rehabilitation center gyabadde bani abamuyambyeko obulamu abusanza atya Kigozi Josted mu pressa gye yakoze yebaziza nnyo mwana mlenzi Edrisa Musuza President His Excellency wa UNMF Uganda National Newsroom ekitongole ekitwala bana bitone bonna mu ggwanga mwebaze yaketaringa bills za rehabilitation. By the way, kambabulire ekigambo kimu kye mutamanyi mu rehabilitation each single day is 50.
naye kati olaba ebiseera ebisinga abayimbi okuba bana abantu abaseera ebisinga bagenda mu rehab oli agenda ovaayo omulala n'apostinga n'abuulira banne naye atogera okeera ku makya nga naye yazze babanga basimbira emmere
kwegamba ogamba likalinga kapata nibalira nti oluvaayo kali agerejerera sinza byageregerera kakati bwe yavuddeawo Eddie Kenzo n'avayo n'ayogera ku sesiment ya Eddie Kenzo gye yafulumiza nti n'agenda kuli obukulembeze bw'okulembera abannamawulire n'agamba agenda kulumwa nnyo kubanga Eddie Kenzo abadde akiikiridde bulungi abayimbi mu kumaliza n'atusuubiza ekivulu very soon tugenda mu ngatto kati kakati mu kutusuubiza ekivulu n'atusuubiza n'embaga immediately after the concert mwana muwala Hindu bamujja ku lujja ngera amwebaza okwekuuma nga tewali amukutteko
ogeze n'ogyogerako embaga ey'omukulu katumalize essaawa zino nonzijukiza musajja wange yalina akakyala ke yawasa kali katoototo gaga najja n'agwa mu bufumbo bwe aba ali awo nga muwayo akasente omukazi amusindikira akasente lumu ebiri esatu ena nga bamuteerako akakadde kamu bamugamba akakadde ako omugaga ateereddeko omukazi akwate ntwala kina n'oweeko n'ekyo ekyavu kyo kyekubeko eki
I am a switcher with Switch Africa. I am sure you've been seeing QR codes on the screen. I do not know whether you guys have scanned them, but when you scan that code, it takes you to the Switch Africa pages. Now you could be wondering, what is Switch Africa? Switch Africa is a youth-centered social newsroom. What do I mean by youth-centered? Do you guys notice that I do not know if you've heard the statistics, but apparently Africa has the youngest population. And Uganda itself has one of the youngest populations in Africa. But do we see that in the media? Yes, we do not see it. Thank you. We do not see that in the media. So what Switch Africa is doing, Switch Africa is stepping up and trying to spotlight the work that young people are doing. So when I said social newsroom, what do I mean? I mean, we understand that young people don't have time to watch TV. Even if you have time to watch TV, how many of us can say that, okay, at this time I'm going to wait for the news and then tune in? How many of us can do that? Now, Switch Africa is getting you the news content. We are putting it on social media. We are finding you in your comfort zones. So as you're scrolling through TikTok, you will find a news story from Switch Africa, and you're able to like this content. You're able to share it. You're able to read it. You're able to contemplate, understand it. And away from that, you're also getting inspired. I have seen some of the stories being played on the screens. I wish someone could just put for us one of the stories, or at least the QR code, so that you guys can get your phones up and you scan the QR code to follow Switch Africa. So I have just given you the reason why you should follow Switch Africa. It is for you and by you, because all the reporters are young people. The faces you're going to find there are young people. You're not going to find there old people reading for you news. So you are represented and your work is being put out there. And the other thing, before I leave this stage, if you are a young person and you're doing something amazing, you're making the world a better place in any way. It could be small, it could be big. Switch Africa is here to give you a platform. So don't hesitate. You can shoot us a DM, just tell us, hey guys, I do this and this and this. Please come and cover my story. We do not ask for money. We shall do it for free. So follow us, like our content repost. Thank you, someone is clapping. Thank you, I like that. Thank you so much. Please follow Switch Africa. I am Divine Masina Luanga.
Please clap for Divine. Now, Team St. Lawrence, are we ready?
The production, I spoke about it, and then the presentation also. The presentation that kept you guys, because most times you can feel that a presenter will come in and then others would keep dropping, but at least you kept around your area. Even when the sports guy came in, you kept around your area. The fact that you also had beds that you were putting there. Yes, the feedback from the microphone was a bit not good with you, but you kept the show vibrant with, you know, the beds on and everything. So, and the swiftness of realizing that we have hit the punch, we need to get out of here when you were doing entertainment was also nice for you to play the sweeper afterwards. So thank you so much. But again, you've done the same mistakes some people do, not doing some segments. There was no English news. I don't know why. There was no live interview. There was no press review. Voters fact check wasn't there. So a lot of things were missed, and which makes you miss a lot of points. But all in all, you had a great show. Thank you very much.
Hi, St. Lawrence. How are you doing? My goodness, Friday was right here. I have to say kudos to you. There was high energy, and I really felt like it was Friday. What's with the costumes? Is it because it's Halloween today? What's happening? Yes, okay. Because it's Halloween, right? Okay, fine. I have to say I enjoyed the show. Again, high energy. There was really good banter, back and forth. I could tell that you don't only like each other, but you respect each other. So you would actually listen to each other, and you come in at the right time. The way you started the show set the pace, I have to say. Again, really lovely, the entertainment news. I was like, ooh, okay, all right. I was ready to hear what you had to say. There were so many good things about the show, I have to say. The sports, though, was so fast. My gosh. Did you breathe at all at any point? It was super fast. The only thing, again, which for me is my thing, is the microphone. That if you're using a mic, remember that the mic is your best friend. You have to speak into it. You can't forget about it, because why are you there if you're not talking to the microphone? So sometimes you'd be far away, sometimes the mic is down, or you're down, or things like that. So just try to always remember that, because those are the small things that take away from the magic of the show. Again, I'm so sad that you didn't do all the things, because then you've missed out on marks. But I think that was a fantastic effort. Well done, guys.
Slough, St. Lawrence University. So I will start off by saying that you did a great, great job. Personally, I get the uniform because I think, owing to how radio is so visual now, it just sits in nicely, okay? So I like the uniform. I like the overall vibe in studio. You guys were very energetic. We could definitely tell it was a Friday, but it was just so much fun. It was, if anyone who's listening in or watching you would have enjoyed the show, because they feel the vibe, they feel the energy. And like I said, when you enjoy the show, people on the other side get to enjoy it as well. So I enjoyed that part quite a bit. You did, in general, you did very well. You did really, really well. I just wish, okay, no. I mostly think you're the only group here that hasn't focused too much on the theme at hand. A lot of your content was out of the theme. you know, besides what you had pre-organized, your actual presentation here really veered far off the theme. So I don't know why you did that. It would have been smart. Even on a Friday show, there are interesting ways to sort of tie in the theme of the contest. But otherwise, you did really well.
The following information could be a warning or an appreciation for St. Lawrence after their radio show. St. Lawrence University, you guys are raising the bar very high. How can you give us bangers like Karakata and then you give us another banger? I understand it is a Friday, but hey, think about your friends that have not yet, you know, contested. The nerves are still wrecking them and they're trying to see how they're going to get into that studio. But for you, you're already taking us to the Friday weekend vibes. Anyways, I liked that show with everything in me. Very entertaining. The vibes were high. It was really a Gen Z show. And let's talk about the outfit. For everyone streaming online, did you see the Halloween theme that those guys had? Oh my God, everything about this show was so entertaining. But after that, we are still going to see Team St. Lawrence in the TV studio. So they have given us a banger in the radio studio. Let's see what they have for us in the TV studio as they give us their live news broadcast.
Governance has simply become technical. So you govern through technical variables. Okay? So the lie is in the technicality. We have a parliament. Oh yes, we have a parliament. Are we governed by the constitution? Yes, we have a constitution. Do you go to the electoral process? Of course we hold elections. And we have a free press? Of course there's a free press. So you tick the box: parliament, press, judiciary, constitution, elections. Right? So the lie is in the technicalities. That behind those technicalities is actual power.
He warns that this gap makes it difficult to guarantee the true practice of democracy in the country.
That we go to an electoral process as for the sake of it. It's very ceremonial. It's ceremonial that we go to an electoral process, but we don't go into elections to decide the next government. Neither could you say that people's human rights are respected, because you have so many people in jail, abducted on the streets and thrown behind bars without any due process. So these are too many to count. So you can't say that's protection of human rights.
Article 21 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in 1948 after the Second World War, underscores democracy as the rightful system of governance through which citizens can freely pursue their aspirations. But as political analyst Yusuf Serunkuma observes, while Ugandans have a deep desire for democracy, challenges such as leaders who overstay in power plus repeated constitutional amendments have created loopholes, turning the pursuit of democracy into a journey with no clear destination. Maria Cornelia Atire reporting.
Well, thank you very much, Maria Cornelia, for that coverage. Well, the structure of entertainment news in Uganda is complex. Reporters and bloggers face serious challenges, from lawsuits to threats, as they navigate a highly competitive scene. With traditional TV and social media racing to break stories fast, there's often little time to verify information before it reaches the public properly.
These can seriously have conflicts, including damaged reputation, conflicts among audiences, and a loss of trust in the media that is meant to inform the public. Namagembe Rona has more on this story.
Mateeka gano gaba gakugira tekisiga kifaananyi nti nno olina kyegwanizi.
Uganda's media landscape is changing fast. Social media has become the new newsroom, with bloggers and influencers commanding massive audiences, often outpacing traditional journalists. But this digital rush for attention is testing the boundaries of accuracy, ethics, and trust. Today, even mainstream media is feeling the pressure, racing to break stories and reshaping their broadcasts to appeal to online audiences. The shift is most visible in entertainment news, where some media practitioners are bending the rules of professional reporting, a trend that's beginning to affect the credibility of the information audiences receive.
Ono gwolaba ekyamuduse waabwe buseegu bwali bungi.
The decline in media professionalism has sparked several legal battles between celebrities and media personalities. In 2021, musician Omulangira Suna sued blogger Isma Olaxes and TV presenters Isaac Kawalia, alias Case, and Wako Brian, along with Sanyuka TV, demanding 10 million shillings in damages. The trio was later remanded to Luzira prison for offensive communication. More recently, influencer Frank Ntambi was dragged to court by music promoter Jeff Chiwa over alleged cyber harassment and malicious damage. Speaking to Isaac Daniel Katende, popularly known as Kasuku, a renowned media practitioner and blogger, he noted that the growing desire for views and the rush to break news fast have driven many bloggers to publish unverified stories.
There is a desire for views. People want to get views, so they will publish the news to get views and traction on their media houses and social media pages. That is one, the desire for views. Then there is the desire to break the news fast. So when there is desire to break the news fast, people don't want to verify.
Kasuku says bloggers need to embrace the basic principles of journalism so they can share accurate and credible stories.
For starters, they have to go back to the basics.
Yeah.
When we are talking about news and covering a story, we have principles. You've done what they call why, when, where, why. Is it how? Yeah, they call the 5 what? The 5 W's, I think, something like that. Yes, so I think we need to go back to those basics.
Media scholar and journalist Dr. Sam Kazibwe emphasizes the importance of verification, advising media practitioners to consult relevant sources before publishing or broadcasting information.
It's not easy to tell sophisticated news on the face of it. But a journalist worth his or her name must be critical. What's apparent to a casual observer is not to a critical mind. And a journalist worth his or her salt should be in that category. Meaning, every time you receive new information, try to cross-check with the authorities on that subject.
Dr. Kazibwe further cautions audiences to remain vigilant and critically assess the content shared across social media platforms.
The audience has got to become media literate, not to just consume every garbage. In fact, one of the biggest reasons as to why fake news is making serious ground is because the audience has accepted to consume it the way it is.
Journalists in the entertainment sector often use words like alleged when facts are uncertain. Yet, some ignore this caution, presenting what they know as personal truth, which can ignite conflicts and hurt among audiences. Journalism is built on principles, fairness, truth, impartiality, and the humanity principle, which guide on how news is reported and shared, protecting individuals from unnecessary pain. Without change, the media risks losing the trust and confidence of the very people they aim to serve. Reporting for Slough TV, Namagembe Rona.
Thank you so much, Namagembe Rona, for that story. Well, on the side of journalists, being a journalist in Uganda comes with real risk, especially during the election seasons, from intimidation to physical assaults. Many reporters say they are being targeted just for doing their jobs.
Now, with media rights groups warning that these attacks are silencing voices that keep the public informed, this itself is an attack to democracy. Our reporter, Henry Tamale, takes a closer look at the growing threats facing journalists.
Journalism in Uganda is becoming an increasingly dangerous profession. With every election cycle, reporters who strive to uphold integrity face brutality, persecution, and intimidation, not only from politicians but also from security agencies. This growing pressure casts a dark shadow over the profession, leaving journalists media owners, and the public deeply concerned about what the next election period might bring.
We are working in fear because the security interprets that journalists are working for the opposition.
Sometimes they do it with impunity, or what will you do? We are the ones in power. But I have one word for them. You might brutalize the journalists today, you might ban them, you might block them, and they might not be there tomorrow. But this industry called journalism will live so long to write your political obituaries.
According to Robert Sempala, Executive Director of the Human Rights Network for Journalists Uganda, some political players, especially from the ruling NRM party, use security agencies to intimidate journalists and violate press freedom.
Hasif Shishubonga, a journalist who has been in the field, informs particularly the young journalists that through the various media platforms, they are able to showcase their skills and talents since they have a wide audience. More from the bite.
If you come in journalism with your goals of maybe you want to go somewhere else, maybe you want to use this as a platform, as a podium to showcase your talent, to tell the world that here I am.
In his remarks, he suggests that through continuous sensitization of the young youths or young journalists, information integrity is ensured.
Media censorship, there is a lot of censorship that cannot be explained here and there.
That has been our news for this segment. Thank you very much for tuning in. I am Nyakao Sarah on 100.7 BU Radio.
Thank you so much, Nakala. You have been always keeping up to speed. So now, guys, I don't know if you have seen in the press, on the papers, but we have a lot going on. I have one here on Daily Monitor, The Truth Be Told. Actually, the lawmakers, right activists, and the civil society actors are calling out for freedom of what? Press. So I don't know if you can say something about that.
I think the media needs its own freedom. In that instance, the media is not being given its freedom. You cannot stop a full media house from attending parliament and covering the president. These are public figures, not only being public figures, but they are points of news.
Yes. So I think these people should just allow every media house to come into the scene and also cover.
Because very many people listen to different media house programs.
Exactly.
So if they, a couple of people can be used to basically NBS and others NTV. So there are few who use NBS than NTV more, and you get NTV is refused just like as the way it's written in the newspaper.
Here in Bukede, they have a story that says, Biebazudum Saboga, Brian White, Bitisa. You guys all know Brian White. So apparently, they found a lady dead in his house. This you can find this on page 2 of the Bukede newspaper.
Okay. Then there's also something interesting on New Vision. Finding to cover 16,300 mosques, Muslim circles to get 83 billion. This is not just small money. This is a lot.
First, repeat the price.
83 billion. That's crazy. I think I'm going to change from being a Christian.
What name am I going to use?
Because I'm Mary, so I can easily switch to Maria.
Are you ready to be the fourth wife?
Yes.
All because of money?
Just I'm going to do anything for
Women
money.
can do anything for money.
What do you think about that?
Yes.
You people am out of your things.
We put them.
We need money. We need money.
Not
everyone.
My dear, your brand is your first impression. So, what does you say? At Recap Brand House, we turn ideas into bold, unforgettable brands. Logos, designs, strategy. We don't just create brands, we build identities. Big or small, your brand is ours.
So Walter is looking at me and he's kind of agreeing with what I'm saying. Okay? And then lastly, I think like in the editing, like I was saying, the first story was a good story, but I realized there was not tight editing where I had a line that was repeated twice. There was a line that was repeated twice. Otherwise, your stories were very good.
Thank you so much. Please clap for Team Slawe. Right. Now, for those of us who are watching online, this is the National Newsroom Contest of 2025, which is a little bit different. We are hosting the radio contest together with the TV contest at the same time. And I've just received information that the radio people are close to coming to an end. I want to congratulate each and every university that has made it this far. And those that haven't performed, we still have high hopes in you. At this moment, allow me welcome and invite the team from IU. Please, let's show them some love. I will repeat what I said earlier. As soon as your bumper starts, the timer starts. I hope the producers have heard that. As soon as your bumper hits, the timing begins. IU, the floor is yours.
Students from 11 universities.
A renowned journalist is behind bars. Today in Mythbust, we look at the wrong...
Pardon us for that. Today, 11 universities are in a head-to-head competition for the inter-university competitions at Tirupati Mall in Kabalagala. All this and more coming up. Here are headlines.
Din Lubowa, a renowned journalist, is behind bars. Today in Mythbust, we look at the wrong claims made by New Vision in October.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome to IU Today. My name is Sylvia Claire Akon. And so we begin. Din Lubowa, a renowned journalist, is behind bars in Luzira prison for using illegal language, for also defying the directives by Uganda Communications Commission, and Din Lubowa is set to be at trial in court at the Magistrates Court on the 3rd of November 2025. Nadia Kabugo has the report.
Journalist Din Lubowa Sava, who has served for over 13 years at CBS FM, NTV and NBS, was remanded to Luzira prison on 2nd October 2025 over 3 criminal charges: illegal broadcasting, defamation, and defying UCC directives. Prosecution alleges that Sava has been running Gano Mazima TV, which is known as TV10, an online platform launched in 2018 without authorization from Uganda Communication Commission, and using it to defame prominent Ugandans. For example, Dungu Katarege. Court-side investigations are complete and witnesses are ready, but Sava denied all charges, saying he has no knowledge of any wrongdoing. On 13th October, he was remanded, and again, his bail application was not ready, and the case was extended to 3rd November 2025 for further hearing. Reporting from IU TV, I'm Kabugo Nadia, IU Today.
Thank you very much, Nadia Kabugo. And now, the inter-university competitions are in high gear at the Media Challenge Initiative Hub in Kabalagala, Tirupati Mall. Today, different universities are competing for various roles like news anchoring, reporting, and presenting. The MCI in recent years has empowered and mentored students to be better journalists in their careers. Rahman Nakakande has the report.
Thank you, Sylvia Claire. Reporting live from Kabalagala. Right now, I'm standing on the fourth floor of Tirupati Mall, where Media Challenge Initiative is taking place. Beside me is one of the participants who has participated in the Media Challenge. What do you think about the theme, and how do you think it's going to help young journalists?
I feel like we are getting a chance to showcase our different skills and
I think that the things about portraying right information to the public, I think that is going to benefit a lot of people that have been very or black news into wrong information.
Rahmanaka Kande, back to Sylvia Claire in the studio.
Thank you very much, Rahmanaka Kande. In other news, in today's world where misinformation and disinformation can damage the reputation of a media house and an individual and the credibility of a journalist, Mythbust today looked into a wrong claim that was made by the New Vision in October. Pardon us for the technical issues, but that is all we had for you today. Please keep it locked on IUTV and not forgetting our partners, SAMS, Recap Brand House, Advantage Pal Media, and others. From me and the team, have a lovely evening.
Yes. We have a lot of social media.
Okay, please clap for the team from IU. Show them some love. Judge Walter, please take lead on this one.
Who is the person who did the live report?
Here she is.
Any person, anyhow, they just want to get likes, they just want to get followings, but they are not standing as per the principles of journalism. And that's what is killing journalism currently.
So, Mr. Enos, can we get some of the solutions you can give to solve these challenges?
Now, I believe it is high time we as the journalists, we come together. If you see a journalist being assaulted, you don't sit and laugh at that person. Don't say that it is Enos who is being beaten. Today it's Enos, tomorrow it's Joan.
Yes.
So when we say that as journalists now, since we are being mistreated and we say now we are putting down our gadgets, it should be a collective effort. We should stand together to raise our voice so that our voice is heard.
Mr. Enos, you've talked of associations.
Yes.
Apparently, we have a journalism association that is helping the journalists around Uganda, right? So how are they helping? Have they intervened in any of this, like the brutal acts that are given to the journalists in field, stuff like that?
Well, they have intervened, but the problem that we are having with the Ugandan journalists now is everyone is looking for something to eat.
Yeah.
So once you're silenced and your pocket is full, you're quiet and you don't care about your fellow journalists.
You're fine
so
with
that's
whatever.
the problem that is going to kill us, and it is really eating us up.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Enos. But before you go, we would like you to give your closing remarks to the listeners.
Well, dear listeners, I want you to know that as journalists, we are going through a lot to bring you the news that you want. And actually, I would send this message to the leaders, more so those in power, the decision makers. Please kindly consider us. As journalists, we are the voices of the voiceless. We are there to bring the right things that are happening to the world. We need people outside there to know what is really taking place, not giving biased information. So that's the message I'm sending to the leaders. Let us listen to each other. Listen to journalists, and also, they also listen to you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Enos. It is not easy for someone to give up their time to come here. So we really appreciate that you honored our invitation.
Yes, thank you so much.
Right now, we shall have the Luganda feature story.
You will package your story and the machine will just have a problem that you cannot explain to the viewer, to the audience. But that doesn't mean that you end your career there, right? That doesn't mean that you don't smile. You guys are looking very sad and angry. And we are supposed to be very happy people. Yeah? It even just makes the presentation more colorful. Just by smiling. So I think what you need to do is to, go and look at what you did and recollect all your efforts. I'm sure that you could get something better out of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Team IU. Now, coming next on stage is the team from YMCA. Let us ensure that we observe silence at the back. Can we make some noise for YMCA? Amazing. I will do the same thing I have told the rest of the teams. As soon as your bumper hits, the time clicks. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. Team YMCA, the stage is yours.
Well, journalists are vital in fixing democracy in this country. And in today's bulletin, we have so much more in line with that. I am Jackson Odire.
And I am Karogo Kusina. On this 31st day of October 2025, we welcome you for another news hour on YTV. Of course, where dreams meet reality.
But well, let's first take a look at what is making headlines tonight.
Disband themselves from having a hand in their disappearance. The Ugandan cabinet has approved the new media and communication regulatory instrument. Ugandan film industry struggles to catch up with the rest of Africa.
The Ugandan cabinet has approved a new media and communication regulatory instrument aimed at promoting accuracy and accountability in information flow. The Minister of Information, Communication, Technology and National Guidance, Dr. Chris Baryomozi, reiterates that the move targets to match media laws with a contemporary landscape. Our reporter has more of the story.
The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance has expressed inability of the prevailing media laws to regulate the evolving media environment in Uganda. The Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Dr. Chris Baryomozi, confirms that the Cabinet has approved a new media communication regulation instrument to standardize information flow and promote responsible journalism.
In Uganda, the government believes in the free media, free press, freedom of expression. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't regulate that media space. You can imagine if you said, okay, let the media be and be the way it wants. You can imagine the kind of chaos that you would have in Uganda.
These reforms are expected to streamline radio licensing and accreditation of media practitioners, to ensure ethical reporting during this election period?
So many of the journalists or media practitioners are grossly underpaid. And when there is this underpayment, sometimes no payment, then that also undermines issues of integrity, professionalism, and ethics in the practice. To the extent that you can buy a story.
The ministry expects a free but responsible media in Uganda. Please ensure that the media is balanced. Broadcast facts and builds our country, Uganda.
The Uganda Media Council is tasked with this responsibility of ensuring minimum standards, especially
the anchors did a great job,
citizen
especially the
journalists
Uganda anchor. You did a
and young
fantastic
brains
job. You're very calm, you're very poised, you're very confident in what you're doing. The English anchor, you also did a good job. I just wish you learn how to link stories properly. So when you're going to play a bite, you don't have to say, let's have the bite. You don't have to do that, okay? You have a correspondent in the field who covered the story in depth. So you can mention the name of the correspondent. You can say, Anne has the story in detail. That's it, because listeners don't know what bite means. Like chategeza, or they don't really know or care for that word. So it's better when you give credit to the person who's going to give you the details of the story, okay? You had a lot of dead air, which I felt like for 4 presenters, you needed to know how at least one person needed to know when to jump in and cover that. I think Crystal said this before, that dead air is like a scene in radio. It's so bad. It is so bad because it can't even attract the attention of your bosses to come in and ask what's going on. So you need to learn just how to recover really, really fast, okay? And then you're calling the person who is in field. So guys, you need to have this person on standby. You don't, before you get on air, before like the mics go on, the person has to be on standby waiting, okay? And if you have to call them, other people have to be smartly covering it up with conversation while the other person is calling and trying to get them on the line. But if we hear the phone ringing and then we hear, as we try to reach her, no, it just sounds bad. Have her on standby. Now, there are things that, so one of the things I notice is that when we do political stories, you need to be very careful how you talk about them, how you execute them, but also what facts you bring to the table. So when you say that, because you brought in a great story, you're talking about journalists being locked out of parliament. A great story, but then you said something which didn't give it very good context. You said, the president and parliament, these are public figures. And then you said, that's it. But they're like public celebrities, also public figures. Doesn't mean that you can cover their private life, okay? But these are public figures holding public office. So give context, public office. When you hold public office, we are funding that, meaning coverage is necessary. If anything, it's a right. So a little bit more information would have made this a lot more richer. A lot of times I kept getting confused on who's the driver of the show, because at first I thought it was the lady, then it seemed like it was the producer or the other host. I was a bit confused with who the producer was. I wish you had just focused on producing, not because you can't be a good presenter, but because you don't know how to, or you haven't yet quite learned how to multitask. Because when you're producing, you 100% of your attention is on producing. When you're presenting, 100% of your attention is on now presenting. You don't know how to multitask. So if you had done one at a time, you probably would have done much better. But nonetheless, you were all really, really good. Thank you so much for participating.
Bugema University, anyway. Faisal said everything very well. So I thank you so much for participating, and I thank you, first of all, thank you to the female news anchor. She kept on trying to be stable even when things were going wrong. And she kept it in mind that, okay, if something goes wrong, I need to, carry on and carry on and carry on. It was nice. I don't know what, went wrong there. I think production messed up everything because things kept on going off. Even the Vox box, they went off. Like you would wonder, why has it gone off? Maybe then it comes back. So I believe if the production was better, maybe we would have had a better show. The show came to life, I think, when there was an interview, and the Uganda news anchor, she was also nice. At least her bites played a bit. The confidence at the beginning, when you're leading the team, confidence, you need to be confident, and then everyone else will build on you. Now, the first person who led the show wasn't confident enough. Everything was going wrong with them, so everyone else lost it from there. But as I say, there's always that bad day. Today was, I think, a bad day for you guys. You tried all you could. It was just not a good day. Some things were not just working out. I don't know why. Even when you played something, it would stop just in the middle. So sorry for that. And I believe we can do better next time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. It has happened. It is done. Now we just relax. We relax. We talk about it. And thank you for showing up. Thank you for trying your best. Clearly, there were technical issues, quite a few technical issues. I will say that quite a few things went wrong. There's mention of confidence. We could tell right from the start that you were shaky. Even when you were discussing certain things, you weren't confident in what you were saying. So that took away from what you were talking about. You tried to stay true to the theme that you were given, so kudos to you for that. But right from the start, I think you kind of played just one little jingle a bit, then you just started talking. So the beginning of the show was very dry. And then we just started talking. And then I feel like not everyone was even introduced at the beginning. So we didn't even know, okay, who's on the show. And then something that's supposed to keep happening throughout the show is you're supposed to keep introducing yourselves. You need to keep reminding us, because I may tune out or I may tune in halfway, and you need to tell me who you are, what your names are.
For showcasing talent and an audience eager for relatable stories. Let's have it in details.
As Uganda's film industry continues to find its place on the global stage, filmmakers say the sector has become a platform for telling unique Ugandan stories and showcasing creativity. Over the years, the industry has grown steadily, producing popular series and films that reflect society and inspire audience both locally and internationally.
So how do I think the government can help us, we as filmmakers, actors? To me, it would be movie distribution. Once we have that, I mean, that means more money, more equipment. Literally, distribution will improve the movie sales.
But despite its progress, the industry still struggles with several challenges, from poor film distribution networks to heavy taxation. As they continue to push boundaries, actors, producers, and directors are calling upon the government to review tax policies and create a more supportive environment for the film sector to thrive.
I'm a media personality, that is radio, a voiceover artist, and also I'm a filmmaker. Yes, so I think we should have more film schools so that we get to have Korean people. And also, as we are trying to put the films out there, especially when it comes to the locations.
We would really want the government to have a lot of say in a number of sectors in the industry, especially with funding. The government is not really doing so much work in funding. The producers need a lot of money to give out or to compete with international standards.
Industry players are urging government to review the existing tax framework and create an enabling environment for the growth of Uganda's film sector. I am Obul O'Brien, reporting for YTV.
Welcome back from that story. Jackson,
yeah.
As a young journalist, what have you done as a journalist to to defend democracy in today's Uganda?
Well, I believe a journalist acts as a watchdog to the society, and as a journalist, I believe disseminating news stories that are truth-telling is quite important as a key to promote democracy. And as well, I need to make sure the story that I disseminate to the people is taken through fact-checking before people receive them. I believe I've answered you right.
Yes, please.
And I believe if I asked you the same question, you'd do the same. Well, that's it for now. Let's stop it here, and next of our programs come your way. I am Jackson Odiri.
And I am Husna Karogwa.
Keep it YTV.
Wow, a round of applause for YMCA. I need you guys to be louder. Do you still have energy? Wow, that was amazing. Can we have the team on stage? The team, YMCA team on stage. And then we shall hear from Judge Linda.
Actually, I've asked Walter to make the comments on this one.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, team. I like that all of you are very audible. You have also saved some seconds on your time, about 60 of them, which is a good thing. However, the things that you really need to improve on or upon, I put them down here. So we didn't see, the use of visuals in your stories was a bit lacking, and even the data. And of course, this cuts across most of the stories that we have seen. The use of data in statistical data to explain to us wasn't that prominent, but it's always a good thing because it paints a better picture. When it comes to the story of fact-checking, there was still some evidence missing, and I'm looking for your story here. Yes, the Kenyans who went missing. So your story gave us the side of the government, literally, police, YMCA, and I think the Kenyan.
Yes.
But we didn't hear what actually happened, like how those two Kenyans disappeared. Because from where they were taken from, there were people there. There were even videos that were recorded. The place is known. At least you would have shown us a picture of where the act itself happened. That's some sort of evidence, right? But overall, I think you did a great job. Thank you.
Okay. That's it for our judges. A round of applause for YMCA. I love the energy.
Yeah.
Am I seeing any other universities? Flower. You guys always have hype.
Now, we have 2 universities left.
Yes.
2 universities. Are we excited? Are we excited? Now, I hope this is the same energy you maintain when they read the results. And I hope you keep up this fire, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the next university to perform put up an exceptional performance in the morning. And it warmed up the room. After their presentation, it was just ululations in the air. However, I'm not giving them flowers. I'm just introducing them. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Victoria University.
It is 9 minutes past 6 p.m. A very good evening and welcome to Radio News this hour. We are coming to you live from the Media Challenge Hub in Kampala. My name is Fiona Kemirembe. Let's briefly take a look at the news headlines and then return with the news in details.
In the headlines,
we are losing true and good leaders because of commercializing elections.
Monday in politics. Youthful politicians up in arms over the rising costs of participating in the elections.
The rate at which the campaign is actually now being used to destroy the environment is so worrying.
Experts warn of trouble ahead as we count the environmental costs of this election.
Several young politicians have expressed concern over the rising costs of participating in the elections, which they say has sidelined them and made politics turn into an elite members-only club for the rich. They claim that politics in Uganda has turned into a marketplace where only the wealthy can compete, leaving the poor with no space to meaningfully participate in the leadership. Our reporter John Root has more for us about this story.
Peter Mutebi is a young politician and a student at Victoria University. Mutebi had ambitions to Peter Mutebi is a young politician and a student at Victoria University. Mutebi had ambitions to vie for president of Uganda in the 2026 elections, but says lack of funds forced him out of the race.
We went to the field to collect signatures. Only people with money could get signatures easily. Financing campaigns, buying logistics that are going to be used, it is very expensive.
Across the country, the ever-increasing flow of money during campaigns continues to discourage young people from effectively taking part in politics. They argue that some politicians use money as the main tool of influence rather than ideas.
We are losing true and good leaders because of commercializing elections.
According to the law on campaign financing, every candidate is required to declare all their campaign expenditures and submit an accountability report to the Electoral Commission, showing the sources of the funds, who contributed, and how the money was spent.
It is the responsibility of all the stakeholders to address this scourge and the danger of commercialization of our politics. To make sure, one, that Parliament makes laws that curtail campaign financing, that say a candidate shall not be allowed to use this more than this much money during campaigns.
What they do not ask themselves, I'm taking money from this person, he's giving me the money for a vote. How is he going to pay back his or her money? When these people get to Parliament, what they have to do is to recoup their investment.
While agreeing that money is indeed a main player in Uganda's political arena, Nakaseke South Member of Parliament, Paulson Lutamaguzi Semakula, has cautioned voters to be wary of politicians who spend excessively during elections, saying most of them do so for selfish interests rather than public service.
However much we try to educate the population that commercialization of politics has led us to a bad breed of leaders, they won't listen to you. because the population always complain that the majority of our legislators don't represent us. But they give in their money before you elect them.
Although the law gives everyone the right to contest for leadership, many young people who could have made great leaders are being left out, sidelined by money, as Ugandan politics increasingly becomes a game for the wealthy. John Erotu, reporting for VU TV, Kampala.
Away from that, environmentalists are up in arms due to their campaign posters and mobile discourse. They say they are doing more harm than good. They are also concerned about the constant noise from the loud campaign music and speakers that blare at deafening volumes day and night, disturbing businesses and the peaceful living of communities. In this story, our reporter Shanta is counting the environmental cost of this election.
A few months ago, Kampala used to be a business center for many traders. But now, as we speak, different political parties have gained up political strategies by putting up tents and big posters in the middle of Kampala. And these have blocked many business traders, where also traders are saying that their customers cannot see their shop walls. As far as it has gone, with the noise that has been put up by these political parties competing for the audience, no one can make a phone call in the middle of the center. Making matters worse, they have put up these posters on their shop walls, around the posters, trees, and also trenches.
It's not just markets. The same is happening near Mulago Hospital, where walls and poles are covered with posters. You will find posters everywhere, on road dividers, electricity poles, and even in flower gardens along city roads. Environmental expert John Turakira says this has disrupted business operations and other daily activities.
The rate at which the campaign is actually now being used to destroy the environment is so worrying.
He adds that some posters are even placed in restricted areas such as airport fences and power installations, ruining the beauty and orderliness of the city.
Most of these, after the campaigns, they don't even remove them. They actually continue to deplete the environment. Some of these posters are even made in materials which are non-biodegradable. So it is a concerning issue.
These huge posters have also narrowed major roads around Kampala, causing heavy congestion. KCCA spokesperson Daniel Nwabine says the authority has tried to engage political candidates, asking them to stop nailing posters onto trees and to remove campaign waste responsibly, but have ignored the warnings.
There are those who are doing the wrong thing. The good news is that we are going to apprehend them, and we always have enforcement activities to ensure we put in order those who have gotten error.
Uganda is gearing up for the 2026 general elections, which come at a time when the whole world is battling climate change, a global phenomenon that is worrying scientists world over, but also Uganda and other agricultural countries at the center of being hit by the worst effects of this climate crisis. Turakira worries that Uganda's politicians are not even talking about this, with manifestos focusing elsewhere.
Even if we may disagree on anything else, as it is on the issues of environment and climate change, we should all unite and be able to focus on how we can salvage our planet.
According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change latest scientific projections,
counting the environmental cost of elections. Wow, what a narrative. Well, I think my favorite thing about journalism is that you can shape narratives. You can look at something that people may think is a small thing, but then you build on it, you make research, you find things backing it up, you talk to experts, and in the end, you've shaped a narrative that can actually impact a community and change things around. So looking at this story, I love it. I love it so much because I'm seeing climate change, Sometimes we look at the elections, we look at people campaigning, the posters they use, which impact do they have on the environment and the climate change crisis that we are trying to fight at this point in time? Journalism. can really make the world a better place. Now, that is Victoria University in the TV studio giving us their live broadcast of the news. And in the radio studio, we have MCI Institute of Social Development. They are taking us through the evening with nice vibes, good music. Presenters are hitting it on. Let's pan to the radio studio to see what exactly is going on coming from MCI Institute of Social Development.
Mpagira chagwe katina wachagwe si azanya again tenja Saturday singa gena sinabo na buwekula sawa mwe mane na chikuwa tosuwa enali eyo wadde munange chagwe si gendo samba ngenda kubeerayo singa busiro ebade genda nayenga Hailey wategedde munange mwana gwo mulama golina kurali soko gutuwe gugamba gutya omulama golina kuraliro gwosha gubabula era munange agenda okutesa naffe akasimu kasembeze woba okutaka akaladio kawanikire ddala kasembere wano obere kubeera nga tukasubwa omulamu ogw'olunaku olwaleero nga tonna gutwa mwatwera musafene nagero kwetaga okuba ku ndowooza eno kyogamba kunamanga fanti ndowooza yo nkulu kuffe mulaba nga oweza message yo ku 077-1420-039 wenga soma message yo yes ali nawe gwagenda okuyita ku line ya studio yaffe enaberi 0754-0459-5010 mwana gw'omulama gw'olunaku olwaleero twagala kumanya naye ebintu ebiyitibwa ku mikutu gimugatta bantu ebikwata ku byokulonda byebituufu oba tuudisa ndowooza tuweza kumulama omuweza fenene omulungi aliyo kiki kyagamba everything that goes through the social media platforms is it about politics right or false omuweza fenene omulungi aliyo kiki kyogamba kuno omulama gwa leero kiki kyogugambako munnange shadi yabaddeko ng'awuliriza asuddeyo ka message akasooka agamba nze munnange ebintu ebyo bifulumira ku mukutu naddala ku mmere ya munyagwa ayiye wali emmere bantu tebava ku mmere yagambye nze emmere sigiryangako bukyanga ngendako mu kampeyini ze emmere ebadde mutwala munnange ebyokulya byagalwa nze nange saawa zino osobola okuzambalira enkya n'ennumba munyagwa gyagenda ate munnange wenkwogerayo Amira agambye ti mwana gwe kireke bireke ebintu ebyo wakomye nenga among the messages I have one whatever Brian from Baraba na bemba na bakula mwasiba mutaza nitwakuda mnonga tubakonda mnonga koma nyimko kanenga message agambye yes I believe most information shared is true because people on the ground share live videos and pictures so it's hard to fake that naba inamu point kubanga abasinga bakola nnyo live ngola ddala bali mu politics wano nyabululu nga ate bali live yes ono nga yagambye Yeshamim from Fort Portal some political information shared is true but you must verify it depends on the source kituufu yes abatesiza naffe ku mikutu gimugatta bantu tweyanziza kati nno munange nzikiriza ngutwaleko mu mawulire g'olulimi Olungereza mwana mulezi Declan Twazoni mulaba yanyumye
The News Hour is brought to you by Sam's Food Industries Limited.
A very good evening, Uganda. It is exactly 10 minutes past 6 o'clock in the evening, and today is the 31st of October 2025. These are the English news at MISD Radio. I'm Declan Twazon Mugabe. Journalists urged to use their expertise to strengthen democracy in their communities. Community journalists have been urged to use their unique skills and expertise to strengthen democratic governance and promote national development in the areas where they serve. The call was made by a journalist and founder of the non-government organization Art for Change, Miss Hannah Arinitwe, while participating in an environment conservation campaign. She highlighted the vital role journalists play in shaping public opinions and promoting transparency. Hannah also urged them to uphold truth, objectivity, professionalism, and avoid partisan influence in their reporting. Let's have more of the report.
In the world driven by social media, artificial intelligence has made the world a global village. Information travels across borders and sets a pace for citizens' engagement in democracy. With the changing levels of technology, the journalism fraternity is left with no option than to become tech-savvy to match the changing quest in the audience for accurate information.
My name is Hannah Arinite. I am a multimedia journalist and founder of Art for Change. I have 3.5 years of experience in both traditional and new media. And in Art for Change, we basically use art and storytelling to harness SDG 4, that is quality education, and SDG 13 in regards to climate action, climate education, green jobs, and the like.
Research shows that 54% of Ugandans participate in democratic activities, but participation fluctuates, especially in areas with leadership challenges, slowing the country's development.
So our role is to basically give clarity to the other citizens about what is actually occurring in our society. Now, for Art for Change, that looks like storytelling, because sometimes when you use statistics and numbers and all these different things, a layman may not easily understand the concept you're trying to share with them, right? Like a parliamentary would on a parliamentary stage. So it's why we have decided to use different ideas. We're using art, we are using content creation, we're using storytelling to
Can we have the team from Victoria University? Victoria University, please come on stage, and I'll ask Judge Walter to give his verdict as overall. Victoria University, please make your way on stage very fast. We are counting down the presentations this evening.
I'm impressed by your work, Victoria University. From the focus to the theme, the interviews that were collected, the filming, picture quality, editing. I mean, the bumper was just awesome. I could say it all and we spend the whole time here. And you put in a little more effort, you know, in the PTCs. However, I feel the news anchor, you need to train your voice much more. You know we train our voices. How I sound now is not how I sounded 5 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. So your voice is still high pitched. And you know what that means? Sometimes it will become irritating to some people's ears. So don't worry. Just go to the booth and train your voice, right? Yeah. Apart from that, well done.
That is Team Victoria University. Thank you so much, Joshua. Any more energy?
But it seems people at the back have an issue with Victoria University. People at the back, why aren't you making noise for VU? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are winding down, okay? Okay, someone behind there has talked about sponsors. And we want to thank SAMS for being behind this event. We want to thank CAS-UG and South Sudan, together with Advantage Pearl Media, together with Recap Media House, and Sigo Family Foundation, together with DW Academy, for seeing that this day becomes a success. Ladies and gentlemen, the second last university to perform this evening is none other than Uganda Matters Nkozi. Can I hear a shout out that is louder than that? Yes, Uganda Matters, you have 15 minutes. As soon as the bumper hits, your time starts counting down. Observe maximum silence at the back.
always where you have not been. Good evening, Uganda, and welcome to the Night View. This is Umo Television, and my name is Bradford Nathan Okidi.
And I am Martina Nanyonjo. It's a Friday evening, to be exact, the 31st of October, 2025. And on sign language, we have Naiga Immaculate.
In a world saturated with noise and competing narratives, the pursuit of truth has never been more vital.
Absolutely, Bradford. Tonight, we turn our focus on the bold new generation of journalists, voices that stand still at the front line of integrity and accountability.
They are the ambassadors of information integrity, the defenders of democracy, and the heartbeat of a well-informed Uganda. So, assume your seat, stay tuned, and let the stories unfold.
But first, let's take a look at the stories of the day.
Chitusi residents protest unfair PDM fund distribution. The ones in charge say follow the procedure.
And for somebody to benefit, you must be assessed at various levels.
Residents of Kayabwe urge action as sand mining destroys wetlands. Miners seek for government guidance.
You've advised us on how we can work in accordance with the law without affecting the environment.
Fear hits Kayabwe as residents mourn lost loved ones. They say they are tied with banana fibers on their bodies.
We have registered a number of instabilities in our town council, which has resulted into a number of deaths in our area.
The parish development model seems to have inconsistencies on distribution in Chitusi village. Kayabwe Town Council, some residents believe the selection process is unfair. Nicole Ingabire has more.
You are watching the National Newsroom Contest, the biggest newsroom contest in Africa. And it's actually the only of its kind. Have you seen any other? Thank you for watching. My name is Divine Masinarwanga, and what you have just watched is Uganda Matters University, all the way from PG, the only university at the equator. They have come to show us what they have. And one thing that I'm loving about the TV contest, all the teams are coming up with a fact-checking story. And I love to see it. I really love to see it, especially that we are at a critical moment. Uganda is on its way to the 2026 general election. Politicians and their supporters are busy fighting each other, you know, trying to put each other down. Propaganda is on a rise. There is a lot of information, and at some point you can be stuck. You do not know what to believe. You don't know what's right and what's wrong. And if you don't have the necessary skills to spot fiction, to spot false information, lies that are circulating the internet, you could be stuck. You could be in a world where you think whatever you're seeing is right, but it's actually false. Now, going to the radio studio, we still have Team Makerere Institute of Social Development. They are still taking us to the evening. I told you these guys are on something else. Let's go into their studio and see how they are taking us.
Mu Uganda Premier League, Vipers kyaddaaki yakkiriza okuzannya liigi empya. Mujjukire maze empiira 5 nga tezannya nga yali yagaana. Naye oluvannyuma lwa meeting eyatuula ku weekend ewedde bakkiriza okuzannya era egenda kukyalira Gaddafi nga terina wadde n'akabono n'akamu oluvannyuma kwa terina mupiira wadde n'ogumu. Mbarara City egenda kubezannya ne Neeke kyokka ate ng'obudde bunene Buulu yekulembedde ekibinja n'obubonde omwenda. Egyebweru tulinze kulaba Arsenal ng'ettuuka ne Burnley, Liverpool ng'ettuuka ne Aston Villa eyo Premier League. Tugenda kulaba ani Darius Mark wasajja ebisinga by'ebyo tugenda batu bisanga ku ekibanja kyaffe eky'emizannyo ssaawa 3 ez'ekiro.
This is unusual.
Unfortunately, we are out of time and even went beyond time, but you did amazingly well.
And right about now, we are going to hear from the judges and see what they have to tell us. Over to you.
Hello, 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 MISD. How you doing? How you feeling? Good? You think it went well? Are you sure? I think it went well. I think you did a good job. Honestly, I think you did a very good job. I like that you actually really started off with the theme that you were given, and it played out nicely. It made sense. I want to give kudos to your producer. Thank you for your quick reaction. Thank you for making sure you held the show together. The way you immediately switched mics, that was very, very nice to see. To the presenters, same energy, same pace, that was very nice. But I also love, because the mark of a really good presenter and interviewer is you adapt to your guest. So when you're with your presenter, you can be high energy and you're joking, but then once you have a guest, you have to pay attention to them and adjust accordingly, and you did a very good job with the interview. You adjusted to your guest pace. In the English bulletin, it was pretty good, but there was a bit of repetition, I guess, here and there. I mean, if you as an anchor say, we're now going to talk about this, and then the person who's the reporter is also, we're going to say, talk about the same thing, you're actually losing time. So maybe that would be my issue. We didn't finish because time management was a little shaky. I think the first bulletin was maybe just too long. You could have saved some time there. But otherwise, I actually really, really enjoyed that. I think you did an amazing job. Thank you.
They have said everything. I want to thank you so much for doing a great job, for having a show with tempo, and also making sure that everything runs as it was given to you. I think you're the only show that has done, I think, almost everything. Wow. Almost. You've gone round and round, and you made sure at least you cover up for everything, which is really nice. What is the Uganda news anchor? Guy was composed. And that handover from your bulletin to the show was superb. It feels nice. It gives, connection vibes, like you people talk. And, some presenters, we believe, oh, you're like but you gave that vibe. Yeah, the presenters didn't read the signs of the producer because the producer wanted them to just, chip in a little bit and then go away. But it's okay. The gesture was right, and it did well. It made the show feel better. You actually gave them more energy to start with composure, because when someone leaves you,
worker explains that the sand brought to the area is transported from elsewhere, not mined directly from the wetlands. He calls upon the government to guide them on how to carry out this activity sustainably and conserve the wetlands.
This is our only source of income. We plead with the government to gazette the area so we can continue earning a living and caring for our families.
Pogo Mustafa, chairman of the Kase Sand Depot, says that they have been working hand in hand with authorities in order to lessen the damage. He says that he has had interactions with his teammates on how to continue their work without damaging the environment.
Yeah, we've had several engagements with them, and they've advised us on how we can work in accordance with the law without affecting the environment. And actually, as we speak right now, we are working in clear guidance with what they told us.
Michael Lutalo, town clerk, Kiowa Town Council, says the sand mine supports many youth in the area and warns that stopping the activity abruptly could lead to unemployment and push the youth into further crime.
We would have stopped them. However, this country has to grow with activities like construction, which requires sand. Secondly, these youths need to be employed. to reduce on high crime rates.
In Kayawe Town Council, the sand mining activities are clearing the papyrus around in order to expand on their working area. However, this is affecting both the wetlands and the livelihoods of the local communities. The basic question here is, are these people able to continue working without endangering the vegetation and the wetlands? Michelle Mugisha, Umu TV.
At the beginning of this year, 2025, the residents of Kayawe Town Council in Mpigi district had no peace as their people, friends and relatives lost their loved ones. And our reporter, Claire Sonia Achen, has more.
At the beginning of this year, 2025, the residents of Kayawe Town Council in the district of Mpigi had no peace as their friends and relatives lost their lives in a manner known as the banana fibers, or the so-called Owai. This brought fear to the residents as everyone that was killed would be found with a banana fiber tied onto their necks, and on top of that, the faces of these victims would be dismantled beyond recognition. Kauchi Isto Sabawali Nkozi, the King's chief and a resident of Kayawe, in an interview shared an insight on this matter.
We are also puzzled, but this might be the killer's signature because everyone who was killed was found tied with a small banana fiber. So citizens nicknamed them the banana fiber killers. People who were killed were beaten up strongly, especially their faces beyond recognition.
Sulaiman Sebuliba, the youth leader of Kayawe Town Council, says that due to this case, the community has registered a number of deaths.
We have registered a number of instabilities in our town council, which has resulted into a number of deaths in our area, and we have registered actually a big number of people who have succumbed to death in a short period of time.
The residents say that this kind of case might have been due to the people's desire for wealth or due to the land wrangles, and those that were arrested were later released on police bond.
They were arrested as suspects, then released after some time.
Mugerwa Antonio, head of information in Kayawe Town Council, who also lost his son in the same manner, pins this on people seeking for wealth and also on the police's weakness to curb down this act.
I lost my son, Edward Sechitoleko.
Other residents of Kayawe also have fear of talking about this matter because they fear that what happened to their friends and relatives might also happen to them, and the only person that allowed.
And of course, on the fact-checking, photos circulating online claim to show the National Unity Platform, Robert Chagulanyi, president, is to be involved in the LGBTQ activities. Their authenticity is unverified and has spoken a public debate. Our fact-checker reporter, Daniela Makika, has more.
This is a surge in fake news and sensationalism on social media. The deliberate spread of fake news is designed to influence voters' opinion and to discredit political opponents. Today we are tackling one of the most recurrent false claims from 2023 and 2024 that alleges that opposition leader Robert Chagulanyi Sentamo, also known as Bobi Wine, is a supporter of the LGBTQ.
The post, shared by X account under the name Akelo John Mary, features an image of Bobi Wine with a quote claiming he stands with the LGBTQ Foundation and is unwilling to oppose them for fear of losing funding. Our team investigated this claim in 3 key steps. First, we traced the source. The post originated from X account belonging to Akelo John Mary, who is portrayed by her content as a devout NRM political promoter. This indicated potential bias against the opposition party. We then ran the image through Google Lens, which revealed the photo was taken during the National Unity Platform's 5th anniversary celebration, dating back at least 3 months and stripped of its original context. We then ran the image through the Google Lens, which revealed the photo used was taken during the National Unity Platform's 5th anniversary celebration, dating back at least 3 months and stripped of its original context. Furthermore, we carried out an advanced search using Google filters and exact match. However, we found no evidence, no speeches, statements, or even reposts from credible news sources to support the alleged claim. After cruising through the official NUP and Robert Chagulani's pages on different social media platforms, we failed to find any post in relation to the claim. Our investigation concludes that this claim is false. It is a recycled image paired with a fabricated quote designed to mislead the public ahead of the upcoming elections. My name is Mike.
That's all we had for you on the night view. But before that, not forgetting, make sure that you keep it locked to your TV, because there are more amazing programs that are coming, with the fact that we are going to have Obangana Tiekene show with Raphael. Thank you, Bradford Nathan Okidi.
Martina Nanyonjo, thank you for watching and staying informed.
And on sign language, Naiga Immaculate. Good night.
Interesting. Interesting. Can we all clap for Uganda Matters one more time? Now, can I have the team from Uganda Matters come here very fast? The team from Uganda Matters, please come to the front. And Judge Linda, please give us your verdict within a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I've been given a minute, and yeah, your stories were good, but I felt that they should have had a little bit more research, you know, like I told you, a story is good when it has the human side, you know, where I can actually relate to the person who's speaking, where I can put my emotions to good use. You had good story ideas, and I've put it in my comments, but I would, like I've said, I would have wanted it to be just a little bit more deeper. Like I said, for the editor, when you have a beneficiary being spelled as a beneficially with a double L-Y, that is so wrong, okay? And then for the anchors, yeah, you did your best. Like Walter was saying with the last anchor, for you guys, it was more, it was like you were standing on stage. And I'm also going to say that to the live reporter. It's like you're lecturing to somebody. You're not lecturing to somebody. You're standing in a studio and you're presenting these facts. You know, you don't have to use your hands to, in this kind of strong motion or whatever it is, okay? And then I also felt that good you concentrated your bulletin in Kayabwe. But there were just so many voiceovers. This was an English bulletin, okay? So it's not bad to have the voiceovers, but I would have wanted at least one story, two stories that are done in English, maybe with just one voiceover. And then it was also very good and very commendable that you had a sign language interpreter. So a big thank you to the team, unless Walter has something to say. Those are my comments.
All right, please clap for Uganda Matters Nkosi one more time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the radio contest has come to an end. I don't think you people are excited, because the way you are clapping is like you missed lunch. Now let me say this again. The radio contest has come to an end. Now I'm going to invite the person who has, before we have the last university, I know our time is fast spent, but it has been a busy day. It has been very rigorous. We've had teams here and had teams the other side, and we want to appreciate these judges. But before we appreciate them, can we clap for Zandela, who has been the host in the radio section? Now Zandela, in just less than a minute, can you sum up the experience in the radio room?
What can I say? Hi guys, how are you? Was it hot in here like it was the other side? I had people cry. It was so emotional the other side, but you did amazingly well, absolutely. amazing. And I would like to say thank you very much, first for showing up, two for participating, and for taking the courage to do this.
Please clap for Zandela. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite someone. Let me tell you a secret about them. They have the sweetest voice on radio. They are very soft-spoken. They always, let me not say a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. The one and only Pfizer Fabs. Guys, I need to hear some energy. Now, Pfizer, I think, Zandela, let's just find out briefly in, could you just give 5 words that can sum up today?
Hi, guys. Hi, Linda. Hi, Walter. You see, that's how you drop names so people know that you know them. But otherwise, guys, so excited to be here. It was such an enriching experience, as always. It's so beautiful to see that you guys produce content that can just be transported onto actual TV and radio. Like, beautifully done. Thank you so much for having me.
Could you just say one word or just a word of encouragement to some of the participants who have participated?
The future is yours.
Amen. Pfizer, we appreciate your time. You have taken time to be with us today. You have taken time to be with these students and advise them and encourage them here and there. We really appreciate. This is from Sams, and Sam says thank you. Now, some of you call him Timo Pandichat. Some of you call him Chirobozi. Others call him Timo. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome the second judge in the radio contest. That is Timo Pandichat. Now, Timothy, it's been a very busy day. We cannot hesitate. But if there was a word of encouragement you would give the participants out there, what would it be?
I'll tell them that the future is bright. The future is bright.
Now, someone in the back there is shouting a cappella. Is it possible?
What should I say?
But due to public demand, you have 30 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National News Contest 2025.
All right, please give it up for Timothy one more time. Timothy, this is from SAMS. They appreciate your time. They appreciate you being here to encourage these young, talented journalists, and we are very confident that they're not going to leave this place the same. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the last judge of the radio contest. Her name is very bougie. Those of you who have listened to her, you know how soft-spoken she is. Ladies and gentlemen, without hesitation, allow me welcome Crystal. These people are saying a cappella, but no. Crystal.
You say I'm bougie. Did you say I'm bougie?
All right. If you could advise your younger self, and let me say your younger self is seated in this room, what would you tell your younger self right now?
Oh man, that's the question you have for me. Can I just say hi to everybody though? Hello! My God, I love the energy in this room. How you doing? Okay, let me not take over from someone over here. If I could advise myself, the younger me, I would say to be more confident because we are capable of so much more than we think, especially when we're much younger. The sky is really the limit. And it took me a while to figure that out. Yes.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Please give Crystal a big round of applause. Crystal, this is from SAMS. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your presence. It doesn't mean something small. Your ability to be able to advise these young journalists here and there, try to polish their skills means a lot to MCI, and we just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much, and have a lovely weekend. It was lovely to be here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to spend so much time. The last university that is performing. Yes, yes. This time I mean it. It is the last one. The last university to perform on this big day is none other than Do we all want hands to first perform, or we first bring the... Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Bugema University.
When the time is such, you know the time is right for Bigger Times, your primetime news bulletin. I am Gertrude Grace Muchala, bringing you accurate, authentic news today. Later on, we'll be joined by our live reporter, Kalibala Joshua, coming to us live from the MCA Hub, where a number of university students are participating in the Intermediate Challenge under the MCI Initiative. Right now, let's get straight into the headlines this hour.
You want to use this as a platform.
In the headlines this bulletin, we take a look at how young journalists are navigating the media landscape of Uganda.
Journalistic skills and instincts.
We'll bring you a story of how youths are participating in the parliamentary elections. In the recently concluded parliamentary nominations that happened on the 22nd and 23rd of October, youth stand up immensely. The spokesperson, the deputy spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Paul Bukenya, commends their participation. Nyakal Sarah has this story.
Deputy spokesperson Electoral Commission, Mr. Bukenya Paul, commends the youths for their active participation in the 2025-2026 general election.
I think the youth need to be commended for their participation in our electoral roadmap. The youth have been very actively involved in the roadmap activity since we launched the roadmap. Some of the chaotic incidences we had in previous elections involved young people. So seeing a peaceful presidential campaign process so far by week 3 and having no major incidences and things like that, and yet young people are deeply involved. It shows that they've taken responsibility to another level, which is very commendable.
In the recently concluded nominations that took place on the 22nd and 23rd October at the Electoral Commission headquarters, the youth turn-up was huge, with candidates such as Sentamu Churchill, Nawanyaga Gloria, Elma Capel, Wacha Elizabeth Shakira, Muhumuza Julia, and among others.
As they prepare for the 2025-2026 general elections, they were advised to commence their campaigns at the date 10th of November and end their campaigns prior 48 hours to the polling date, which is 15th January. BU Times, Nyakal report. I'm going to work with the government to see that the youth-led programs are both closed.
The time for having service leadership is now.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah, for that report. Right now, we're going to be hearing from Kalibala Joshua coming to us live from the MCI Hub, where a number of universities, as I told you before, are participating in the Media Challenge. Over to you, Joshua. Tell us, what is the situation this evening?
Yes, thank you. Here at the Media Challenge Initiative Hub, here in Kabalagala at the 4th floor of the University Masmamol. Different universities have come in different numbers, and among the universities we have Uganda Christian University, we have Bugema University, and them. I would like to tell you that this competition or this challenge, this is not the first time it has been happening. It has been happening since the year of 2012, making it the 14th time. Now with me, amidst the students that are studying, is a very good student who is going to tell me what he has learned and what he expects out of this challenge. How are you, madam?
I'm all right, thank you.
What do you expect out of this challenge?
Well, my name is Elizabeth Irankwenda from Kampala International University, and something I expect strongly from here is learning a lot.
Yes, Elizabeth said she is learning a lot. Right now, I'm coming back to you, Gertrude.
Before you go, Joshua, please, for our viewers, share a picture. How is the atmosphere at the hub right now?
The atmosphere is a little competitive and a little tense because Bugema University is on its last bulletin, and soon they will announce the winner. But what we know, we are all winners, but there will be an overall winner. Back to you, Gertrude.
Well, thank you so much, Joshua Kalibala, for that story. Just to set the record straight, this is the very first time Bugema University is participating. Now, on to more news stories that we have to you in this bulletin. Journalists play an undeniable role in upholding democracy. But sometimes they do face a number of challenges as the fourth estate. BU Times takes a look at the challenges that they do face as they navigate the media landscape of Uganda.
Edgar Korohanga is a news reporter, anchor, and youth show host at NBS. He's a 2020 Media Challenge Fellow and one of the young journalists navigating daily the media landscape of Uganda.
As a new and young journalist, it is not really bad. It is a new experience, especially in the newsroom. I get to understand the unique dynamics of how news is made. I get to connect with different individuals. So I would say it is okay.
My name is Hasif Sechunga. I'm a journalist working with BBS TV, Luganda Broadcasting Media House in Uganda. One exposure. If you come in journalism with your goals of maybe you want to go somewhere else, maybe you want to use this as a platform, as a podium to showcase your talent, to tell the world that here I am, you will get that.
Challenges and their benefits. Like for instance, me, I can give an example. I've traveled like in 3 countries without passport, just my work side.
These highlight some of the challenges that they face while practicing their profession.
There are still some issues around, some challenges that we face, which are part of the job, really.
There's a lot of media censorship. There is a lot of censorship that cannot be explained here and there, but is explained by the situation analysis and what's going on.
The deputy spokesperson of the Electoral Commission, Mr. Paul Bukenya, commends young journalists as major stakeholders in the electoral process.
There is a key partner in the electoral process because they help us to disseminate information about the electoral roadmap and electoral activities. So we use.
Well, thank you so much for that news story. In the same accord, these journalists had some advice to give to upcoming young journalists. Let's take a look.
Edgar, Ida, Paul, and Hassi encourage young journalists to uphold objectivity, authenticity, integrity as they practice their noble profession.
Journalism is not for the weak. For a country like Uganda, where we all understand that there is a war between ethics and the reality, there is a war between what we learned in class and the reality on ground. It is not for the weak.
Always report for growth, to always report for development. What you think is going to bring disaster, don't focus on it.
That there is more to journalism than just news anchoring, than just reporting, than just presenting. Journalism is about solving people's problems. Identify a problem. Look out for how you can deal with that problem using your journalistic skills and instincts. Why? If you have a niche, do that niche. The world is going to adjust for you. Don't adjust yourself for the world.
Every profession has its ups and downs, but still, as impertinent as the journalistic practice is, it is important for journalists to uphold integrity as they do go about their profession. Gertrude Grace Muchala, BU Times, reporting.
Later on, Sibawise will be joining us for the sports updates, but right now, let's get into our fact-checking segment. Fake news is nothing new in the media landscape, and in this 10th season of the elections, this can be alarming. Our team has debunked an online claim, and you shouldn't be fooled. Let's take a look at it.
The document is circulating across social media, mainly WhatsApp, claiming the Independent Electoral Commission of Uganda is hiring presiding officers and polling assistants. No. Election season, this information could be true. However compelling, let's fact check it before you go for that gig.
The Electoral Commission website has no recent advert in that line, except one whose deadline for submission passed on 25th of December 2025 for IT support officers. The official X account for the Electoral Commission, there is no such post, except for dismiss of fake posts still about job advert previously circulating.
One wonders about the authenticity and origin of this document. The document is page 1 of 3. Let's look for the original document.
On the official website, this advert was published in the year 2020, shown by the deadline of application as Friday 4th December 2020 on the 3rd page. There is no recent post on valid authentic sources concerning the advert. It is evident that the advert is for the previous electoral season. The verdict is therefore misinformation.
Quick spread of news, there is a high risk of mis and disinformation. It's pertinent for everyone to verify the authenticity and validity of all that they see. Nyakal Sarah, Adut Mary, Muchala Gertrude Grace, BU Times, fact check.
So now you know, don't be fooled. Dismiss fake news. Well, welcome, Sibo. Sibo, please, what is happening in the sports room? You're welcome, and please be telling all our viewers how things are standing in the sports room.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Muchala Gertrude Grace, and this is Sports Updates brought by Sibo Wise. So as I'm saying, Sports Updates we have today, Mikel Arteta after winning the brilliant game against Brighton Hove Albion in Carabao Cup, Mikel Arteta overpraised Ethan Nwaneri about his brilliant performance and a goal he scored against Brighton Hove Albion. And as I'm still talking about Arsenal, saw Mikel Arteta say that he's now focused on the next game. As of tomorrow, they have a game against Burnley Football Club. And continuing to Chelsea, board of directors and the owners of Chelsea Football Club, they are now considering to replace Enzo Maresca by bringing Andy Ilaola from Bournemouth. And as I'm still talking about Chelsea, Chelsea is now considering to bring Mason Greenwood from Marseille, the team from Serie A from League A, and now Chelsea are considering to bring him to Chelsea to replace Enzo Fernandez, because Enzo Fernandez is now on talk that teams from Saudi Pro League, they are lucky to bring him in Saudi Pro League. And as I'm leaving Chelsea, Liverpool FC, you know that all of you know that Liverpool FC has now conceded many goals, and you know that they have lost their 6th consecutive game in whole competition, and now the dressing room is not okay, just because some of the players are now considering to move from Liverpool, like Mohamed Salah now is on talk that teams from Saudi Pro League like Al Hilal and Al Nassr, they are likely to bring him. That's what the soap that I have.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sibo, for that
beaucoup.
report. Well, thank you. That's it from the sports realm. As young journalists, we have the space to shape the future, practicing the principles of professional journalism. Coming up next is a one-on-one moment our team had with one of the presidential aspirants, Bulira Frank, the flag bearer of RPP. Right now, that's all that we've had for you in this news bulletin. Please follow all our social media accounts, that is X, Instagram, and TikTok at BU_Times_. It's been a pleasure having you here. I am Gertrude Grace Muchela, and this is BU Times. See you next time.
That was Bugema University. A round of applause. When you think you have seen it all, then you see another team, then you see another team. I guess Joshua will testify. Let's have the team on stage. Let's have the team on stage.
Team Bugema University. Please clap for them as they make their way on the stage. Bugema University is the last university to perform on such a very, very, very vigorous day. Walter, Judge Walter, kindly give us your verdicts in just a minute. Just a minute.
Thank you, Team Bugema University, for showing up and putting your pieces together. However, you will notice that you almost carved up all your stories out of one piece, right? Am I clear? You got all your stories, apart from sports, out of one piece. Apart from sports and the fact-checking story, the rest was almost a repetition of what we've seen. I think that's poor creativity. There's so much more outside there than just within the presence of electoral commission. Who was the videographer, the camera person? You borrowed footage.
No, we captured it.
So who was it? Who recorded the video? You know, let me tell you one thing. It's actually a good thing for you to show up. And I think when we say it here, sometimes maybe it doesn't actually make sense. But you're 1,000,001 So all those are things that you need to look at when you're putting together your items. And for the fact-checking story, I think it still lacks some creativity. You could have played along with so many other tricks in making the story enticing. But overall, thank you for telling us about Michaela Teta. Arsenal fans all here. Man U fans, you can go and hang. That's nonetheless of it. But Bugema University, thank you for putting together the effort to be here and putting the work.
Thank you so much, Judge Walter. Are there any comments from Judge Linda?
No, I think just for a first attempt, I think you really did well. You did well, but just be careful. I think there was a part where you did one story and you did two parts in one story that I didn't understand. So it's supposed to be one story. And then also just sourcing your story just from one place. You know, like you went to the Electoral Commission. Kampala is a huge place. Uganda is a big country, you know? You can come up with so many stories and you can talk to so many people. But it was a good first attempt.
Thank you so much, Bugema University.
Can we please show Bugema University some love? Can we show them some love? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to congratulate each and every one of you for coming to the end of the National Newsroom Contest 2025. Please clap for yourselves. I want to congratulate each and every one of you for reaching this far. Now I want to allow the judges, I was going to say compute the results, but they don't look like they're computing the results. However, I want all of us to stand up. Let us all stand up.
Straight.
Let's all rise up. Are we all ready for the results? Srawe. KIU Oye. UCU Oye. IU Oye.
Victoria University. Uganda Matters University.
Now, I want us to do a very simple exercise. I want us to mix up. I want people from KIU to come and greet people of IU. I don't think any of you have interacted with our judges. So let's just mix up just for a few seconds. Let's just mix up. Say hi to one another. Some of you haven't had the opportunity to mix up. So VU, UCU, people at the back, I need to see you move. Come on, mix up, mix up, mix up. Hey. Come on. People who are seated. Okay, I like that. I like that.
People have energy.
Energy. Hey, come on. Come on. Let's go. Hey. Woo. Amazing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Ah. Energy, energy. DJ. Are we all excited? Are we now ready for the results? Are you ready? All right, all right, all right.
I'm literally seeing winners. Winners, winners, winners.
Do we all believe we are winners tonight? Let me hear you some noise if you feel like you're a winner. Now, before we announce the results, I want to award our dear judges. You see, we might be here and we read the results, and some of you want to beat the judges. Now, I want to send them off with these gifts from Sams. But before they step up on stage, can we all clap for these amazing judges? I think Walter and Linda, you can come for your gifts. We want to thank you as MCI for your presence here. We want to thank you for taking time to nurture young talent. We want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of the journey of very many. Can you just have a photo? Yes. I know some of you are jealous. All right, thank you so much. Now, this is the moment we have all been waiting for. It's been 7 hours of rigorous activities. Can I have some silence in the room? Okay, it's been 7 hours of rigorous action and a race against time. 15 universities, 1 winner. I don't know who it is going to be, but the ball is in the hands of the person I'm about to invite. "15 years of the National Newsroom Contest. The NNC has trained over 500 students. Now, very many of them are alumni. Some of them are in this room with us. But as we close this event, as I invite the person who's going to announce the results, just a word of encouragement to each and every one of you. Earlier on, I told all of you that your winners are not. Your winners are not. Now, for each and every team that is here, whatever verdict the judges have given, please walk away with it confidently and know that this was an opportunity for you to step up, an opportunity for you to learn, an opportunity for you to grow. Ladies and gentlemen, they're even going to remove that table. Hey. This journey has been crowned by trainings in various fields, from youth participation to mobile journalism, but that is not all. The NNC has given birth to journalists that have gone as far as the BBC, as far as CNN, and for each and every one of you who has participated, we want to say thank you. At this juncture, I want to invite the CEO of Media Challenge Initiative to come and, on top of making his closing remarks, he shall also read to us the winners and the people who fall right behind the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Mpindi Abbas.
Hello. How are you? Good? Did you have a good evening? Please clap for Judge Linda, everyone. Clap for Judge Walter. Clap for Judge Newman Christo. Clap for Judge Pfizer. Clap for Judge Timo. Who else? Clap for Judge who? Joshua. Who else? Nalongo. Who else? Sandra. Okay, clap for yourselves. Clap for UCU. Which other university? Name them. Clap for? Clap for? Clap for? Clap for? Okay, clap for my team. My team. My badass team, right? Clap harder, guys. Clap for our partners. Okay, now I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to remind you why this day is really important and then do the announcement, right? You've spent days preparing for this moment, and now I hope you've learned. Yes? If you are not on stage as a news anchor, you are a reporter, you were behind the scenes as a camera person, you went to the field, you did something, or you even cheered the team. What happens today is that you saw everyone receive feedback, right? Good? That feedback is what, at the end of the day, makes you a great journalist. So you've started a journey that moves you from student of journalism to a professional journalist. Now, earlier on, people were asking me about press freedom and they wanted me to talk about that. I said they will not. Particularly because this space where we are, I want us to celebrate journalism, right? I want us to remind ourselves that despite the challenges that you face as journalists in the country, you still have to intentionally create your own spaces where you can thrive. And this is one of those spaces that we've created intentionally for journalism to have a better place to thrive, to operate, but also for journalism to be able to actually create a better world for each and everyone. Now, I'm going to announce the results that have come out of this. Amen. Yeah. I say this every year, so I'll repeat it again. Everyone is? Everyone is? Why? Because the journey starts today. So if you receive an award come December, if you don't walk away with the award, that's fine. The journey starts now. The feedback, whether it was meant for you or for another person, what you do with that feedback is what defines what happens next. Are we together? Good. Now, most of you, if it's your first time, maybe you're wondering what happens after the competition. If you know Switch Africa, have you heard about Switch Africa? Perfect. So the next steps, we are running the application into the fellowship newsroom program. Everyone that has participated in this contest, whether you win an award or not, you can apply for that fellowship program. This year, next year, we will change from what we've been doing. So full-time, the people that will be selected into that newsroom will spend time in our newsroom working on stories that go on a platform called Switch Africa and Solutions Now Africa. I think that's the part where you clap your hands harder, because that space is intentionally created to nurture your skills, but to also really to give you time so that you can practice before you get into the market. So that's what's going to happen next. In December, I'm not so sure with the date, but I know that my team will invite you for a special awards night. Again, each and everyone here, you're invited. Start, prepare your outfits, everything, so that you can have your drip out on the red carpet. Right? Okay. DJ, you know what to do? The results are here. Put it here. Good. Thank you very much. Now, I must say one thing, that this year has been highly, highly competitive. And really the difference in points is just 2-3 points, just like a difference of 1 or 2 points or 3 points. So, Uganda, are you ready? All right. Also, let me say that we are not announcing the best news anchors and best news reporters. Those will be announced on the awards night, as usual. Tonight, what you go home with is the news about the best news team. Are we together? Okay. Also, I will announce the top 3 teams. Are we together? Perfect. In the Uganda News Anchoring Competition, ranking number 3 in the 2025 contest, please put your hands up together for the Uganda Matters University. Clap for them. Clap for UMU. Ranking number 2 in the 2025 National Newsroom Contest. Please put your hands up together for Victoria University. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's champion for the Uganda News Anchoring Competition for the National Newsroom Contest is MCI. Silence. St. Lawrence University. All right, all right. Okay, 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 okay. English, English. All right. All right, all right. St. Lawrence, St. Lawrence. It's okay, it's okay. All right. Ranking number 3 in the English category, National Newsroom Contest. Please put your hands up together for the Uganda Christian University, Mukono. At number 2, in the English category for the 2025 National Newsroom Contest, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Kampala International University. Clap for KIU. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen,
I'm just trying to interject. I'm just trying to interject. It's okay.
ladies and gentlemen, the champion for the 2025 English category National Newsroom Contest, please, with a lot of excitement, put your hands up together for Victoria University. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. And now onto the radio category. Radio category, ranking number 3, ladies and gentlemen, in the National Newsroom Contest. Put your hands up together for UCU, Uganda Christian University. Number 3 in the radio category. Number 2 in the National Newsroom Contest radio category is, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up together for YMCA. And the champion for the radio category, 2025 National Newsroom Contest, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up together with a lot of excitement for Makerere Institute for Social Development. And that's it for tonight. Happy New Year. See you at the awards night.
Great. Your song doesn't have energy for them. Like double
some more, nigga.
Hey, daddy, I got your money. What you say?
Kaba, 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 kaba. Tamia singo, teme singo, fumita singo, timenyo singo, toka salubimbo, toka koyo siwo, watazina kwa chinga chakute mjiro. Kaba, 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 kaba. Tamia singo, teme singo, fumita singo, timenyo singo, toka salubimbo, toka koyo siwo, watazina kwa chinga chakute mjiro. Kami tewa pista, fashionista, tewa pike bimba bika, chedi kuta, chedi kupa, tewa kuta, wajita wempita.
Oh daddy, mobida daddy, oh money, nina che money. Hey daddy, I got your money. Oh money, what you say daddy?
Kaba, 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 kaba. Tamia singo, teme singo, fumita singo, timenye singo, toka salubimbo, toka koyo siwo, watazina kwa chinga chakute mjiro. Kaba, 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 kaba. Tamia singo, teme singo, fumita singo, timenye singo, toka salubimbo, toka koyo siwo, watazina kwa chinga chakute mjiro. Kapekemba wade, sinaweza deire, kobe singo deire, kazino abarwade, ono sima wede, gaba kubya meide, deire, kaba, kuyo myafu jaba, sinakaba, kale kobe gaba, kaba, yazino amindada, kobi bada, oya ibabada, on it, one, storage, one, mora kuyita goli mukomedi, Habat, one, Robert, one, toba busada so sinyapoli, kaba, 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 kaba. Kamia singo, teme singo, fumita singo, timenye singo, toka salubimbo, toka koyo siwo, watazina kwa chinga chakute mjiro. Kaba, 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 kaba. Kamia singo, teme singo, fumita singo, timenye singo, toka salubimbo, toka koyo siwo, watazina kwa chinga chakute mjiro.
Music much respect.